Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are now. Let's begin. The drawing was held to the dashboard with a basketball magnet Wade had stolen from his own refrigerator 3 weeks ago, when the apartment started feeling too quiet. Lily had made it in first grade, a crayon rendering of a tall figure and a small figure standing in front of a yellow house, the word "me" and "Datey" written across the top in wobbly purple letters. The tall figure had an enormous head and stick limbs, and a smile that took up most of his face. The small figure had pigtails and was holding what might have been a flower or a small sun. Wade glanced at it while waiting at the red light on Kingston Pike, the morning traffic moving in its usual Tuesday rhythm around him. His phone sat in the cup holder. Danielle's voicemail still queued up, the one he'd listened to twice already this morning. "Hey, it's me. Lily lost another tooth yesterday. Bottom front, the one that was loose forever. She wanted me to call you right away. But it was almost midnight, so I told her you'd want to see it this weekend instead of just hearing about it. She's saving it for you. Also, she wants to show you some dance she learned. I don't know where she learned it, probably YouTube. It's very..." A pause. A small laugh. Tired but genuine. "It's very Lily. Anyway, call her after school if you can. She misses you." She misses you. 3 words that Wade carried around like stones in his chest. Lily was 7 years old and lived 40 minutes away in a house that used to be his house, with a woman who used to be his wife, and he saw her every other weekend plus Wednesday dinners when his schedule allowed, which was most Wednesdays. He made sure it was most Wednesdays. The light turned green. Wade accelerated and his left knee sent a sharp complaint up through his thigh. The old ACL injury from college, the one that had ended his mediocre basketball career and started his teaching one. It ached in the cold, ached when it rained, ached when he sat too long or stood too long or existed too long. 11 years of teaching and he still hadn't gotten used to the standing. He pulled into the Bearden High parking lot at 7:43, 17 minutes before first bell. Found his usual spot near the athletics entrance, grabbed his coffee, his bag, the stack of ungraded papers he'd promised himself he'd finished last night and hadn't. Left the drawing on the dashboard where it always stayed, where Lily couldn't see that he'd taken it, where it reminded him every morning why he was doing any of this. The hallway smelled like floor wax and teenage anxiety, the particular perfume of American public education. Ray Odom was at his classroom door, coffee in hand, wearing the same rumpled khakis he wore every Tuesday. "Dunlap, you catch the game last night?" "Couldn't watch. Papers. We lost by 30. You missed nothing." Ray took a long drink of his coffee. "Hey, you still coming Friday? Margie's making that lasagna you like." "The one with the sausage?" "The one with the sausage. I'll be there." "Bring beer?" "Good beer. Not that light stuff you brought last time." "That was craft beer, Ray. It was $12 a six-pack. It tasted like sadness. Bring real beer." Wade laughed. Ray laughed. The first bell rang, sending a surge of students through the hallway, backpacks and earbuds and the constant low murmur of conversation. Normal. Everything completely, boringly, beautifully normal. "See you at lunch," Ray said. "See you at lunch." Wade walked to room 217, unlocked the door, set his coffee on the desk, and started writing the day's objective on the whiteboard. Third period was American history, the unit on the Civil War. Today's topic, Gettysburg. He'd taught this lecture 40 times. He could do it in his sleep. The students filtered in over the next 7 minutes. Mason Parker, front row, earbuds in as always. Kayla Jennings, already texting. Deshaun Williams, back corner, head down. He'd been like that for 3 weeks, since his parents announced the divorce. And Wade had been meaning to check on him and kept not finding the right moment. 23 students in total. A manageable number. A good class. The final bell rang. Wade picked up the dry erase marker. the black one, because somebody kept stealing the blue, and started writing. Gettysburg, July 1st 3, 1863. He was halfway through the 3 when the screaming started. Not a normal scream. Wade knew the taxonomy of adolescent screaming. 11 years had taught him every variation. The playful shriek, the angry yell, the dramatic performance for an audience. This was none of those. This was the sound of something breaking inside a human throat. 23 faces looked up. Mason Parker pulled out one earbud. Kayla Jennings stopped mid-text. In the back corner, Deshaun Williams lifted his head for the first time in 3 weeks. "Mr. Dunlap," Kayla said, "stay in your seats." Wade set the marker down. He walked to the door and looked through the narrow vertical window into the hallway. Later, he would try to reconstruct what he saw in those first seconds, and the memory would come back in fragments, shuffled and wrong, the way memories do when the brain is trying to protect itself from what the eyes reported. A student, he thought it was Connor Hayes, sophomore, sat in the 3rd row of his second period class, had just turned in a paper on reconstruction that was surprisingly good, on top of Mrs. Patterson from the English department, on top of her, his mouth on her neck. The sound, even through the closed door, wet and wrong. Mrs. Patterson's legs kicking, sneakers squeaking on the linoleum, blood pooling under them both in a widening arc that caught the fluorescent light and shone almost black. Further down the hall, more movement, more sounds. A body hit a locker with a clang that reverberated. Someone ran past the window so fast, Wade saw only a blur of clothing. Then another scream, this one cut short with a gurgling hitch that Wade would hear in his sleep for the next 4 months. He locked the door. "Mr. Dunlap, what's going on?" Mason was standing now. "Sit down, Mason." Wade's voice came out flat, teacher calm, the voice he used when a fight broke out or when a kid was having a panic attack. "Everyone stay away from the door. Move to the back wall." "Is it a shooter?" Kayla's face had gone white. They'd done active shooter drills. They all had. Wade had stood in this room and told them to be quiet, to hide, to wait. But the drills always felt performative, going through motions everyone agreed were necessary and no one believed would matter. "I don't know, just move back." He pulled out his phone, called the front office. It rang 9 times and went to voicemail. He called again. Same. He called 911, a busy signal. He tried 3 more times, pacing behind his desk while 23 students pressed against the back wall, some filming on their phones, some crying, some frozen in the particular stillness of teenagers confronted with the fact that adults don't have answers. Through the door window, the hallway was worse now. He could see 4 figures moving with a shambling, jerky gait that looked wrong in a way his brain couldn't categorize. Connor Hayes was standing upright again, but he wasn't Connor anymore. His head lolled at an angle, and his mouth was open, and something dark dripped from his chin. Mrs. Patterson was also standing, though Wade had seen her throat, had seen the wound. No one stands up from that. His phone vibrated. A text from Ray Odom, chemistry. 2 doors down, Wade. "What the hell is happening?" He typed back, "Don't know. Locked my room. You." Locked. Got 19 kids. Something's wrong with the Jennings kid from 3rd period. She was fine 10 minutes ago, now she's seizing and biting. Wade stared at the message. Biting. "Lock her in the supply closet," he sent. "Already did." "She's screaming in there. It doesn't sound like screaming anymore." Wade leaned his forehead against the cool surface of his desk. His ACL scar throbbed. It always did when adrenaline hit. Some phantom connection between his knee and his nervous system that 11 years hadn't resolved. Behind him, Deshaun Williams said, very quietly, "Mr. Dunlap, I think there's something really bad happening." And Wade thought, yes, there is. And I don't know what to do about it. They stayed in room 217 for 47 minutes. In that time, Wade learned the following. The hallway was no longer passable through the main corridor. His phone showed social media feeds, the ones that still loaded, full of shaky videos from Knoxville, from Nashville, from Atlanta, from cities he couldn't verify. The word bite appeared. the word infection, the word dead. The cell network slowed, stuttered, dropped. He got one more text from Ray. The kid broke through the closet door. She's different. Fast. I'm going to try to get out through the lab. Meet at the parking lot? Wade typed, "Be careful." The three dots appeared, then disappeared. No response came. At 3:02 p.m., Wade made a decision. The sounds in the hallway had diminished. Not stopped, but thinned, moved elsewhere. He could see through the window that the nearest figures had drifted toward the stairwell at the far end, drawn by something, a sound, another victim. There was a window in room 217 that opened onto the athletic field. First floor, 8-foot drop to grass. "We're going out the window," he said, "one at a time. When you land, run for the parking lot. Don't stop. Don't go back into the building." "My brother's in the gym," said a girl whose name Wade was ashamed to realize he couldn't remember in this moment. "You can't get to the gym from here, parking lot. Stay together if you can." He opened the window. The afternoon air smelled like October, leaves and distant smoke and the particular crispness of Tennessee autumn. The football field was empty. The parking lot beyond it was not. He could see cars trying to leave, gridlocked, horns blaring. But between here and there, open grass, nothing moving. Mason went first, then Kayla, then the others, one by one, landing and running in the ungainly way of people who've never had to run from anything real. Wade helped each one through, his hands on their arms, their backs, mechanical and sure. He counted. 21. 22. Deshaun came last, paused on the sill, looked back at Wade. "Aren't you coming?" "Right behind you. Go." Deshaun dropped. Wade climbed through, hung from the sill, and let go. His left knee screamed when he hit the ground, and he stumbled, caught himself, and ran. The parking lot was chaos given form. Cars wedged at impossible angles, engines running, doors open, some with no one in them. Wade saw a woman in a Bearden faculty polo. He thought it was Ms. Chen from the math department, being pulled from her car by someone whose face was wrong, all hanging jaw and hemorrhaged eyes. He saw students running in every direction, some toward the school, some away, some just running. He saw a Knoxville PD cruiser parked at the entrance, lights on, both doors open, no officers visible. He found his car, a 2019 Civic, silver, dinged along the passenger side from a parking garage pillar he'd misjudged 6 months ago, and got in. Keys in his pocket. Engine started. He gripped the steering wheel and realized he didn't know where to go. Lily, Danielle, Jacksonville. 640 miles. His phone had 1 bar of signal. He called Danielle. It rang, it rang, it rang. Voicemail. Her voice, recorded months ago, cheerful and impersonal. "Hi, you've reached Danielle. Leave me a message." He hung up. Called again. Voicemail. He called Ray. Voicemail. He sat in the car in the parking lot with the engine running and the world ending around him, and he couldn't decide what to do. Go to his apartment, 5 minutes away, and grab supplies, then drive south. Or drive south now, immediately, with nothing but the clothes on his back and a quarter tank of gas. Or go back in for Ray, or find his students, make sure they were safe, or... A body hit his driver's side window and he screamed, a sound he didn't know he could make. A face pressed against the glass, streaked with blood, mouth working. Not a face he recognized. The eyes were shot through with red, the capillaries burst, giving them the look of something cooked. The hands slapped the glass, leaving prints in blood that was too bright, almost arterial. Wade threw the car in reverse, clipped a Honda Accord, overcorrected, hit a parking bollard, and then found a gap in the gridlock and took it, bouncing over a curb and across the grass of the football field, where he'd watched his students run 20 minutes ago. The field was empty now. Everyone had scattered. He drove. He made it 6 blocks before the traffic stopped him completely. A 5-car pileup at the intersection of Kingston Pike and North Shore. And beyond it, more vehicles locked bumper to bumper for as far as he could see. He pulled into a gas station, parked, and sat with his head against the steering wheel. His hands were shaking. Not the fine tremor of nerves, but a deep, systemic shaking that came from his chest and radiated outward, as if his skeleton had come loose from its moorings. His phone buzzed, a text from a number he didn't recognize. If anyone gets this, the bridges are jammed. Don't try I-40 West. Go surface streets south through Chapman Huai. He didn't know who sent it. He forwarded it to Ray, to Danielle, to his brother Glenn, to every contact whose name he could tap with his trembling fingers. Then, he pulled up his contacts and stared at Danielle's name again. Called. Voicemail. He drove to his apartment. The apartment was a one-bedroom on the second floor of a complex off Sutherland Avenue. The kind of place a recently divorced 34-year-old man ends up when he's been told the house belongs to the person who didn't want to live in it anymore. It was the saddest apartment in Knoxville, and Wade knew it, and he didn't care because he only slept there. The rest of his life happened at school, at practice, at the bar with Ray on Friday nights, where they drank too much and Wade pretended he wasn't counting the days, until his next weekend with Lily. He could pinpoint the moment his marriage ended, not the signing of papers. That was the formality, the legal pronouncement on something already dead. The real ending was 8 months before, in the kitchen, 11 p.m., Lily asleep upstairs. Danielle had been holding a glass of wine like a weapon. "You're not here," she'd said. "You're in this house, you're in this marriage, but you're not here. You're waiting for something, and I don't know what it is, and I don't think you know either." He'd wanted to argue. He'd wanted to say she was wrong. But he'd stood there, silent, because she wasn't wrong, because he'd been coasting for years, doing what was expected, teaching, marriage, child, mortgage, without ever choosing any of it, just letting it happen the way water flows downhill, following the path of least resistance until you end up somewhere you never meant to be. "I don't know how to be here," he'd said finally. "I don't know how to be anywhere." They'd sat across from each other at the kitchen table and talked until 3 a.m., and by the end they'd agreed on the only thing they could agree on. It wasn't working, and staying wouldn't make it work. And Lily deserved parents who were whole instead of two people pretending. He'd moved out the next week. The sad apartment. The every other weekend. The Wednesday dinners. The slow unraveling of a life he'd never quite assembled. He took the stairs 2 at a time. His knee told him to stop. He didn't. Inside, he grabbed a duffel bag from the closet, the one he used for away games, and started filling it. Clothes, his winter coat, the first aid kit from under the bathroom sink, a flashlight, his phone charger, the pocket knife his father had given him 3 months before the heart attack, still sharp because Wade maintained it the way his father had showed him. Every Sunday evening, blade on the whetstone, ritual as prayer. The memory came unbidden. His father's hands, weathered and huge, guiding Wade's smaller ones along the stone. "You take care of your tools, they take care of you. Neglect them and they'll fail you when you need them most." Wade had been 12. His father had smelled like sawdust and Old Spice, the same way he'd smelled every day of Wade's childhood, until suddenly he didn't smell like anything at all, because he was on a hospital bed, and then he was in a casket, and then he was gone. Wade had maintained the knife every Sunday since. 14 years. He'd done it on Sundays with Danielle reading in the next room, and then on Sundays alone in this apartment, where nobody read anything and the silence was so loud, it had texture. The ritual hadn't changed. Everything else had. He stopped in front of the refrigerator. The basketball magnet was still there, but the space beneath it was empty. Lily's drawing was in the car, on the dashboard, where he'd moved it 3 weeks ago when the apartment started feeling too quiet. He'd see it every morning on his way to work. Now, he needed to remember to grab it before he left. His hand went to the empty spot on the refrigerator door, fingers touching the cold white surface where the crayon colors used to be. In that moment, standing in his sad apartment with the world ending outside, Wade Dunlap made a decision that would define the next 600 miles of his life. He was going to find his daughter. Whatever it took, however long it took. He was going to walk to Jacksonville if he had to, and when he found her, he was never letting go again. Canned food from the pantry. 4 cans of soup, 2 of beans, 1 of tuna. A box of crackers. 2 water bottles, both half full. He had nothing that would sustain a real journey. He'd need to find more, but first, he needed to move. His phone buzzed as he was locking the door. Not a text. An alert. Emergency broadcast. Knox County. Shelter in place. Do not attempt to travel. Infected individuals are extremely dangerous. Avoid physical contact. Aid stations being established at list of locations. National Guard deploying. He read it twice. Then he got in his car and drove south on Chapman Highway, away from the aid stations, away from shelter, toward his daughter. The highway was bad but moving, barely. A crawl of taillights and brake lights and the occasional car pulling onto the shoulder to go around, some heading south, some heading north. No one sure which direction was safer. Wade kept the radio on. The stations cycled between emergency broadcasts, panicked DJs who'd clearly abandoned their scripts, and dead air. One station, WIVK, the country station, was playing music as if nothing was happening, and the cognitive dissonance of hearing Luke Combs while the world burned was so acute that Wade punched the button to change it, and then punched it back because the silence was worse. He made it 14 miles in 2 hours. Then, the road was blocked, not by cars, but by people, a crowd of them on foot streaming across the highway from a neighborhood to the east. Some were running, some were walking with the dazed shuffle of shock. Some were carrying children, bags, pets. And among them, moving with that wrong gait, faces bloody, eyes ruined, the infected, scattered through the crowd like wolves in a flock, indistinguishable at a distance, obvious up close, and by then it was too late. Wade watched a man in a volunteer's jacket get grabbed from behind by a woman in a hospital gown. He watched a child, God, a child, couldn't have been older than Lily, stand in the middle of the road and scream while the crowd parted around her like water around a stone. He gripped the steering wheel and did not get out of the car. He did not help. He could not help. He put the car in reverse, backed up a quarter mile to the last intersection, and turned east on a side road he didn't know, and drove until the sounds faded. He found Ray's body on day 2. Not found, went looking for. Wade had spent the night in his car, parked in the lot of a closed veterinary clinic outside Seymour, 13 miles south of Knoxville, unable to sleep for more than 20 minutes at a time, waking to every sound, every shift of light, every creak of the car settling. At dawn, he'd driven back north. He told himself it was for supplies. The school had a stocked athletic training room, bandages, tape, cold packs. The ibuprofen the coaches weren't technically supposed to give the kids, but did anyway. It also had food in the cafeteria, water in the fountains, if the pumps were still running, and tools in the maintenance shed. All valid reasons to go back. But Wade drove past the maintenance shed and the cafeteria and went straight to the science wing. The hallway outside Ray's classroom was painted in dried blood that had gone from red to brown to almost black, and the smell hit Wade from 30 feet away. Not the decay smell that would come later, but the raw copper stink of fresh blood, gallons of it, soaked into linoleum and locker vents and the acoustic ceiling tiles that had fallen during whatever happened here. He breathed through his mouth. His feet stuck to the floor with each step, a faint tacky resistance, the sound of peeling tape. Ray's classroom door was open. The room was empty except for the toppled desks and the dark splashes on the walls and the periodic table poster that hung crookedly from one remaining tack, the bottom half torn away. Wade checked the supply closet. Nothing. Then, the chemistry lab storage room. The door was closed but not locked. Wade pushed it open with the tips of his fingers. The way you open a door when you don't want to know what's behind it, but you're going to look anyway because not knowing is worse. Ray was in the corner behind the chemical storage cabinet. He was sitting upright, which was wrong, because Wade could see the bite on his forearm, and the gray pallor of his skin, and the milky film over his open eyes. Sitting upright with his back against the wall, his head lolling slightly to the right, his hands in his lap. He was wearing his lab coat, the one with the coffee stain on the pocket that he'd never washed because he said it gave it character. His glasses were on the floor, one lens cracked. For 3 seconds, Wade let himself believe Ray was just sitting there. Hurt, maybe. Unconscious. But sitting there, alive, savable. Then, Ray's head rolled toward the sound of Wade's breathing, and whatever was behind those milky eyes oriented on him with a hunger that had nothing human in it. Ray stood up. The motion was wrong, too jerky, joints bending at angles that suggested the muscles were firing without coordination, the body a puppet with half its strings cut. He took a step toward Wade. His mouth opened. The sound that came out was not a moan, not a groan, not any of the sounds Wade would later learn to associate with the infected. It was a clicking, wet, rhythmic sound, like a tongue working against the roof of a dry mouth, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of gravel. Ray, Wade said it, knowing it was useless. Knowing that whatever process had taken his friend, it was complete, and the thing in front of him was wearing Ray's body the way Ray used to wear that stained lab coat, loosely, imperfectly, without care for what it meant. Ray came at him, faster than Wade expected. That lurching burst of speed, the 8 to 10 miles per hour, that didn't sound fast until it was happening in a 12-foot room, and you had nowhere to go. Wade stumbled backward, hit the doorframe, and his hand closed around the first thing it found on the chemistry lab bench, a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall bracket by the door. He didn't think. Thinking would have stopped him. He swung the extinguisher in a horizontal arc that connected with the side of Ray's head with a sound like a cantaloupe dropped on concrete, dense, wet, definitive. Ray crumpled. He hit the floor and twitched, his legs cycling in that slow pedaling motion that wasn't quite movement and wasn't quite stillness. His fingers scratched at the tile. Wade hit him again, and once more, because the twitching hadn't stopped and because something in Wade had unlocked. Some door that was never supposed to open, and behind it was a white-hot current of terror and grief and rage that expressed itself through the 10-pound steel cylinder, rising and falling in his hands, until his arms gave out and he dropped the extinguisher and fell to his knees beside what was left of Ray Odom. The wet sound of it. That was what stayed. Not the visual, which his memory would mercifully blur within days. The sound. Dense. Organic. Final. Wade knelt on the floor of the chemistry lab storage room and dry heaved until his ribs ached. Then, he wiped his hands on his jeans, picked up Ray's glasses from the floor, put them in his pocket next to Lily's drawing, and walked out. He gathered supplies from the athletic training room and the cafeteria with mechanical efficiency, his body performing the tasks his mind had vacated. 2 first aid kits, a case of water bottles, granola bars, crackers, peanut butter, a coach's whistle, a roll of athletic tape, a box of large garbage bags. He carried it all to his car in 3 trips, each time scanning the hallways and the parking lot with a vigilance that felt new, felt like something installed in him in the last 20 minutes, a permanent upgrade to his threat assessment software that he hadn't asked for and couldn't uninstall. On his last trip crossing the parking lot, he heard a sound from the adjacent building, the one connected to Bearden by a covered walkway, used for the career and technical education programs, a banging, rhythmic, and desperate, coming from a second-floor window. He looked up, a face in the window. Young, dark skin, glasses, box braids. A girl, pounding on the glass with both palms. He didn't recognize her as a student. She looked college age, but she was alive and trapped and banging on a window, and Wade had just killed his best friend with a fire extinguisher, and some part of him needed to save someone or he was going to come apart at the seams. He went in. The girl's name was Tia Reeves. She was 19, and she had been in the building for a nursing program observation when everything went wrong. She'd barricaded herself in a classroom with an overturned teacher's desk and 2 filing cabinets, and had been there for 18 hours, rationing a bag of trail mix and a half-empty Nalgene bottle, and trying not to make any noise because there were 3 of them in the hallway, shuffling back and forth past the door, bumping the walls, making that clicking sound with their ruined mouths. Wade dealt with the 3 infected using a baseball bat from the athletic equipment closet. It was easier this time, and that fact horrified him, and he filed the horror away in the same locked cabinet where he'd put the sound of the fire extinguisher and the feel of Ray's skull giving way, and he kept moving. Tia followed him to the car. She was shaking so badly she couldn't buckle her seatbelt. Wade reached across and did it for her, and she flinched at his proximity, then looked embarrassed, then started crying. Not dramatic, heaving sobs, but a quiet, continuous leaking of tears that she wiped with her sleeve every few seconds without acknowledging it. "I'm Wade Dunlap. I teach history here." He said it because he didn't know what else to say, and because in the absence of any framework for what was happening, he fell back on the only introduction he'd used for 11 years. "Tia," her voice was small. I'm at UT. I'm in the nursing program. It was an observation day. I was just supposed to." She stopped, swallowed. "Where are we going?" "South," Wade said. "I have to get to Jacksonville. My daughter's there." "I don't have anywhere to go," Tia said. She said it like a fact, not a plea, like she was reading data off a screen. "My roommate, I literally just left her in our room. She got bitten and She stopped again, pressed her palms flat against her thighs, and stared at them. "I left her a note. Like that makes it okay or something." Wade didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. He pulled out of the parking lot and turned south on Chapman Highway. The road was emptier than it had been yesterday. Not clear, but passable. The traffic having dispersed overnight into side streets and dead ends, and the driveways of houses whose occupants would never answer the door again. The Civic's gas gauge read 3/8 of a tank. He needed fuel. He needed a plan. He needed to stop seeing Ray's face every time he blinked. "Mr. Dunlap?" Tia was looking at him. "Your hands." He looked down. His knuckles were split, the skin torn and seeping. Blood, while his own, had dried in the creases of his fingers and under his nails. Ray's blood was on his sleeves, his jeans, his shoes. He hadn't noticed. "I'll clean up when we stop," he said. "I can do it. I'm in nursing school. I have basic first aid." "When we stop?" She nodded. She didn't speak again for 20 miles. When she finally did, what she said was, "I can hear your stomach growling. There's trail mix in my bag." He ate it one-handed while driving, and the raisins tasted like cardboard, and the peanuts tasted like dust. And it was the first thing he'd eaten in 20 hours. Sevierville was a town that existed because Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge existed. A sprawl of outlet malls and chain restaurants and motels along the 441 corridor, feeding off the tourist pipeline to the Smoky Mountains. Now it was half deserted, half burning. A plume of black smoke rose from the outlet mall on the east side, and the Walmart parking lot was a demolition derby of abandoned vehicles, some with their headlights still on, batteries draining into the indifferent air. Wade drove past all of it. He was looking for something specific, not a home or a store, but a structure that was defensible and stocked. His father had been a practical man, a carpenter who taught Wade that every building had bones, and the bones told you what it could withstand. Residential houses were tissue paper. Strip malls were glass and drywall. What you wanted was concrete, steel, and as few entry points as possible. He found it on the outskirts of town, set back from Highway 66 behind a gravel lot, a tractor supply store. Single-story, concrete block construction, steel roll-up doors on the loading dock, small windows set high in the walls, a single customer entrance with a glass front that was, admittedly, a vulnerability. But the interior, Wade could see through the front windows, was deep, full of shelves, and there was a hardware section, an animal feed section, and a whole aisle of camping and outdoor supplies. Generators, fuel cans, rope, tarps, flashlights. A survival department store. The front door was locked, but the glass was already cracked. Someone had tried to break in and failed, or started and been interrupted. Wade used the baseball bat to finish the job, the sound of shattering glass grotesquely loud in the empty parking lot. He froze. Listen. The particular kind of listening he was already learning. Not for normal sounds, but for the absence of them. The quality of silence that meant nothing was moving nearby, or the subtle disturbance that meant something was. Nothing. He went in. The store was untouched, fully stocked, the way stores are when the supply chain is still functioning and the apocalypse is only 2 days old. Wade walked the aisles with the detached efficiency of a man writing a shopping list in his head. Water purification tablets, camp stove, fuel canisters, sleeping bags, 2, a hatchet, work gloves, batteries, a hand crank radio, duct tape, zip ties, rope. From the animal health section, antibiotics, suture kits, bandaging material. From the gun case behind the register, locked, but the key was in the drawer because this was Sevierville, and nobody stole guns from Tractor Supply. A Remington 870 pump shotgun and 4 boxes of shells. A hunting knife in a leather sheath. Tia stood by the front door, watching the parking lot. Is this stealing? There's no one to pay, Wade said. I know, it just feels... She adjusted her glasses. I keep thinking someone's going to come in and tell me this is a drill. Like we'll all go back to class. Wade didn't answer that. He was stacking supplies near the door, calculating what would fit in the Civic, when a sound stopped him. The heavy metallic scrape of the loading dock door being rolled up from the outside. He grabbed the shotgun. He'd loaded it. His father had taught him to shoot, the way fathers in East Tennessee taught their sons Saturday mornings at the range. The rhythm of it as natural as breathing. He chambered around and moved toward the back of the store, motioning Tia behind a shelf of horse feed bags. The loading dock door rolled up 3 feet and stopped. A pair of boots appeared beneath it. Then a man's voice, gruff and wary. Whoever's in there, I've got a Mossberg, and I'm too old to bluff. You've got 10 seconds to tell me if you're alive or not. We're alive, Wade called back. 2 of us. Not infected. A pause. The boots shifted. Come where I can see you. Hands up. Wade set the shotgun on the floor, slowly, making sure the sound was audible, and walked toward the loading dock with his hands raised. The man on the other side ducked under the half-open door and straightened up. He was big, 6'1", heavy-set, kind of heavy that came from decades of physical work, layered over a frame that was once athletic. Bald on top, thick gray mustache, skin the color of a sunburn that never fully faded. He wore a Carhartt jacket so worn, the elbows had been patched twice, and he held the Mossberg with the comfortable familiarity of a man who'd been carrying guns since before Wade was born. Dale Kowalski, the man said. He looked Wade over, then looked at Tia, who had emerged from behind the horse feed. You bit? No. Her? No. Dale studied them for a long moment. Then he lowered the Mossberg, not all the way, but enough. I've been here since yesterday morning. Reinforced the front door, boarded the windows. There's a generator out back with a full tank. Figured this was as good a place as any to wait it out. We're not waiting it out, Wade said. I'm heading south. Jacksonville, Florida. Dale looked at him the way people looked at you when you said something so absurd it didn't warrant a response. Then he turned and started rolling the loading dock door and the rest of the way down. Well, he said, you can head south in the morning. Right now, help me move these feed bags against the front door. The glass is broken now, thanks to you. They spent 6 days at the Tractor Supply. It was, Wade would realize later, the last time anything resembled normal. Not normal as in before. That was gone, and everyone knew it, even if no one said it. Normal as in manageable, predictable. A routine they could pretend was sustainable. Dale had the place organized within hours. Barricades on every entry point. Feed bags, shelving units, a tractor tire he'd rolled in from the lot. The generator ran in 4-hour shifts to conserve fuel, powering the lights and a space heater in the back office where they slept. He didn't talk much. He hummed while he worked, the same low, tuneless thing that Wade eventually recognized as Folsom Prison Blues. He ate twice a day at exactly the same times, measured portions from the store's supply of beef jerky and canned goods. He slept 4 hours a night and spent the rest on watch, sitting by the front barricade with the Mossberg across his knees, staring at the parking lot through a gap in the boards. On the second day, Tommy Worth showed up. He came out of the tree line behind the store at dawn, stumbling, soaked from the rain that had started overnight and hadn't stopped. 16 years old, though he looked 14, gangly, all elbows and knees, a buzz cut growing out unevenly, wearing an oversized camo jacket that swallowed his frame. He had a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, a .308 bolt action that looked older than he was. and he was carrying a plastic grocery bag with 2 cans of SpaghettiOs and a box of Pop-Tarts. Dale nearly shot him. The click of the Mossberg safety coming off was what woke Wade, who came running to find Dale, sighting down the barrel at a teenager with his hands up, the grocery bag dangling from one wrist. "He's a kid," Wade said. "Kids can be bit," Dale said, but he lowered the gun. Tommy's story came out in fragments over the next 2 days, never all at once, never in order. His mother had died on day 1. He didn't say how, and nobody asked. He'd been at the Tractor Supply before, worked there part-time, knew where it was, knew what was in it. Had walked 9 miles from Waynesville through back roads and woods to get here. "You walked 9 miles?" Tia said. She was sitting cross-legged on a sleeping bag, cleaning her glasses with the hem of her shirt. Through all of that?" Tommy shrugged. "Stayed off the roads, mostly. Went through the woods. It's not that different from hunting, I guess. Just..." He trailed off, looked at his hands. Just watching for different things. He didn't say much after that. He didn't need to. He found a corner of the store near the hunting section and made it his. And he cleaned his rifle every evening with a meticulousness that Wade recognized as ritual. The same kind of compulsive maintenance his father had performed on his pocket knife. A thing you did because the doing of it held the chaos at bay. On the 3rd day, Wade found Nora. He'd gone next door. There was a barbecue restaurant attached to the strip, closed and dark, looking for canned goods, cooking oil, anything useful. The restaurant's kitchen was a revelation. Industrial cans of beans, tomatoes, corn, bags of rice, cooking oil by the gallon. And in the walk-in cooler, which was no longer cold but was sealed and dark, a woman sitting on an overturned bucket with a boning knife across her knees. She didn't scream when Wade opened the cooler door. She didn't flinch. She squinted against the light, adjusted her grip on the knife, and said, "If you're here to eat, kitchen's closed." Her name was Nora Galvan, and she'd been a line cook at this restaurant for 4 years. And when the outbreak hit, she'd locked the doors and retreated to the one room she knew best. She'd been living on cold beans and raw tortillas for 3 days. Her forearms were latticed with old burn scars from years of working the grill, and she held the boning knife the way a surgeon holds a scalpel. Not threatening, just competent. Wade brought her to the Tractor Supply. She walked through the store, assessed the camping stoves, the available fuel, the food he'd brought from the restaurant kitchen, and within 2 hours had a pot of rice and beans cooking that made the entire building smell like someone's home. They ate sitting on the floor of the camping aisle, scooping food from mismatched bowls. And no one spoke because the food was warm and the rain was outside, and for 10 minutes, the world was small enough to survive. The radio told them what was happening beyond their walls, in fragments, in bursts of signal between long stretches of static. The hand-crank radio Dale had found pulled in AM stations from across the southeast, and the picture they assembled was the picture of a jigsaw puzzle with most of its pieces missing, and the remaining ones showing different parts of the same fire. Nashville had fallen. Atlanta was burning. Charlotte was under military quarantine that was already failing. The governor of Tennessee had declared martial law from an undisclosed location. The president had addressed the nation from somewhere that wasn't the White House, his voice thin and tinny through the static, saying words like containment and federal response and remain calm that meant nothing, that were sounds shaped like governance, coming from a system that had already ceased to function. On day 4, they picked up a broadcast that changed everything, calling all survivors in the southeast. If you can hear this, head for St. Augustine, Florida. The Castillo de San Marcos of the old Spanish fort is being fortified as a permanent settlement. Walls are holding fresh water, medical care, military protection. We're calling it the Presidio. Repeat, St. Augustine, Florida, the old fort. We are accepting survivors. If you're out there, come south. The walls are holding... The broadcast repeated on a loop. The voice was calm, organized, real. Wade listened to it 7 times, memorizing the words, hearing in them the shape of his daughter's survival. If Danielle had heard this, and Danielle was resourceful, Danielle would have found a radio, Danielle would have been listening. She would go there. Jacksonville to St. Augustine was 40 miles. She could have made it. She could have. There were other broadcasts, too, not all of them hopeful. On day 3, a ham radio operator in Savannah, his signal fading in and out. Not like the others. These ones don't shamble. They hunt. I watched one chase down a moving car. They're lean, white, fast as dogs. Don't know if they're a different strain or what happens when the regular ones starve, but if you see one, run. God help you, run. The signal cut out. It never came back. Wade filed it away. Another piece of the puzzle. Another shape of the nightmare taking form. And tried not to think about what it meant for a man on foot, walking 600 miles south. On day 4, they finally got clear information about the infection itself. A military channel. Dale's radio picking it up between bursts of static. CDC advisory for surviving personnel. Transmission is primarily through bite or deep scratch. Saliva and blood are the primary vectors. Intact skin appears to provide adequate barrier. Surface contact with infected blood should be washed immediately, but does not guarantee transmission. Incubation period ranges from 15 minutes to 2 hours, depending on wound location and severity. Bites to the head and neck result in fastest onset. Tourniquets applied within 4 minutes of extremity. Bites show approximately 40% survival rate if amputation follows within 1 hour. Repeat, bite or deep scratch transmits. Wash all contact immediately. Tourniquet and amputate within the hour for extremity wounds. The broadcast looped. Dale made everyone listen to it 3 times. 40%, Tia said afterward. Her voice was small. That's not good odds. 40% is better than 0, Dale said. You get bit on the arm, you got 4 minutes to tie it off and an hour to cut it off. After that, he shrugged. After that, it don't matter. From that point on, they carried tourniquets. They washed their hands obsessively after any encounter. They covered cuts with duct tape and bandages before going outside. It was paranoia, but it was also protocol. And protocol was all they had. He tried his phone. The cell networks had died on day 4, but he tried anyway, holding the dead rectangle to his ear and listening to nothing. Then he set it down, plugged it into the generator's outlet to keep it charged because maybe the networks would come back, and went to find Dale. I'm leaving tomorrow, he said. Dale was working on the generator, checking the oil, his hands black with grease. He didn't look up. Figured, the broadcast, if my ex-wife heard it, she'd take Lily there. St. Augustine, it's the only lead I've got. Broadcast could be bait, Dale said. Could be anyone. Could be like the ones hit that subdivision on 66 yesterday. She heard the shots. Could be real. Could be. Dale wiped his hands on a rag. How far? 640 miles, give or take. Dale looked at him then. Not with pity, not with judgment. With the particular assessment of a man who'd been building things for 40 years and could tell you just by looking whether a structure would stand. Your car's got 1/8 of a tank. The roads are blocked for 50 miles in every direction. The bridges through the Smokies are blown. I heard that on the military channel this morning. You're talking about walking most of it. I know. Through infected territory in November, with no real supplies, no training, and a bum knee. I know. Dale was quiet for a long time. The generator hummed. Rain hit the roof in waves. My son died 4 years ago, he said. It was the most personal thing he'd said since they'd met. Overdose. Fentanyl. I found him in his apartment. He put the rag down. If I'd had somewhere to walk to, if I'd had any direction at all, I'd have walked to the moon. He stood up. His knees cracked. I'll go with you. Wade started to speak. Don't, Dale said. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because sitting here waiting to die of something I was already dying of is the most pointless goddamn thing I've ever done. And I've done a lot of pointless things. Wade didn't ask what he was dying of. Dale didn't offer. They shook hands. Dale's grip was enormous, calloused, the hand of a man who'd spent his life making things work. And that was that. On the morning of day 5, the horde came. Tia heard it first. She'd been on watch, a duty she took with the anxious seriousness of someone trying to earn her place, sitting on a stack of feed bags by the front barricade, peering through the gap in the boards. She came running to the back office where Wade was packing supplies, and the look on her face was enough. There's a lot of them, like a lot of them. Coming from the north, down 66, Wade went to look. Through the gap, Highway 66 stretched north toward Knoxville, and coming down it, filling the road shoulder to shoulder, was a herd of infected that defied his ability to estimate. Hundreds. The front ranks were already past the Burger King 200 yards up the road. They moved at their default shuffle, 2-3 miles an hour. But the mass of them created its own momentum, a tide of bodies that flowed around obstacles and over curbs, and through the parking lots of fast food restaurants and gas stations, with the mindless, irresistible force of water finding its level. The sound reached them a few seconds later. Not moaning, Wade had learned that the movie version of zombie sounds was wrong, or at least incomplete. The sound of a herd was footsteps, hundreds of feet shuffling on asphalt, a low, continuous hiss like static, punctuated by the thump of bodies bumping cars, poles, each other. And underneath it, the clicking, that wet, rhythmic, tongue-on-palate sound that individual infected made, multiplied by hundreds into a chorus that sounded almost like rain. "We need to go," Dale said. He was already moving, grabbing the Mossberg, slinging a pack over his shoulder. "Now, out the back." "There's too many supplies to carry," Wade said. "Now, son." The four of them, Wade, Tia, Dale, Tommy, went out through the loading dock, each carrying what they could. Wade had the duffel bag and the shotgun. Dale had his pack and the Mossberg. Tia had a backpack loaded with medical supplies and food. Tommy had his rifle and a garbage bag full of cans and ammunition that clanked with every step. They found Nora in the restaurant kitchen. She'd gone back for cooking supplies. A cast-iron skillet, her boning knife, a bag of spices she'd assembled from the restaurant's stores. "Nora, we have to go, right now." She looked at the spice bag, at Wade, at the spice bag again. Then, she tied it to her belt and followed. They went east into the tree line behind the store, moving uphill into the wooded ridge that separated Highway 66 from the residential streets beyond. The rain was steady, the ground slick with fallen leaves, and Wade's knee protested every incline with a grinding sensation that made him set his jaw and keep going. Behind them, the herd reached the tractor supply. They could hear the front barricade collapse, the feed bags and shelving units that Dale had so carefully arranged, crushed under the weight of hundreds of bodies pressing forward without thought or strategy, just mass. They climbed the ridge and stopped at the crest, breathing hard. From here, looking back, they could see the parking lot below, and the herd filling it like dark water filling a basin. The tractor supply's front wall buckled. Bodies poured in. The generator still running drew them deeper. The hum of it a beacon in the frequency they couldn't resist. "That's everything we built," Tia said. Her voice was very small. "We'll build again," Dale said. He adjusted his pack straps and started walking south. After a moment, the others followed. They walked for 3 days before reaching the mountains. By the third day, they stank. There was no other word for it. The particular reek of human bodies that had been walking, sweating, bleeding, and not bathing for 72 hours. Wade could smell himself, a sour tang of old sweat and fear adrenaline that clung to his clothes and his skin and his hair. His feet were the worst. The blisters on both heels had broken on day 1, had wept fluid on day 2, and were now raw patches of exposed dermis that stuck to his socks with a mixture of blood and pus. Every step peeled them open again. He'd stopped looking at them because looking made the pain worse. Tia had developed a rash under her bra line, the chafing of wet fabric against skin, compounded by days of walking in damp clothes. She walked with her arms slightly away from her body, trying to minimize contact, her face a mask of quiet misery. Nora's lips were cracked and bleeding. She licked them constantly, which made it worse. Dale's hands were raw, the skin splitting at the knuckles from the cold and the constant work of setting up camp, breaking down camp, carrying supplies. Nobody mentioned the diarrhea. They'd all had it at one point or another, from the water they'd filtered imperfectly, from the stress, from the radical change in diet. They found places away from camp, used leaves or scraps of fabric, buried what they could. The smell followed them anyway. The Blue Ridge rose to the south and east, a wall of ancient stone and forest that had been there for 480 million years and would be there for 480 million more, indifferent to the human catastrophe playing out at its feet. The Appalachian chain was the spine of the East Coast, and to get from East Tennessee to western North Carolina, you had to cross it. Before the outbreak, this meant I-40 through the Smoky Mountains, a feat of modern engineering, bridges, and tunnels carved through rock, 2 lanes in each direction, sweeping through some of the most beautiful terrain on the continent. 25 minutes from Sevierville to the North Carolina border. Wade had driven it dozens of times. I-40 was gone. They saw it from a ridge above Cosby, the Pigeon River Bridge, or what was left of it. The span had been demolished, dropped into the gorge below, a deliberate destruction that left raw concrete and twisted rebar hanging over nothing. Beyond it, looking through Dale's binoculars, Tractor Supply $49.99, the price tag still stuck to the barrel. They could see the same story repeated. Bridges dropped, tunnel entrances collapsed with what looked like military demolition charges. The entire I-40 corridor through the Smokies had been severed, a last-ditch attempt to slow the infections spread west from North Carolina or east from Tennessee, or both. Newfound Gap Road, Tommy said. They were sitting on the ridge, sharing a can of cold beans that Nora had seasoned with cumin and garlic powder from her spice bag, making cold beans taste like something a person might choose to eat. Goes up and over the Smokies, Gatlinburg to Cherokee. Ain't no bridges to blow. Whole thing's carved into the mountain. If it ain't blocked, we could walk it. It's 33 miles, Tia said. She had a road atlas open on her knees, the kind you buy at gas stations, the kind nobody used anymore because GPS existed. Except GPS didn't exist anymore, and paper was king again. And it goes up to 5,000 feet in November. Do we have another option? Wade looked at Dale. Dale chewed his beans, hummed a bar of something. The road will be full of cars, he said. People tried to evacuate through the park. They'll be infected. A lot of them if the traffic was backed up. We go at night, Tommy said. In the rain, if we can. They can't hear so good in the rain. Wade looked at the boy. 16, acne. An oversized dead man's jacket. Speaking about moving through a zombie-infested mountain pass at night in November, with the casual pragmatism of someone discussing a deer hunt. Something in Wade's chest shifted. The teacher's instinct, the one that recognized when a student was performing competence they shouldn't have to possess. We go at night, Wade agreed. Rest today, move at dusk. They found an empty cabin on the ridge, a vacation rental, the kind that dotted the Smokies. All log walls and hot tub decks with mountain views. The door was locked. Dale broke a back window with a rock, climbed through, and opened the front door from inside. The cabin was clean, stocked with firewood, the kitchen pantry full of the vacation food that tourists brought and didn't finish. Pasta, canned sauce, a box of brownie mix, a 6-pack of Coors Light that Dale looked at for a long time before putting one in his coat pocket and leaving the rest. They didn't risk a fire. Smoke could draw attention, human or otherwise. But Nora used the cabin's propane stove, the tank was half full, to cook a real meal. Pasta with canned sauce, warmed on low heat, served on actual plates from actual cabinets. They ate at the dining table, 5 people in a dead stranger's cabin, looking out floor-to-ceiling windows at the Smoky Mountains turning gold and red and rust under a sky that was trying to rain again. It's beautiful, Tia said. Then she looked embarrassed, as if she'd said something inappropriate, as if noticing beauty was a betrayal of what was happening. It's always been beautiful, Pat would tell them later, weeks from now in a different place. The mountains don't care about us. That's the comfort of them. But Pat wasn't with them yet. For now, it was 5 people, pasta on plates, and the mountains doing what they'd always done. Wade went to the master bedroom and closed the door. He sat on the edge of the king-size bed that smelled like lavender fabric softener and pulled out his phone. Dead network. He opened his photos and scrolled to Lily. There she was, gap-toothed, braids, holding Stomper up to the camera, so the stuffed elephant could be in the picture too. The photo was from their last weekend together, 3 weeks ago, which was also 3 centuries ago. They'd gone to the aquarium in Gatlinburg. Lily had pressed her face against the glass of the shark tank and said, "Daddy." The sharks looked bored. He'd laughed. He'd taken the photo. He'd driven her back to Danielle's hotel. They'd met halfway, in Cookville, the way they always did for custody exchanges, and hugged her goodbye and said, "See you in 2 weeks, Bug." 2 weeks, 14 days. Now, 14 days was the distance between the living and the dead, and the 2 weeks had stretched into a gap he might never close. He put the phone down. He picked up Ray's glasses from his pocket and held them. The cracked lens caught the fading light from the window and split it into fragments. He put them back. He didn't cry. He didn't know if that was strength or numbness or if there was a difference anymore. In the living room, Tommy was cleaning his rifle. The sound of it, the slide of the bolt, the click of the action, was steady and rhythmic and oddly comforting, the way a clock ticking was comforting. Evidence that mechanisms still functioned, that cause still led to effect, that the world still operated on principles you could understand, even if you couldn't control them. Wade lay back on the bed. The mattress was impossibly soft. He was asleep in 90 seconds. He dreamed of Ray. In the dream, Ray was standing at his whiteboard in the chemistry lab, writing an equation Wade didn't understand. Ray turned around. His face was fine. No blood, no milky eyes, just Ray, glasses and coffee-stained lab coat, and the slight smile he wore when he was about to say something he thought was clever. "The thing about reactions," Ray said, "is that they can't be undone. Only the products change." Then, the classroom door opened, and something came through it, and Wade woke up with his heart hammering, and the cabin dark around him, and the sound of rain on the roof like 10,000 fingers drumming. They left at dusk. The approach to Newfound Gap Road took them through the outskirts of Gatlinburg, and Gatlinburg was a nightmare. The tourist town, all fudge shops and pancake houses and attractions with names like Ripley's Believe It or Not, had been packed when the outbreak hit. The streets were clogged with vehicles, many still containing their occupants, some living, most not. The infected wandered the main strip in numbers that made Wade's throat constrict. Dozens visible on every block, silhouetted against the storefront lights that still burned in places where the power hadn't failed, giving the town a surreal, carnival quality. The dead shuffling past neon signs, advertising all-you-can-eat buffets and go-kart tracks. They skirted the town, moving through residential streets on the eastern edge, Tommy leading because he'd grown up in these mountains and knew the terrain the way Wade knew the hallways of Bearden High. The rain was their ally, steady, cold, loud enough to dampen sound in both directions. Wade's knee throbbed with every step. His boots, borrowed from the tractor supply, hadn't been broken in, and he could feel the blisters forming on both heels, the hot spots that would become raw within hours. They reached the park entrance at full dark. The stone gateway, Great Smoky Mountains National Park, carved in granite, was unguarded, the ranger station dark, the gate arm raised. Beyond it, Newfound Gap Road climbed into black mountains under a blacker sky, and the only light was the faint reflected glow of clouds, backlit by fires burning somewhere in the valley behind them. "Single file," Wade said. "Tommy on point. Dale, rear. No lights unless absolutely necessary. If we hit a group, we go around. We don't engage." "And if we can't go around?" Nora asked. She had the boning knife in her hand, the blade catching no light at all. "Then we're quiet about it." They walked. The road was worse than Dale had predicted. Vehicles were everywhere, not gridlocked like in the cities, but scattered, angled, some on the shoulder and some in the middle of the road, and some driven off the edge into the steep ravine below. Wade passed a minivan with Tennessee plates, a baby on board, sticker in the rear window. He didn't look inside. He couldn't afford to look inside. But the sticker cracked something open in his chest, and the memory flooded through before he could stop it. Lily's birth, 2:47 a.m. Danielle had been in labor for 19 hours, and Wade had been useless for all of them, holding her hand, feeding her ice chips, saying things that were meant to be comforting and came out as noise. When the doctor finally put Lily in his arms, he'd looked down at this red, screaming, impossible thing that was somehow his daughter, and he'd felt something he'd never felt before. The absolute certainty that he would die for her. Not as a metaphor, as a fact. If a car had been coming toward them in that moment, he would have stepped in front of it without thinking. The realization terrified him. He'd never had anything worth dying for before. "She's got your nose," Danielle had said, exhausted, smiling. And Wade had laughed because Lily's nose was a tiny button of cartilage that looked like everyone's nose and no one's, and he'd thought, this is what people mean when they talk about their hearts being outside their bodies. He was holding his heart in his arms, and it was screaming, and it was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. 7 years later, walking through a mountain road covered in death, Wade couldn't remember the last time he'd told Lily he loved her. He was sure he must have, but the words wouldn't come. What he remembered was the screaming and the button nose, and the absolute bone-deep knowledge that he would walk through anything to reach her. Tia looked inside the minivan. He heard her sharp intake of breath, and then she kept walking, her glasses fogging in the cold rain, one hand trailing along the guardrail for guidance. The infected on the road were sparse at first. The altitude and cold had thinned them. They encountered singles, mostly immobile in the cold and wet, slumped against vehicles or sitting in the road like discarded mannequins. These ones didn't react to the group's passage, too cold or too degraded to respond to stimuli that week. The group stepped around them, giving wide berths, the intimacy of passing within feet of something that wanted to eat you, an experience Wade didn't think he'd ever normalize, no matter how many times he did it. At the 4-mile mark, the road entered a series of switchbacks, climbing steeply. The temperature dropped. Wade's breath came in clouds. Tia, in a jacket too thin for the altitude, was shivering visibly, her teeth chattering in a rhythm that she tried to muffle by clenching her jaw. Dale, without a word, took off his Carhartt and draped it over her shoulders. She looked up at him, and in the dark, Wade couldn't see her expression, but he saw her pull the jacket tight and nod. Dale walked on in his flannel shirt, arms bare from the elbows down, and didn't shiver. Maybe he was too stubborn to feel cold. Maybe he was generating enough internal heat through sheer Kowalski determination. Wade suspected the former, but chose to believe the latter. At the 7-mile mark, they found the first real blockage. A tractor-trailer had jackknifed across both lanes, its cab hanging over the ravine, its trailer wedged against the mountain wall. Vehicles were piled behind it in both directions. People who'd stopped, tried to go around, failed, and been caught. The rain had turned the shoulder to mud, and the mud was mixed with something darker, and the smell hit them from 50 feet away. The copper and rot of death in its first week, not yet the bloated stench of advanced decay, but the sharp, fresh wrongness of newly dead flesh exposed to air and moisture. "Through or around?" Wade whispered. Tommy had his rifle up, scanning through the scope. "There's a gap between the trailer and the rock wall. Maybe 3 feet. It's tight." "What's on the other side?" "Can't see." Dale pushed forward. "I'll go first." "No," Wade said. Then he stood there in the rain, trying to decide. Through the gap, which was an unknown, or back down the mountain, which meant losing hours and finding another route that might not exist, or wait, which meant standing on a dark mountain road in freezing rain surrounded by the dead. "Wade." Dale's voice was low, patient, the voice of a man who'd spent a lifetime waiting for younger men to make up their minds. "The gap." Wade nodded. They went through the gap. It was tighter than 3 feet. Wade turned sideways and shuffled between the cold metal of the trailer and the wet rock of the mountain, his pack scraping both surfaces, the sound of it loud in the enclosed space. He could feel the trailer shifting slightly, settling on the unstable ground, and the thought of it coming down on him, trapped, crushed, dying slowly in the dark, while the infected outside clawed at the metal, almost paralyzed him. He stopped. His breath came fast and shallow. His hands pressed flat against the rock, feeling the grit of it, the cold, the geological permanence of something that didn't care if he lived or died. Keep moving. Tommy's voice behind him, calm. Wade moved. He emerged on the far side into a stretch of empty road. The wreck had blocked everything behind it, and ahead, the road was clear for as far as he could see in the dark, which was about 40 feet. The others came through one at a time. Tommy, Nora, Tia. A gasp as her glasses snagged on something and she caught them. Dale last, his bulk barely fitting. A grunt of effort as he sucked in his gut and scraped through. They kept climbing. Newfound Gap, elevation 5,046 feet, was the highest point on the road, the saddle between two peaks where Tennessee became North Carolina. They reached it at 3:47 a.m., according to Dale's wristwatch, which was the only timepiece in the group that didn't require a battery. The rain had turned to sleet at 4,500 feet, and then to a wet, clinging snow that coated everything in a thin layer of white and made the road treacherous. Wade fell twice. The second time, his knee buckled completely, and he went down hard on both hands, the impact sending a shock up his arms that he felt in his teeth. Tia helped him up. Her hands were small and strong and very cold. Your knee. It's fine. It's not fine. You're limping worse than an hour ago. Let me look at it when we stop. When we stop. The gap itself was a parking area, a viewpoint where tourists used to pull over and photograph the valley spread out below, the layers of mountain ridges fading into blue distance. Tonight, there was no view, just darkness and snow and the wind that howled through the gap like something grieving. The parking area held a dozen vehicles, all empty, doors open, the snow beginning to fill their interiors. The restroom building was intact, its door banging in the wind, a rhythmic thudding that mimicked something alive. We rest here, Wade said. 2 hours. Then we pushed down the North Carolina side. They barricaded themselves in the restroom building, concrete block, windowless, a single door that Dale jammed shut with a toilet tank lid and his own weight. It stank of chemical cleaners and stale urine, and the floor was wet, and the coal was a living thing that pressed against every exposed surface of skin. But it was shelter. It was walls. Nora opened a can of beans and passed it around. Cold, but she dusted them with something from her spice bag. Chili powder, Wade thought. That made them taste like a meal instead of survival. They ate in silence, passing the can, each taking 2 spoonfuls before handing it on. Tommy fell asleep first, sitting upright in the corner, with his rifle across his chest, his chin dropping to his sternum, and his breathing evening out with the abruptness of youth. Tia followed, curled on the floor with Dale's Carhartt jacket pulled over her like a blanket, her glasses folded and clutched in one hand. Dale sat by the door. Wade sat across from him. You said you were dying, Wade said. It wasn't a question. Dale was quiet for a long time. The wind outside filled the silence. Prostate cancer. Diagnosed 2 weeks before all this. He gestured vaguely at the world. Was supposed to start treatment. Radiation, pills, the whole dance. He looked at his hands. They were steady. I'm 61. My wife's been gone for 9 years. My son for 4. I was an HVAC man for 37 years. I fixed heating and cooling in other people's houses. That's the whole story of Dale Kowalski. He paused. If I'm going to die, I'd rather do it walking somewhere than sitting in a Tractor Supply waiting for the lights to go out. Wade didn't say he was sorry. Dale wasn't looking for sorry. He was looking for witness, someone to hear the facts and accept them without trying to fix them. I'll make sure it counts, Wade said. He wasn't sure what he meant by it. Dale seemed to, though, because he nodded once and settled back against the door and closed his eyes. Wade pulled out his phone. No signal, no power. He'd stopped charging it days ago. The screen was dark. He held it anyway, thumb resting on the smooth glass, and thought about Lily until the thoughts stopped being thoughts and became the ragged, fragile architecture of sleep. The North Carolina descent was faster, steeper, and worse. The snow stopped at 4,000 feet, replaced by the rain that had never really left. And the road down from Newfound Gap was a river of runoff, channeled between rock walls, flowing over and around the abandoned vehicles that dotted the switchbacks like boulders in a stream. Wade's boots filled with water within the first mile. His socks squelched with every step, and the blisters on his heels broke and bled, mixing with the rainwater in a warm slick that made each footfall a small study in pain. They moved faster on the descent. Gravity helped, and the infected were scarcer on the North Carolina side, the cold and altitude having immobilized most of them. They found one on the road at mile marker 16, frozen in mid-step, its left foot forward and its right foot raised, arms out for balance, like a grotesque statue of someone caught in the act of walking. Ice crystals had formed on its skin, in its hair, in the open wound on its chest. Its eyes were open, filmed over with frost. It didn't move as they passed. "Will it come back?" Tia whispered. "When it warms up?" "Yes," Dale said. They hurried past. By noon, they'd reached Cherokee, the small town on the Oconaluftee River that sat at the base of the mountains. It had fared better than Gatlinburg, smaller, less tourist-packed, with a population that was largely Eastern Band Cherokee and accustomed to the mountains in ways that tourists weren't. There were signs of organized defense, barricades at the main intersections, painted arrows directing people to a rally point at the high school, boarded windows with the boards nailed from the inside, indicating survivors rather than abandonment. But the streets were empty. Whatever defense had been mounted, it had either succeeded and moved on or failed. The barricades were intact but unmanned. A thin ribbon of smoke rose from somewhere in the residential area to the south, suggesting a fire or a wood stove, suggesting life. But Wade didn't go looking for it. He'd already learned the lesson that a closed door in the apocalypse was closed for a reason, and the people behind it were not looking for company. They resupplied from a gas station on the edge of town. The pumps were dead, but the convenience store was intact, and they filled their packs with water, jerky, candy bars, and a first aid kit still shrink-wrapped in plastic. Tommy found a box of .308 ammunition on a shelf behind the counter, which meant someone had been selling or trading ammunition before they left. Tia found a pair of thick wool socks and gave them to Wade without comment. He put them on over his blisters and felt a gratitude so acute it almost buckled him. They pushed south on Route 19, heading for the Blue Ridge Parkway Junction. It happened 3 miles outside Cherokee, on a curve where the road bent around a rockfall and the forest pressed close on both sides. The infected came from the tree line, 4 of them, drawn by voices or movement or some instinct beyond understanding. They emerged in that jerky, accelerating rush Wade was learning to fear. Slow at first, orienting, then building speed as target acquisition kicked in, their ruined legs churning through the underbrush with the horrible efficiency of things that didn't care about pain. Tommy's rifle came up. He dropped the first one at 30 yards, the second at 20. Clean shots, center mass, then head. Wade was already moving, the shotgun rising, when he saw the third infected break from the group and angle toward Dale's position at the rear of the line. Dale had the Mossberg. Dale always had the Mossberg. Dale, who'd never missed, who'd never hesitated, who stood watch when everyone else slept because he didn't know how not to. Dale had the Mossberg raised and his finger on the trigger, and he was not firing. The infected was 15 feet away, then 10. "Dale!" Wade's voice cracked. "Dale!" But Dale wasn't there. His body was there, 61 years old, cancer in the bones, hands steady on the gun, but his eyes were somewhere else, focused on something none of them could see. His mouth was moving. A word, repeated. A name. "Kevin!" The fourth infected hit Nora from the side. She went down hard, the boning knife flying from her grip, her skull bouncing off the asphalt with a sound that made Wade's stomach lurch. Tommy pivoted, fired, and the thing on top of Nora jerked and fell still. Wade reached Dale as the third infected closed the final 5 feet. He shoved Dale sideways, hard, violent. a collision that sent them both sprawling, and fired the shotgun from the ground. The blast catching the infected in the chest and face, the kickback driving Wade's shoulder into the gravel. The thing fell on top of him. He smelled it, the rot, the old blood, the particular sweet-sour reek of decay, before he managed to push it off and scramble free. Silence. Rain. 4 bodies on the road, none of them moving. Dale was on his hands and knees on the shoulder, breathing in ragged gasps. His face was gray. His hands, which had been steady for every horror they'd encountered, were shaking so badly the Mossberg rattled against the ground. "I saw him," Dale said. His voice was barely a whisper. "I saw Kevin. The one coming at me. For a second, his face was..." He stopped, pressed his palms into his eyes. "I couldn't shoot my son again. I already buried him once." Nobody spoke. Wade stood there, shotgun hanging, rain dripping from his hair, and understood something he hadn't before. Dale Kowalski wasn't a pillar. He was a man held together by routine and purpose. And the routine was to keep moving, and the purpose was to not think about the fentanyl and the apartment and the son who'd overdosed while Dale was 30 miles away fixing someone's air conditioner. Take away the motion, give him a second to look, really look, at what was in front of him, and he could shatter. Anyone could shatter. The apocalypse hadn't changed that. It had just given them more things to shatter against. Nora sat up slowly, touching the back of her head. Her fingers came away red. "Is everyone?" She saw Dale. Stopped. "What happened?" "Nothing," Dale said. He picked up the Mossberg, stood. His hands were still trembling, but his voice was flat, controlled. The voice of a man walling something back up inside himself. "Nothing happened." I hesitated. "It won't happen again." He started walking south. After a moment, the others followed. But Wade noticed that Tommy moved closer to Dale's position from then on. Not obviously, not insultingly, just a shift in the formation that put another rifle within reach if Dale's hands forgot how to work again. And Dale noticed too, and said nothing, because he knew he'd earned it. The Blue Ridge Parkway was supposed to be their highway south, 469 miles of scenic road running along the spine of the Blue Ridge Mountains, from Virginia to North Carolina, connecting to routes that would take them into South Carolina and beyond. Tommy had suggested it. High altitude, low population, mostly 2 lanes with limited access points. Easier to see what was coming, harder for large groups, human or otherwise, to converge. It worked for the first 30 miles. The parkway was eerily beautiful in November. The trees stripped bare, the ridgelines sharp against gray skies, the overlooks offering views of valleys that looked untouched, as if the world below were simply sleeping. They walked the center line of the empty road, 5 abreast, and for stretches of an hour or more, they saw nothing living or dead. Just road, just mountains, just the sound of their own footsteps and the wind and the bare branches. But Asheville was ahead, and Asheville was a problem. They heard it before they saw it. A low ambient sound that grew as they approached from the north. A composite noise made of car alarms that had been blaring for days and were winding down as their batteries died, of structural groans from damaged buildings, of wind through broken glass, and underneath all of it, the shuffling hiss of the infected. Not a herd, but a city's worth of them, scattered through streets and buildings and parking garages, a population of the dead going about the parody of their daily routines. From an overlook on the parkway, 4 miles north of the city, they could see Asheville spread below them in the river valley. Smoke rose from a dozen points. The downtown high-rises stood intact but dark, their glass facades reflecting a sky that offered no sun to reflect. The river, the French Broad, wound through the city, its bridges still standing, too small to warrant military demolition, or perhaps the military had simply never gotten this far. And in the streets, visible even at this distance, movement. Constant, aimless, shuffling movement. Thousands of figures following their ruined instincts through a city that had no use for them. "We go around," Tia said immediately. "Can't," Tommy said. He had the atlas open, tracing routes with a finger. Parkway runs right through Asheville. We could take 1923 south, skip downtown, but it dumps back on I-26. And we need I-26 to get through to South Carolina. Any other way? He shrugged. Adds days. Then we add days, Tia said. We don't have days. Wade's voice was quiet but firm. He'd been doing the math in his head for the last 100 miles, a running calculation of distance, speed, supplies, and the dwindling window of time between now and whenever Lily's safety at the Presidio became something other than theoretical. Every day we delay is a day something could happen to her. Something could happen to us, Tia said. And there was an edge in her voice that Wade hadn't heard before, the edge of someone who'd been deferential for days and was reaching the limit of deference. Like, we literally can't help her if we're dead. I'm just saying. She's right, Nora said. I know she's right. Wade pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. I know, but I'm going through. If anyone wants to go around, I understand. Nobody went around. They entered Asheville at night in the rain. It was Tommy's suggestion again. The boy who hunted deer had an intuitive understanding of how to move through predator territory. Night reduced the infected's already degraded vision to near uselessness. Rain covered sound. Cold slowed them. The combination of all three was as close to safe as moving through a city of the dead could be. They came down from the parkway on a residential street in North Asheville, passing through neighborhoods of craftsman bungalows and mountain cottages that had been comfortable and were now dark and silent. The infected were present but sparse here. The suburbs had lower density than downtown, and the cold rain had driven many of them into doorways, alcoves, the interiors of open buildings where they stood or sat in clusters, their clicking muffled by walls. The group moved single file, weapons ready, footsteps deliberate and soft. Wade had learned to walk like this in the last week. Not the heavy heel strike of normal walking, but a careful toe-first placement, rolling the foot down, minimizing sound. Everyone had learned it. It was one of the new skills, the apocalypse curriculum, lessons written in blood and tested by teeth. They crossed the river on the Riverside Drive Bridge. Below them, the French Broad was swollen with rain, running fast and brown. On the far bank, the River Arts District, Asheville's bohemian quarter, all converted warehouses and artist studios, was dark and still. They could see shapes in the windows of the buildings, silhouettes backlit by nothing, standing in the dark, waiting for stimuli that might never come. It was on Patton Avenue, in the heart of downtown, that they saw the concert field. The street opened onto a grassy area that had been, based on the remnants of fencing and staging equipment, an outdoor music venue. A festival of some kind, caught mid-performance when the outbreak hit. The stage was still standing, instruments abandoned, a drum kit toppled on its side, a microphone stand leaning at an angle with its cable trailing across the wet grass like a dead snake. And in the field, hundreds of infected standing in the rain, swaying. Not the aimless shifting of normal infected movement. Swaying. A rhythmic side-to-side motion, gentle, almost graceful, the muscle memory of bodies that had been dancing when the pathogen took their minds. They stood in the field where they'd been standing when they turned, and some part of their ruined nervous systems remembered the motion and repeated it endlessly, a dance floor populated by the dead. One of them wore a flower crown. The daisies had browned and wilted, but the wire frame still held its shape, perched on the head of a young woman in a sundress, whose skin had gone gray and whose jaw hung at an angle that suggested the muscles had detached on one side. She swayed with the rest, her one functional arm moving in a gentle wave, conducting music only her dying neurons could hear. Another held a beer cup, a red Solo cup, crushed slightly, still gripped in fingers that had locked around it in the last voluntary moment of a human life. The rain filled the cup and overflowed, a tiny waterfall cascading over dead knuckles. "Oh, God," Tia breathed. "Don't stop," Wade said. "Don't stop moving." They had to cross the field. The street they needed, the one that would take them to I-240 and then to I-26 South, was on the other side. Going around meant blocks of additional exposure. More time in the open, more chances. They walked through the swaying dead, single file, silent. The rain hammered down, so loud now it was almost a roar. And Wade was grateful for it, because it covered the sound of his heart, which was beating so hard he could feel it in his throat, his wrists, the backs of his knees. The infected swayed around them. The closest ones were 3 feet away, close enough to touch, close enough that Wade could see the individual rain droplets on their gray skin, could see the fine tremor of muscles firing without purpose, could smell them. Wet decay, and something sweet, almost floral, like rotting fruit. Tia was behind him. He could hear her breathing. Rapid, shallow, controlled. The breathing of someone using every ounce of training and willpower to not scream. Her hand brushed his back, not grabbing, just maintaining contact. A physical tether to the living in a field of the dead. They were 3/4 of the way through when Tia's glasses fogged completely. She reached up to wipe them. A reflexive motion, automatic. The motion of a person who'd been adjusting taped-up glasses 1,000 times a day for months. And her elbow bumped the shoulder of a swaying, infected man in a flannel shirt. The man stopped swaying. His head turned. The milky eyes didn't focus. They couldn't. But something oriented. Some predator instinct buried in the brainstem. And his mouth opened and the clicking started. Louder than the rain. Louder than Wade's heart. Louder than anything. The infected around him began to orient. One by one, the swaying stopped, replaced by a stillness that was worse. The stillness of things becoming aware. Heads turned. Bodies shifted from their rhythmic dance to a new posture. Forward leaning. Searching. Run, Wade said. They ran. The field erupted. Hundreds of infected, stimulated by the sound and movement of running prey, lurched into motion simultaneously. The gentle swaying became a surge, bodies stumbling forward, arms reaching, the clicking becoming a roar of clicks, a wall of wet, organic sound that chased them across the grass and the mud and the trampled festival fencing. Tommy was fastest. He reached the far side of the field in seconds, vaulting a barrier and hitting the pavement running. Nora was next, the boning knife in her hand, not looking back. Dale ran with the heavy, determined stride of a man who'd been told his body was failing and had decided to ignore it. The Mossberg bouncing against his back. Wade grabbed Tia's arm and pulled. Her foot caught on a tent stake buried in the mud, and she went down, hard, face first, the glasses flying from her face. He hauled her up. She was covered in mud, blind without the glasses, grabbing at his coat with both hands. My glasses! Leave them! He half carried her across the remaining 30 feet, the infected closing behind them, the nearest one 5 feet back, 4, 3, and then they were on the pavement, and Tommy was there, the rifle up, and the shot split the night, and the closest infected's head snapped back, and it crumpled, and they ran. They ran for 6 blocks. They ran until the sounds behind them faded into the general ambient noise of a dead city. They ran until Wade's knee gave out entirely, and he collapsed against the side of a parked car, sliding down the wet metal to sit on the curb, gasping, his lungs burning, his leg a column of hot pain from hip to ankle. Tia sat beside him. She was shaking. Mud was drying on her face, cracking around her mouth and eyes. She was crying again in that quiet, continuous leaking, and trying to stop, and failing. I lost my glasses. We'll find you new ones. They were my only... I can't see without... I'm basically blind past 10 feet, Mr. Dunlap. Wade. What? Call me Wade. And we'll find you glasses. She wiped her face with her mud-caked sleeve, making it worse. This is the worst field trip I've ever been on. Despite everything, the field, the dead, the rain, the mud, his knee, his daughter 600 miles away, Wade almost smiled. I'll talk to the principal about the chaperone situation. Dale appeared from the darkness, breathing hard but upright. Nora behind him. Tommy materialized from a doorway Wade hadn't seen him enter, the rifle sweeping the street. All present, all alive. We keep moving, Dale said. He didn't ask if anyone was hurt. He could see they all were, in ways that wouldn't show on an X-ray. He started walking south. They followed. They found the others in the outskirts of Asheville over the next 2 days, the way you find things in the apocalypse, through accident, proximity, and the narrow intersection of desperation and luck. Owen Hurst was in a rental car office on Tunnel Road. Fitting, Wade thought later, for a man who'd managed a rental car company. He'd barricaded himself in the back office and was living on vending machine snacks and water from the bathroom tap. He came out with his hands up and a smile that was too wide for the circumstances. The smile of a man whose default setting was ingratiating and who didn't know how to turn it off, even when charm was irrelevant. "Oh, thank God," Owen said, when he saw 5 living people with weapons. "Thank God. I've been in there for I don't even know how many days. Do you have food? Real food? I've eaten 17 bags of Doritos. I never want to see a Dorito again." He was sweating despite the cold. Pale, pudgy red hair thinning under a baseball cap he kept adjusting. His hands moved constantly, touching his face, his pockets, the doorframe, the desk. But he was alive. And when Nora handed him a tortilla with cold beans, and he ate it in 4 bites and closed his eyes and said, "That is the best thing I've ever tasted," something in his voice was so genuine that Wade felt his guard lower a fraction. That was Owen's gift. The fraction. What Wade didn't see until later was everything else Owen carried. A mental inventory of every building they'd passed. Square footage, entry points, defensive potential. The locations of 3 nearby gas stations with underground tanks that might still hold fuel, and a county road map he'd memorized from the rental office that would prove more valuable than any weapon they carried. Owen's nervousness was real, but it wasn't all he was. 15 years of managing a rental car franchise in the Blue Ridge Mountains meant he knew this terrain. Every secondary road, every seasonal business, every hunting cabin that stood empty 9 months of the year. He just hadn't figured out yet that this knowledge was worth more than ammunition. Rhett Sumner they found in a tree, literally, 20 feet up an oak, on the grounds of a church in West Asheville, sitting in a branch fork with a rope coiled over his shoulder and a grin that looked certifiably insane. Below the tree, 3 infected milled in aimless circles, drawn by the sound or smell of the man above them, but unable to solve the problem of vertical distance. "Hey, yo!" Rhett called down when he saw the group approaching. "Little help, dude. I've been up here since yesterday. My butt is like completely numb." Dale shot the 3 infected with the Mossberg. 3 rounds, 3 headshots, the efficiency of a man who valued ammunition the way he valued words, sparingly. Rhett descended the tree with the practiced ease of someone who climbed for a living, dropped the last 6 feet, landed in a crouch, and stood up smiling. Rhett Sumner, arborist. "I climb trees for money, which is apparently the only useful job skill left in America. So that's sick." He shook everyone's hands, even Tia's, who flinched slightly at the contact and then didn't, and then did again when he held on a beat too long. "Where are you guys headed? Because I am extremely open to suggestions. My previous plan was sit in tree, hope for best. And I think we can all agree that plan was pretty sketch." He talked like that, relentlessly upbeat, filling silence the way Nora filled stomachs, as if the act of producing optimistic words was itself a survival mechanism. It was annoying. It was also, Wade would realize over time, necessary. Someone had to believe things would be okay, even if the belief was performed rather than felt. Becca Tyne and Miguel Estrada they found together in the basement of a veterinary clinic in South Asheville. Becca had worked there before the outbreak. When things fell apart, she'd gone to the place she knew best, the place with medical supplies, surgical instruments, and heavy doors. Miguel had come to her, literally. He'd been in the rehab clinic 2 blocks away when it was overrun, had fled with a scratch on his arm that bled but healed, and had found the vet clinic's basement door open. They'd been surviving together for 8 days, using the clinic's drugstores. Animal antibiotics work on humans, Becca informed them matter-of-factly, and a small stock of canned pet food that, when heated, was not as bad as you'd think, and I've thought about it a lot. Becca was calm. That was the first thing Wade noticed, and the last thing he forgot about her. Calm in the way that surgical instruments are calm. Precise, purposeful. every motion considered. She assessed the group the way she assessed an animal on her table, quickly, clinically, without sentiment. She looked at Wade's knee, Tia's mud-caked face, Tommy's too thin frame, Dale's careful breathing, Owen's nervous hands, Rhett's manic smile, Nora's knife. "You need a medic," she said, not a question. "We need a lot of things," Wade said. "I'm offering one of them." She held up a suture kit. "Who's first?" Wade's blisters. Then Tommy's shoulder, where he'd wrenched something climbing over a car. Then Dale's hands, which were cracked and bleeding from the cold and the work. She treated each one with the same focused attention. Her movements quick and sure. Her commentary limited to instructions. "Hold still. This will sting. Don't move your hand for an hour." When she sutured a gash on Rhett's forearm that he'd been ignoring, she talked to him about a TV show, something about cooking competitions, in a steady conversational tone that distracted him from the needle so effectively that he didn't flinch once. Miguel was quiet. He sat in the corner of the vet clinic's basement and watched the group with dark, gentle eyes. And when he spoke, it was to offer help. "Can I carry that? Do you need water? Is your leg okay?" He had a physical therapist's instinct for bodies in distress, noticing when Dale shifted his weight to favor one side, or when Tia rolled her shoulders against the tension she carried there. He was kind in a way that felt effortful, not because it was fake, but because kindness in the apocalypse required constant, active choice. And Miguel made that choice every time, without exception. He had a scratch on his left forearm, healed, scabbed over, unremarkable. Becca had cleaned it and bandaged it when he'd arrived. It hadn't infected. They didn't think about it. They should have. Pat Woodard was the last. They found her in the Asheville Public Library on Haywood Street, which she had defended with the single-minded determination of a woman who believed that books were worth dying for. The front doors were barricaded with bookshelves, the heavy floor-mounted kind, and the ground floor windows were boarded with planks ripped from the shelving. A sign was taped to the front door in precise librarian's handwriting. "Library open, living only. Knock 3 times." Wade knocked 3 times. A long silence. Then a voice from inside, clear and measured. "Are you living?" "Yes." "How many?" 10. Another silence. Then the sound of furniture being moved, and the door opened, and Pat Woodard stood in the gap. 5'7", thin, silver-streaked hair, reading glasses on a chain around her neck, a fire axe in her hands, that she held with the composed determination of someone who had never held a fire axe before 2 weeks ago and had since become proficient. "Come in quickly," she said, "and wipe your feet." The library was extraordinary. Pat had transformed it into a survival base, using the same organizational skills that had made her Sevier County's best librarian for 30 years. The reference section was the sleeping area. Mattresses dragged from a furniture store 2 blocks away, arranged in rows between the stacks. The children's section was food storage. The bright murals of Curious George and the Very Hungry Caterpillar, watching over canned goods arranged by expiration date. The periodicals room was the infirmary, stocked with first aid supplies from the library's emergency kit and supplemented by raids on nearby pharmacies. She'd been alone for 10 days. She'd defended the library twice. Once from a small group of infected that found their way in through a basement window she'd overlooked, and once from a group of living scavengers who wanted the building and everything in it. "I hit one of them with the axe," she said, serving them tea brewed on a camping stove from a stash of Earl Grey she'd found in the staff break room. Her voice was perfectly even. "In the shoulder, not fatally. They left. I boarded the basement window." "And you stayed?" Wade accepted the tea. It was hot, and the cup was ceramic, and the simple act of drinking a hot beverage from a real cup in a chair, surrounded by books, was so overwhelmingly civilized that his eyes stung. "Alone?" "This library has 140,000 volumes," Pat said. "It's the largest collection between Knoxville and Charlotte. If we lose it, we lose—" She paused, searching for the word, the way she might search for a book on a shelf. "We lose the argument for civilization. Anyone can survive. Animals survive. What makes us worth saving is this. She gestured at the shelves. Stories, knowledge, memory. We're heading south, Wade said. Jacksonville, then St. Augustine. I know St. Augustine, Pat said. The Castillo de San Marcos, Coquina Stone Fort, built by the Spanish in 1672, survived British sieges, pirate attacks, and the Civil War. The walls are made of compressed shellstone. They absorb impact instead of shattering. Cannonballs embedded themselves in the walls and stuck. She sipped her tea. If anywhere could survive this, it would be there. You know a lot about it. I know a lot about everything. That's not a boast. It's a job description. She set down her tea. I'll come with you, but I have conditions. Wade waited. We bring books, not many, a dozen, novels, poetry, a medical reference. Things we might need. Things that make life worth the trouble of living it. We can carry books. And I read to the group at night, when we stop. Whatever I can find or what we bring. It's non-negotiable. Wade looked at this thin, silver-haired woman with a fire axe and a chain of reading glasses, and a conviction that stories mattered, even as the world burned. He thought of his own classroom, the whiteboard, the students who rolled their eyes when he talked about Gettysburg with too much passion. He thought of Ray, who would have loved Pat Woodard, who would have argued with her about which books to bring and lost the argument gracefully. Deal, he said. They left Asheville the next morning, 11 people carrying everything they owned on their backs, heading south on I-26 toward a state line and a future that was entirely uncertain. Pat carried a canvas bag of books that she'd selected with the ruthless efficiency of a curator facing a fire, a complete medical reference, a field guide to edible plants of the Southeast, a collected Shakespeare, Tennyson's poems, a dog-eared copy of The Road that she'd debated including and decided to because McCarthy understood this, and a children's picture book about an elephant that she'd slipped in without telling anyone because she'd noticed the photo on Wade's phone when he thought no one was looking, the one with the little girl holding a stuffed elephant. And Pat was the kind of person who noticed things and said nothing until the saying would matter most. The rain continued. The mountains fell behind them. South Carolina waited. Requests timed out. The I-26 corridor through the mountains was a graveyard of good intentions. For 30 miles south of Asheville, the interstate told the story of evacuation in reverse, reading it like a book, from the scattered vehicles at the edges to the dense, impassable snarl at the center. People had fled south, toward Columbia, toward the coast, toward anywhere that wasn't the mountains where the bridges were blowing and the dead were rising. They'd packed their cars with everything they could carry. Wade could see it through the windows as they walked past. Suitcases, garbage bags of clothing, photo albums, laptops, a child's bicycle strapped to a roof rack, a bird cage with its door open and no bird inside. The detritus of lives interrupted mid-sentence. Stories stopped before the period. The infected on the interstate were different from the ones in Asheville. City infected had the anonymity of crowds. You couldn't see who they'd been when there were hundreds of them. Highway infected were individual, personal. A man in a business suit, his briefcase still in one hand, wandering between lanes with the mechanical persistence of someone late for a meeting that would never happen. A woman in scrubs, a nurse or a doctor, someone who'd been running toward the crisis instead of away, slumped against a guardrail, one shoe missing, her head tracking the group's movement with that slow, milky-eyed focus. That meant she was aware, but too degraded to act. A teenager in a Clemson sweatshirt, sitting in the open back of an SUV, legs dangling, the posture of someone waiting for a ride. "Don't look at them," Becca said to Tia, who was walking beside her. Becca had found Tia a pair of reading glasses in the library. The wrong prescription, but better than nothing. And Tia squinted through them with the determined focus of someone who'd accepted that the world would be blurry for the foreseeable future. "I can't not look at them," Tia said. "Then look at them differently. They're terrain now. Obstacles, that's all." That's not all, and you know it. Becca didn't answer. She adjusted the strap of the medical bag she'd assembled from the vet clinic and the library's first aid supplies and kept walking. After a moment, Tia followed, and the silence between them was the kind that would either become a wall or a bridge, depending on what happened next. They made 12 miles the first day south of Asheville, which was good. Dale said so, and Dale's approval was the group's barometer. When Dale said something was good, it was good. When Dale said nothing, it was bad. When Dale hummed Johnny Cash, it was manageable. He hummed a lot that first day. They camped that night in a rest area off I-26, the kind with concrete block restrooms and vending machines and a covered pavilion with picnic tables. The pavilion became their shelter, open-sided but roofed, offering protection from the rain that hadn't stopped in 4 days and showed no intention of stopping. Dale and Rhett rigged tarps across the open sides using rope from the tractor supply haul, creating a rough enclosure that blocked wind and sightlines. Tommy took first watch, sitting on a picnic table with his rifle across his knees, scanning the tree line with the patience of a hunter, waiting for a deer that might never come. Nora cooked. She always cooked. It was her language, the way Pat's was words and Dale's was work and Tommy's was silence. She'd found a cast-iron Dutch oven at the library, used as a doorstop, which had offended her personally, and carried it despite its weight. And now she set it over the camping stove and made a stew from canned vegetables, jerky, and a packet of onion soup mix she'd been saving like a jewel. The smell of it, warm, savory, the smell of kitchens and comfort, and a world where meals were acts of gathering rather than refueling, drew the group together around the stove the way a campfire draws people, not for the heat but for the light. When I was a girl, Nora said, stirring, my mother cooked for everyone on our street, not because she had to, because she believed food was... She paused, searching for the English word, then abandoning the search and using the Spanish one. Sagrado, sacred. You feed people. You tell them they matter. You feed them well. You tell them they're loved. My mother couldn't cook to save her life, Owen said. He was sitting at the edge of the group, close enough to be included, far enough to leave quickly, a pattern Wade had noticed, but not yet named. She burned water. I grew up on frozen dinners and cereal, but she tried, you know. Every Sunday she'd try something from a cookbook, and every Sunday it was inedible, and every Sunday we ate it and told her it was great. He laughed. God, the things we do for people. The things we do for people, Pat repeated softly, and the words landed differently in her mouth, heavier, shaped by something she wasn't saying. Wade ate his stew. It was extraordinary. Nora had somehow coaxed depth and warmth from a can of green beans and some jerky, the way a musician coaxes melody from 3 chords. He ate every bite and scraped the bowl and handed it back, and Nora filled it again without asking. You need to eat more, she said. You're losing weight you don't have. I'm fine. You're not fine. Your pants are held up by a zip tie. I can see your ribs when you change your shirt. Lily needs a father, not a scarecrow. The mention of Lily's name, here in a rest area in the rain, 600 miles from anywhere, hit Wade like a fist. He hadn't talked about Lily to the group. They knew he had a daughter, knew she was the reason they were walking south. But he hadn't said her name aloud since Sevierville. Hearing it from Nora's mouth, in Nora's accent, was like hearing it for the first time. Eat, Nora said. And he ate. That night, after the stew and after Tommy's watch was relieved by Dale, and after the rest area had settled into the particular quiet of 11 people trying to sleep in a concrete pavilion in the rain, Pat read aloud. She'd chosen Shakespeare, The Tempest. She sat cross-legged on a picnic table bench with a headlamp angled at the page, her reading glasses low on her nose, and she read Prospero's speech in a voice that was quiet but carried, the words filling the space under the tarp the way the stew's smell had filled it earlier, with warmth, with substance, with the stubborn insistence that beauty still existed and still mattered. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Rhett, lying on his sleeping bag with his arms behind his head, said, That's beautiful. What does it mean? It means everything ends, Pat said, and that the ending doesn't diminish what came before. Heavy for bedtime. Bedtime is when heavy things find us. She closed the book. Good night. Wade lay on his back on the concrete, his sleeping bag between him and the cold, Lily's drawing in his coat pocket pressed against his chest. The rain drummed on the pavilion roof. Somewhere in the dark, one of the infected made that clicking sound. Distant, directionless, a metronome counting time that had lost its meaning. He closed his eyes. He didn't dream. On the third day south of Asheville, they encountered the toll men. The roadblock was professional, not the improvised barricade of overturned cars and shopping carts that Wade had seen at the edges of towns, but a deliberate construction of Jersey barriers and heavy equipment arranged to funnel traffic into a single lane. It spanned I-26 at a point where the highway passed through a cut in the hills with steep embankments on both sides. A natural choke point, chosen by someone who understood terrain. Wade saw it from a quarter-mile out. He raised his hand and the group stopped, the signal they'd developed over the past week, a vocabulary of gestures that replaced words when words were dangerous. Fist, stop. Open palm, all clear. 2 fingers pointed at eyes. Look. Finger across throat, run. They were becoming something, this group. Not military, not organized in any formal sense, but functional, responsive, a unit. Roadblock, Tommy said, peering through his scope. Jersey barriers, 2 vehicles, pickup trucks. I see, he counted. 6 people, armed, rifles. 1 on top of the barrier, high ground. 5 on the road. Military? Dale asked. No, civilian clothes. Mix of hunting gear and workwear. They've got a sign. What does it say? Tommy adjusted the scope. Toll road. All travelers pay. No exceptions. Owen pushed forward. Let me see. He took the scope. Tommy didn't offer it. Owen just took it. A gesture that Tommy registered with a tightening of his jaw, and looked. Okay, I know the setup. This is a shakedown. Classic toll operation. They control the choke point. They charge for passage. It's a business model. I can work with a business model. You want to negotiate with them? Wade said. I want to talk to them. That's different. Negotiation implies I'm willing to give something up. Talking implies I'm figuring out what they want, so I can figure out what to offer that costs us nothing. Owen handed the scope back to Tommy without looking at him. Trust me on this. I sold rental car insurance to people who didn't need it for 15 years. I can sell anything to anyone. Wade looked at Dale. Dale's expression was unreadable. The same flat, assessing look he gave a broken HVAC unit before deciding whether to fix it or scrap it. He gave a slight shrug. Not approval. Not disapproval. The shrug of a man who decided to let someone else make the call and live with the result. We approached together, Wade said. Weapons visible but not raised. Owen talks. Everyone else watches. They approached. The man on top of the Jersey barrier was big. The first thing Wade noticed, before features, before age. Big the way manual labor makes men big. Wide shoulders, thick neck, hands that looked like they could palm a basketball or break a jaw with equal ease. He had a shaved head that shone with rain and a handlebar mustache that belonged to a different century. He held a hunting rifle, a bolt action, like Tommy's, and he watched them come with the relaxed attention of someone who'd been watching people come for days and had refined the experience into routine. That's far enough, his voice carried. Deep, with the flat vowels of southern Appalachia. You can see the sign. You know the deal. We can see the sign, Owen said. He'd stepped forward, hands visible, the nervous energy of his body language somehow transmuted into something that looked like confidence. And we appreciate the infrastructure. Seriously. This is a quality work. Jersey barriers? In this economy? I'm impressed. Let's see if we can find a win-win here. Flattery costs nothing and buys less. The big man, Cord Basham, though they didn't know his name yet, shifted the rifle. Not aiming, adjusting. Here's how it works. You want through, you pay. Half your supplies, food, ammo, medicine, we take our pick. Plus 1 vehicle if you've got one. We're on foot, Owen said. Then half your supplies. And anything else we like the look of? Owen laughed. It was a good laugh. Open, genuine, the laugh of someone sharing a joke rather than hearing one. Half our supplies, look, I get it. Supply and demand. You've got the supply of passage, we've got the demand. Econ 101. But half is steep, friend. Half means we don't make it to where we're going, and then we're dead on the road, and dead on the road helps nobody, including you. Dead people don't pay tolls twice. Cord looked at him, looked past him at the group. His eyes lingered on the weapons. Wade's shotgun, Dale's Mossberg, Tommy's hunting rifle. On the medical bag Becca carried, on Nora's knife. You've got a lot of mouths, Cord said. 11 I count. Big group for walking. Big group means big supplies. Big group means big problems if you try to take from them, Owen said, and his voice shifted. Still friendly, but with an edge now. A blade wrapped in a handshake. 11 against 6 is math even I can do, and I barely passed algebra. The men on the road behind Cord shifted. Rifles came up a few degrees, not aiming, warning. Wade's hand tightened on the shotgun. Beside him, Tommy's breath changed, shorter, controlled, the breathing of someone sighting a target. Dale hadn't moved. Dale never moved until it was time to move, and then he moved like machinery. Easy, Owen said to everyone. Easy, easy. Nobody needs to do math today, look. He turned back to Cord. We've got canned goods, we've got some ammunition, we've got things you can use. Let's talk about a number that keeps everyone alive and moving because honestly, I've been walking for 2 weeks and I would love to not die in a highway confrontation in South Carolina. Cord studied Owen for a long moment. The rain fell. The Jersey barriers gleamed. On the road behind the barricade, Wade could see more figures, not fighters, but families. Women, children, older people. The toll men weren't a gang. They were a community, using the toll to feed their people. This wasn't evil. It was pragmatic in the way the apocalypse demanded, and the old world would have prosecuted. 1/3, Cord said, and the medical supplies, all of them. The medical? No, absolutely not. We've got injured people, we've got 1/3 and the medical supplies. That's the price. Or you turn around. Owen opened his mouth to counter. Behind Wade, Tommy shifted his weight. The movement was small. A transfer from left foot to right, the rifle settling into a different angle on his shoulder. But it was enough. Something in the shift, some quality of readiness, caught the attention of one of Cord's men on the road, and that man's rifle came up all the way, and Tommy's breath caught, and the shot went off before Wade could move, before he could decide, before he could do anything but flinch at the sound of it splitting the wet air. Tommy had fired. Not at the man, at the sky, a reflexive jerk of the trigger born from surprise and fear, and 16 years of a life that hadn't prepared him for the moment when a grown man pointed a rifle at his face. The shot cracked off the rock walls of the highway, cut and echoed and kept echoing, rolling out across the hills in a diminishing wave of sound that carried for a mile, 2 miles, 3. Every infected within earshot heard it. "You stupid kid," Cord said. But he wasn't looking at Tommy. He was looking past them, north, up the highway, where the echoes were dying and something else was beginning. The shuffling hiss, the clicking, the sound of bodies drawn to stimulus, orienting, beginning to move. "Everyone behind the barricade," Cord ordered his men. Then to Wade's group, "You two, move, now." The herd came from the north, a cluster of maybe 80, drawn from the highway, and the surrounding hills by the shot. Not the massive herd that had driven them from Sevierville, but enough. More than enough in a confined space with Jersey barriers on one side and steep embankments on the other. What followed was 45 seconds of chaos that felt like 45 minutes. Wade's group and Cord's men fought side by side, the instinct to survive overriding the standoff that had preceded it. The Jersey barriers channeled the infected into the same single lane that had been designed to channel travelers, and the narrow approach became a killing ground. Tommy's rifle cracked, once, twice, 3 times, each shot finding a head, each head snapping back in a spray that the rain washed away almost instantly. Dale's Mossberg boomed. Cord's men fired from behind the barrier, a ragged volley that dropped the front rank and staggered the second. Wade fired the Remington 870 twice and hit once, the kick of it jolting his shoulder, the sound enormous in the cut. He racked the slide, fired again, missed. His hands were shaking. The infected were close now. 20 feet, 15, the front ones climbing over the fallen, their hands reaching, fingers grasping, the clicking so loud it was all he could hear. Becca grabbed Tia and pulled her behind the pickup truck. Miguel stepped in front of them, his stance wide, a crowbar in his hands. He'd picked it up somewhere in Asheville, a length of steel that he handled with the fluid comfort of someone who understood leverage and the mechanics of the human body. He swung it at the first infected to reach the barrier, connecting with the side of its skull, the impact wet and definitive. Then another. His movements were efficient, almost gentle. If violence could be gentle, Miguel found a way dispatching each one with the minimum force necessary, no wasted motion, no rage. Just physics applied with kindness, if that was a thing that existed. Nora was beside him. The boning knife flashed, short, precise strokes aimed at the base of the skull. The brainstem, the instant kill zone she'd learned from butchering cattle. She was fast, faster than anyone expected. The kitchen had trained her hands for exactly this. Speed, accuracy, the ability to hit the same spot repeatedly under pressure. She didn't make a sound. Her face was blank, concentrated, the face of someone performing a task they were very good at and didn't want to be. Owen was behind a Jersey barrier. He had a handgun, a .38 revolver he'd found in the rental car off his desk drawer, and he was firing it wildly, not aiming, just pointing in the general direction of the infected and pulling the trigger. Every shot missed. He was white as paper, his hands shaking so badly the gun rattled against the barrier each time he tried to steady it. Pat stood in the bed of one of the pickup trucks, the fire axe raised above her head. An infected climbed the barrier below her, its hands finding purchase on the concrete, pulling itself up with the mindless persistence of a thing that had forgotten it was dead. Pat swung the axe. It was not a graceful swing. It was not efficient or practiced or correct in any martial sense. It was the swing of a 55-year-old librarian channeling every ounce of terror and fury and will to live into a 3-pound steel head on a 36-inch handle, and it connected with the top of the infected skull and kept going, driving through bone and brain and into the concrete of the barrier with a crack that was both organic and geological, and the infected slumped and didn't move, and Pat wrenched the axe free and stood there, breathing hard, her reading glasses askew, blood on the chain that held them to her neck. Rhett. Where was Rhett? Wade spun, scanning. There. On top of the embankment, 20 feet up the steep slope, climbing with the effortless speed of a man who'd spent his life in trees. He had a rope. Had he brought a rope? He always had a rope, and he was tying it to a guardrail post at the top of the embankment, creating an escape route, because Rhett's instinct when things went wrong was to go up. The herd thinned. The final infected, a woman in a hospital gown, the same hospital gown or a different one, impossible to tell, stumbled into the kill zone and Tommy's rifle ended it. The echo of the shot rolled away into the hills, and this time, nothing answered. Silence. Rain. Breathing. Wade's hands wouldn't stop shaking. He set the shotgun down because he was afraid he'd fire it by accident and start the whole nightmare again. His knee was screaming. He'd pivoted on it during the fight, some unconscious movement, and now it was swelling. He could feel it tightening inside his jeans, the hot pulse of inflammation. Cord Basham climbed down from the barrier. He was breathing hard but controlled, the breathing of a man who'd done this before. He looked at the bodies, 20, 30, it was hard to count when they were piled. And then he looked at Wade's group, and his expression was the expression of a man recalculating. "You lost our supplies," he said. Not to anyone in particular, to the situation. "We lost your toll," Owen countered, still behind the barrier, the empty revolver in his hand. "That shot drew them. They came through your roadblock. If your barriers were better, if your kid hadn't fired, he's 16 and someone pointed a gun at him." Cord's jaw worked. His men stood around the bodies, some reloading, some staring, one of them sitting on the ground with his head between his knees, shoulders heaving. The families behind the second barrier were silent. "Go," Cord said. Take your people and go south. Don't come back through here. Our supplies, Owen started. I said go. They went. They pushed past the barrier and down the open highway beyond it, walking fast, not running because running attracted attention, but fast enough that the tollmen's roadblock receded behind them in the rain and the gray November light. Wade looked back once. Cord was standing on the barrier again, rifle in hand, watching them leave. His expression was unreadable at that distance. Behind him, his people were already clearing the bodies. They'd lost most of their food in the chaos. The packs that held their rations had been set down during the fight and in the scramble to leave. Only Nora's Dutch oven and spice bag and Tommy's ammunition pack had been grabbed. Becca had the medical supplies. She'd never let go of the bag. Not during the fight, not during the retreat. Dale had the Mossberg. Wade had the shotgun and 11 shells. Well, Owen said when they'd put a mile between themselves and the roadblock. That went well. Nobody laughed. Owen's smile faltered, flickered, and reset. We need food, Nora said. Today. Antes de que oscurezca. Before dark. We need a plan, Tia said. Her borrowed glasses were smudged with something she didn't want to identify. We can't just walk down the highway and hope. We need to keep moving, Wade said, and his voice came out harder than he intended. The voice of a man whose patience was eroding under the weight of every hour that wasn't spent walking toward his daughter. We can scavenge as we go. There'll be gas stations, stores, houses. We find what we can and we keep moving. And if we can't find enough, Tia pressed. Wade didn't answer. He started walking. Behind him, he heard Dale say to Tia quietly, He'll come around. Give him a minute. He doesn't have a minute. None of us do. He knows that. That's why he's walking. An hour later, Owen caught up to Wade at the front of the line. He was breathing hard. His cardio hadn't improved much despite weeks of walking. But his face had that look Wade was starting to recognize. The nervous energy transformed into something focused. There's a hunting lodge about 3 miles west of here, Owen said. Seasonal place. Rich guys from Charlotte used to book it through us. They'd rent SUVs, drive up for deer season, then drive back to their law firms. Why do we care? Because seasonal means empty since September. And because guys who drop $8,000 a weekend on hunting trips don't skimp on provisions. These places have walk-in freezers, dry goods pantries, first aid kits that would make Becca weep with joy. Owen pulled a sweat-stained map from his back pocket. Wade hadn't even known he had it. It's here. Cross-country, through that tree line, there's a fire road that goes straight to it. Wade stopped walking. The group stopped behind him. You've known about this place for an hour and you're just mentioning it now? I've known about it for 3 days. I was saving it for when we actually needed it. Owen shrugged, but there was nothing nervous in the gesture. In my business, you don't show the customer the Deluxe package until they've rejected the standard one. You had a plan. The plan failed. Now, I have a plan. Dale moved up beside Wade. How sure are you about this lodge? I've been inside it. 2019, I drove a rental SUV up there for a client who'd totaled his. The caretaker gave me coffee and complained about the owner's wine collection for 40 minutes. Owen refolded the map with practiced efficiency. It's there, and if I'm wrong, we've lost 3 miles. If I'm right, we eat tonight. Wade looked at the map, then at Owen, then at the tree line to the west. Somewhere behind them, the tollmen were probably still burning their dead. Somewhere ahead, Lily was waiting. Lead the way, he said. Owen smiled, the same too-wide smile from the rental car office. But this time, it had earned its place on his face. I thought you'd never ask. The lodge was exactly where Owen said it would be, and it had everything he'd promised. Canned food, a medical kit, propane canisters, and, inexplicably, a case of very expensive bourbon that Nora pronounced useful for sterilization and Dale pronounced useful for forgetting. They stayed 2 nights, the first real rest they'd had since leaving Asheville, and when they left, their packs were full and their bodies were something close to rested. Thank you, Wade said to Owen as they hit the road again. It was the first time he'd said it to him directly. Owen's constant motion stilled for just a moment. You're welcome. I know I'm not built for this. The fighting, the running, He gestured vaguely at the apocalypse around them. But I know things. I remember things. It's what I'm good at. Keep remembering. That, Owen said, the nervous smile returning, I can do. The rural stretch between the mountains and Columbia, South Carolina, was the loneliest part of the journey. They left I-26 at the state line, dropping south on secondary roads, Route 25, then Route 276, then a succession of county roads that wound through the Piedmont like arteries of a body that had stopped breathing. This was horse country, pasture country, a landscape of rolling fields and white-fenced paddocks and farmhouses set back from the road, behind long gravel drives lined with oaks. The farms were empty. The fields were empty. The fences stood because fences don't know their owners are dead. And the grass grew because grass doesn't care. And the beauty of the South Carolina countryside in November, the tawny fields, the red gold woodlands, the sky impossibly wide after the mountains, was so at odds with the silence that Wade felt a cognitive dissonance that bordered on vertigo. There were no herds here. The population density was too low, the infected too dispersed. They encountered singles and pairs, a farmhand in coveralls, standing in a field, motionless, facing nothing, a woman on a porch, rocking in a chair, the motion maintained by the same muscle memory that kept the Asheville dancers swaying. These scattered infected were easy to avoid, easy to navigate around, and after the constant tension of Asheville and the tollmen, the relative safety of the countryside was disorienting. Dude, it's way too quiet, Rhett said on the second day. He was walking beside Wade, his long stride matched to Wade's shorter one. His face turned to the sky in that habitual expression of openness that Wade was beginning to recognize as performance. I keep waiting for something gnarly to happen. Enjoy it while it lasts. That's the thing, though. I can't enjoy it. My brain won't let me. It's like, you know that feeling when you're climbing and you reach for a branch and it holds, and you should be relieved, but instead, you're thinking about the next branch, whether it'll hold, whether you'll fall. He rubbed his forearm, the one Becca had sutured. I can't stop thinking about the next branch. Are you sleeping? Define sleeping. Closing your eyes and losing consciousness for more than an hour. Rhett was quiet for a few steps. Not really, no. Me neither. Yeah, but you've got a reason. You've got Lily. I've got... He waved a hand at the countryside. Nothing. Nobody waiting for me. I'm just here. Walking south because you're walking south. Which is fine. It's good. I'm glad to be here. He stopped walking, patted his jacket pocket, took out a small pill bottle, shook one into his palm, dry swallowed it. The motion was practiced, automatic. The motion of someone who'd been taking pills for long enough that it had become as unconscious as breathing. Wade saw the bottle. Orange prescription bottle. The kind you get from a pharmacy. The label was facing away. What's that? He asked. Not accusatory. Curious. Vitamin, Brett said and smiled. And kept walking. Wade let it go. He shouldn't have. That night, nothing happened. They found shelter in an abandoned church. Methodist, the sign out front said, with a marquee that still read, Sunday service, 10 a.m., God has a plan. And they barricaded the doors and sat in the pews and waited for morning. No one came. No infected, no survivors. Just the dark and the rain and the creaking of old wood settling. Wade sat by a window watching the parking lot. His shift wasn't until 2 a.m., but he couldn't sleep. Behind him, Dale dozed against a pew, the Mossberg across his chest. Nora had curled up in the choir loft, where the acoustics meant she'd hear anyone coming through any door. Tommy was somewhere in the dark, cleaning his rifle. Wade could hear the soft click of the action even now, the rhythm of it like a heartbeat. Hours passed, the rain stopped, the clouds broke, revealing stars Wade hadn't seen in weeks, and he sat there watching them, thinking about nothing and everything. What was Lily doing right now? Sleeping, probably. She was a good sleeper, always had been, even as a baby. Danielle used to joke that Lily could sleep through a hurricane. Was she dreaming? Did she dream about him? Did she know he was coming? He tried to remember the last thing he'd said to her. Not, I love you. He hoped he'd said that. He must have said that, but he couldn't remember. The last thing he clearly remembered saying was, "See you in 2 weeks, Bug." And then Danielle had driven away, and he'd stood in the Cookville parking lot watching, and he'd thought about all the things he should have said and hadn't. Next time. He'd say them next time. There was always a next time. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, then stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the barking. Becca appeared beside him, moving quiet, and sat down without speaking. They stayed like that for a long time, two people staring at nothing, not needing to fill the silence with words. "I used to have a dog," Becca said finally. "A mutt named Chester. Got him from the shelter 7 years ago." She paused. "He's probably dead now. I left him at my apartment when I went to the clinic that day. There was food in his bowl, water, but that was," she did the math, "weeks ago. I'm sorry." "Yeah." She pulled her knees up to her chest. "I keep thinking about all the pets, all the animals locked in houses, waiting for people who aren't coming back. Dogs and cats and birds and fish." Her voice was flat, clinical even now. "In another month, they'll all be dead. Starvation, dehydration, predation, the pet stores, the shelters, the zoos, everything in a cage." Wade didn't have anything to say to that. They sat together until Becca's shift started, and then he went to find a pew and tried to sleep, and the nothing of the night stretched on until morning. When dawn came, gray and cold, they gathered their things and walked south. The church stayed empty behind them, the sign still promising a Sunday service that would never come, and the silence followed them down the road like something patient. That evening, Nora didn't cook. They'd found a farmhouse with a working propane stove and a pantry still stocked with canned goods: beans, corn, tomato paste, the raw materials for the kind of meal Nora had been conjuring from nothing since Sevierville. The group looked at her expectantly, the way they'd been looking at her every evening since she joined them, the way people looked at mothers and grandmothers and cooks, at women who fed others because that's what women did. Nora looked at the cans, looked at the stove, looked at the 8 faces waiting for her to perform the miracle of warmth and sustenance that had become her role, her function, her only reason for existing in this group. "No," she said. Owen blinked. "No, what?" "No, I'm not cooking tonight." She set down the can opener she'd picked up. "Someone else can do it." Silence. The kind of silence that falls when someone breaks an unspoken rule, when the machine that everyone depends on suddenly stops running. "I'll do it," Tia said quickly. I don't really know how, but I can try." "You don't have to do it," Nora said. "That's not the point." She was leaning against the counter, her arms crossed, her face set in an expression none of them had seen before. Not anger exactly, not exhaustion. Something deeper. Something that had been building since the farmhouse with the crying children, since the housecoat, since every night she'd stood over a pot and turned the group's scraps into something that tasted like someone cared. Then what's the point? Owen's voice had an edge. He was hungry. They were all hungry, and the system was supposed to work. "The point is that I'm not your mother." Nora's voice was quiet but hard. "I'm not anyone's mother anymore. I had a daughter. She died. And ever since, I've been taking care of other people's children because I don't know what else to do with my hands." She held up her hands. The burn scars caught the fading light. "These hands. 4 years on a grill, 10 years before that in my mother's kitchen in Oaxaca, and before that, holding my daughter when she was small enough to hold. That's all these hands know how to do. Feed people. Hold people." She lowered them. "But tonight, just tonight, I don't want to be the one who feeds everyone. I don't want to be the role. I want to be..." She stopped, looked at the window. "I don't know what I want to be, but I know what I don't want. Not tonight." The silence stretched. Wade understood something then about Nora Galvan that he hadn't understood before. The cooking wasn't love. It wasn't motherhood. It wasn't instinct. It was armor. It was the thing she did. So she didn't have to think about the daughter she'd lost, the life she'd lost, the self she'd buried somewhere between the desert crossing and the outbreak. As long as she was the cook, She didn't have to be the woman who'd outlived her child, and tonight the armor was too heavy to wear. "I'll cook," Dale said. His voice was gruff, matter of fact. He picked up the can opener. "My wife used to say I could burn water, but she also said I could build anything, so maybe I can build some beans and corn into something edible." He started opening cans. No fuss, no ceremony. Just a 61-year-old man with cancer and calloused hands, doing what needed to be done because someone had to do it. Nora watched him for a moment. Then she walked outside and sat on the porch steps and looked at the darkening sky. Wade saw her shoulders shake once, twice, and then go still. The beans Dale made were under-seasoned and slightly burned. Nobody complained. They ate in silence, and Nora came back inside when the food was ready, and she ate with the rest of them. And when the meal was done, she washed the pot without being asked. The next morning, she cooked breakfast. Eggs from a chicken coop they'd found, scrambled with wild onions she'd spotted at the edge of the property, seasoned with cumin and salt. It was good. It was very good. But they all understood now that the cooking was a choice, that Nora could stop whenever she wanted, that the armor came off sometimes, and underneath it was a person who was carrying the same weight as the rest of them, just carrying it differently. The climate changed as they moved south, so gradually that Wade almost didn't notice. Until one morning he realized he was sweating. The mountains had been cold, November in the Smokies, breath visible, fingers numb. But as they descended into the Piedmont and then the coastal plain, the temperature rose degree by degree. The rain that had been cold became warm. The air that had been crisp became heavy, humid, pressing against the skin like a wet towel. By the time they crossed into South Carolina, Wade had shed his winter coat and was still too hot, and the clothes he'd packed for mountain weather had become a burden he resented. The smell changed too. In the mountains, the infected had been fresh, newly dead, cold preserved, not yet ripening. But as the temperatures rose, decay accelerated. The sweet rot smell that Wade had almost gotten used to became something else. A thickness in the air, a taste in the back of the throat, the aggressive stench of meat going bad in summer heat. By the time they reached the low country, the smell preceded every encounter. You could smell a horde from half a mile away if the wind was right. And the animals. Wade had expected silence, the death of everything. But life didn't die just because humans did. Dogs ran in packs now, feral and thin, hunting in the spaces between the dead. Crows gathered wherever there were bodies, fat and bold, unafraid of the living or the dead. At night, they heard coyotes, a sound Wade had never heard before in his life, and which Becca identified with the clinical precision that was her default. Canis latrans. They'll eat anything, including us, if we're weak enough. One morning, they passed a field where horses stood in a ragged line watching them. Someone had opened a gate, or the fence had fallen, and they'd wandered free. They looked thin but alive, grazing on grass that grew whether humans existed or not. Becca stood watching them for a long time, her face unreadable. "We should take one," Tommy said, "for carrying packs or for meat." "We don't have time to catch one," Wade said, "or the means to keep it." "We could eat it. That's a lot of meat. Last us weeks." Becca turned and started walking. "Leave them. They'll survive longer than we will." They walked on. The horses watched them go, and Wade thought about domestication, about all the animals bred to depend on humans, about what happened when the humans disappeared. Some would die. Some would adapt. Some would become something new, something wild, something the old world had never imagined. The road was full of lessons like that, if you were paying attention. They scavenged as they moved, a rolling foraging operation that became the group's daily rhythm. Each morning, wake, eat whatever they had, walk. Every house, gas station, or store they passed was evaluated. Is it occupied? Look for signs, barricaded windows, smoke, maintained grounds. Is it worth the risk? How far off the road? How many entry points? How much time lost? If the answer was yes and yes, a team went in. Usually Tommy and Becca, he for security, she for medical supplies, or Nora and Owen, she for food assessment, he for everything else. Owen was good at scavenging, genuinely good. He had a salesman's eye for value and a hoarder's instinct for acquisition, and he could sweep a house in 6 minutes and come out with everything worth taking. Canned goods from the pantry, batteries from the junk drawer, matches, candles, plastic bags, duct tape, bleach. He found a pair of glasses in a farmhouse bathroom that were close enough to Tia's prescription that she could see clearly for the first time in days. And the look on her face when she put them on, the sudden overwhelming relief of a world in focus, was worth more than anything else they'd found. What Wade didn't notice because he wasn't looking, because Owen was his friend, and friends get the benefit of assumptions they haven't earned, was that Owen's personal pack was getting heavier while everyone else's stayed the same. A can here, a handful of ammunition there, a bottle of antibiotics that Becca couldn't find when she needed it and assumed she'd miscounted. Small thefts, imperceptible individually, cumulative. Owen was building a stash, a survival fund, an exit strategy. Wade didn't see it. Dale did. Dale saw most things, because Dale watched people the way he watched machinery, looking for the part that was wearing, the joint that was loose, the component that was going to fail. He'd been watching Owen since the tollman, since the moment Owen had positioned himself behind the barrier while everyone else fought. Not cowardice exactly, self-preservation. The same instinct that made Owen good at scavenging made him good at calculating his own odds. And Dale had been calculating odds long enough to recognize the math. He didn't say anything. Not yet. Dale's approach to broken things was the same, whether they were compressors or people. Watch, diagnose, decide if the fix was worth the cost. If the fix was worth the cost, fix it. If not, prepare for failure and minimize damage. He watched Owen the way you watch a cracked beam in a load-bearing wall. With attention, with concern, with the knowledge that sooner or later, the crack would spread. On the 5th day in the Piedmont, Wade became someone he didn't recognize. They heard the crying first, a child's voice high and thin, coming from a farmhouse set back from the road. Not the recording they'd encountered in the Low Country later, but real crying, human crying, the sound of a child in distress. Wade's first instinct was to run toward it. His legs actually started moving before his brain caught up. A child crying, someone's child, someone's Lily. Then he saw the rest. The farmhouse wasn't empty. There were people on the porch, a woman, an older man, 2 children huddled behind them. And in the yard, between the house and the road, infected. A small cluster, maybe 8 of them, drawn by the crying, pressing toward the porch steps where the family had retreated. The family saw Wade's group on the road. The woman raised her hand, not waving, reaching. Her mouth moved. "Help us. Please." Wade stopped walking. The others stopped with him. Dale raised the Mossberg, calculating angles, counting bodies. Tommy had his rifle up. "We can take them," Tommy said. 8 targets, clean sight lines. Me and Dale rotate fire. I got left, he's got right. No. The word came out of Wade's mouth before he'd decided to say it. "What?" "We don't engage." Wade's voice sounded foreign to his own ears. Flat, mechanical, the voice of someone running calculations that had nothing to do with morality. 8 infected draws more. The shots draw more. We get stuck here, surrounded, protecting a position we can't hold. "There are kids in there," Tia said. Her voice cracked. "Wade, there are literally children in there." "I know." "Then we have to help them. We have to keep moving." He started walking. South, away from the farmhouse, away from the crying child and the reaching woman and the cluster of infected that would overwhelm the porch in minutes. We can't save everyone. We save ourselves. We save Lily. Nobody moved. The group stood on the road, frozen, looking at Wade with expressions that ranged from horror, Tia, to disgust, Becca, to something that might have been understanding, Dale. "Wade." Pat's voice was quiet, measured. "If we leave them, then they die. And if we stay, We might die too. And then Lily dies, because nobody reaches her. He turned to face them. His face felt like a mask, something he was wearing, not something he was. I didn't walk 400 miles to fail because I stopped to be a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm a father. And fathers do terrible things for their children. The crying continued. The infected pressed closer. The woman on the porch screamed something. A word, a name, a prayer. Wade walked south. After a long moment, the others followed. Dale was last, his face unreadable, the Mossberg still raised, watching the farmhouse recede behind them until it was out of sight, but not out of hearing. The crying continued for another quarter mile. Then it stopped. Wade didn't know if they'd found a way out or if the infected had reached them. He didn't let himself wonder. He just walked, one foot in front of the other, his knee grinding, his conscience howling, his daughter 600 miles away and worth every sin he'd have to commit to reach her. That night, Tia wouldn't look at him. She slept on the opposite side of the camp, her back to the fire, her borrowed glasses folded in her hands. Wade lay awake and listened to the silence where the crying had been and knew that he'd crossed a line he could never uncross. He'd let children die to save his own. He would do it again if he had to. That was the truth of him now. That was who the road was making him. That night, Nora found Wade alone at the edge of the camp, staring at nothing. She sat down next to him, didn't speak. For a long time, neither of them did. The fire crackled behind them. Someone coughed. An owl called from the tree line, and another answered. Soy una madre también, Nora said finally, quiet, almost to herself. I am also a mother. I walked through a desert for my daughter. She paused. I understand what you're doing. But the others, some of them are starting to ask questions. What kind of questions? The kind you don't want to answer. She turned to look at him. Her face was unreadable in the dark. Tia asked me tonight, why are we all dying for one man's daughter? She said it in tears, not in anger. But she said it. Wade said nothing. I don't have an answer for her. I don't have an answer for myself. Nora's hands were folded in her lap still. We follow you because you're walking and we need someone to follow. But after today, after those children, she shook her head. Dale says to keep walking. Pat says the destination justifies the road. Owen says nothing because Owen is always calculating. But me? I don't know, Wade. I don't know if I can watch you choose your daughter over other children again. Then don't watch. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. They sat in silence. The fire behind them burned lower. The owl called again, alone this time, unanswered. Buenas noches, Wade, Nora said finally. She stood, brushed off her pants. I hope you find what you're looking for. I hope it's worth what you're paying. She walked back to the fire. Wade stayed at the edge of the dark, staring at nothing, and didn't sleep at all. The next morning, Tommy killed something. It wasn't supposed to be notable. They'd all killed infected by now. It was as routine as checking the perimeter, as automatic as breathing. But this was different. This was the moment when Tommy Worth, 16 years old, quiet as a held breath, methodical as a surgeon, showed them what he'd been carrying inside. They'd found a single infected in a gas station, an elderly woman in a housecoat, trapped behind the counter, where she'd probably hidden when the outbreak hit. She was slow, arthritic even in death, her movements hampered by the same joint pain that had probably limited her in life. An easy kill, barely a threat. Tommy entered the station first, standard formation. He had his rifle up, but at that range, 8 feet, maybe 10, the rifle was overkill. He could have used his knife. He could have let Wade or Dale handle it. He could have done a lot of things. Instead, he shot her in the head. And then he kept going. The rifle butt came down on the already dead body with a wet crack. Again. Tommy's face was empty, not angry, not crying, just blank in a way that was worse than either. He hit her until the rifle stock cracked, until the thing on the floor wasn't recognizable as anything that had ever been human, until Dale grabbed his arm and physically hauled him backward. Tommy, she's down, she's been down. Tommy blinked, looked at the rifle in his hands, at the splintered stock, at the mess on the floor. She looked like my mama, he said. His voice was conversational, pleasant almost. Same house coat. Mama had one just like it. Pink flowers. She wore it every morning when she made breakfast. Nobody knew what to say. I came home and she was wearing it, Tommy continued. Day one, she'd turned. She was wearing that house coat, and she came at me and I ran. I couldn't. He stopped. Set the broken rifle on the counter with exaggerated care. I left her there, in the house, wearing that house coat. I think about it every night. Whether she's still in there, whether she's wandering around the kitchen where she used to make me eggs. Wade understood then. Tommy's quiet efficiency, his careful competence, his ritual of cleaning the rifle every night. It wasn't discipline. It was containment. Every shot he took was the shot he hadn't taken at his mother. Every infected he dropped was practice for the moment he'd have to go back. And just now, for one terrible moment, the containment had failed. We need to find you another rifle, Dale said. His voice was gentle in a way Wade had never heard from him. Yeah. Tommy picked up the broken weapon, looked at it like he didn't recognize it. Yeah, we should do that. He walked out of the gas station. The others followed. Nobody mentioned the house coat again. But that night, when Tommy sat in his corner cleaning the replacement rifle they'd found, a .30-06 from a farmhouse gun cabinet, Wade noticed his hands weren't steady. They shook, just slightly, a tremor visible only if you knew to look. Tommy Worth was 16 years old and carrying a weight that would have crushed men twice his age. And sometimes, the weight slipped. They found the bulletin board outside Savannah 12 days later. No, before that. Before Savannah, before the swamp, before the things that happened in the dark. Before all of that, there was the farmhouse. It was a white clapboard house set back from County Road 391 in the middle of nothing. Fields on three sides, a tree line on the fourth, a gravel drive a quarter-mile long. The windows were dark. No barricade, no signs of habitation or defense. A mailbox at the end of the drive read Calhoun in stick-on letters, two of which had fallen off, so it read C.L. Hound. They'd been walking for 6 hours. They'd found nothing to eat since the previous evening. A can of corn and a box of saltines split 11 ways, a meal that mocked the concept of sustenance. Wade's stomach was a knot of emptiness that had passed through hunger into a dull, constant ache that made thinking difficult and decision-making worse. We checked the house, he said. Tommy went first, rifle up, then Wade with the shotgun. The front door was unlocked, not a good sign, in Wade's developing taxonomy of apocalypse doors. Unlocked meant abandoned or already looted or something worse. But inside, intact, furnished. A smell of dust and stale air, not decay. The Calhouns had left or been taken or walked away on legs that no longer belonged to them. But they'd done it early, before the looting started, and their pantry was a treasure chest. Canned vegetables, dried pasta, rice, peanut butter, a jar of honey, a box of cornbread mix, spices that made Nora's eyes light up. They ate that night at the Calhoun's dining table. 11 people in a dead family's house, using their plates and their silverware and their napkins, cloth, monogrammed, a detail that Pat noted with a sadness she didn't explain. Nora made cornbread and beans and rice with a tomato sauce she built from canned tomatoes and the spice rack. And the group ate in a silence that was, for once, not the silence of exhaustion or fear, but the silence of gratitude, the body's wordless recognition that it was being cared for. It's good, Nora, Miguel said. He'd been quiet for days, quieter than usual, his gentle helpfulness muted, as if he were withdrawing into himself. He rubbed the healed scratch on his forearm, without seeming to notice he was doing it. Really good. Becca watched him from across the table. The scratch had healed weeks ago, but something about the way it had healed bothered her. Too fast, too clean, without the inflammation she'd expected. She'd taken his temperature 3 times in the past week, always normal. She'd checked his pupils, his reflexes, his lymph nodes. All normal. He should have been dead or turned by now. Instead, he was just tired. She hadn't said anything. Not yet. Because she didn't know what it meant, and because saying it out loud would make it real, and because Miguel was the kindest person in their group, and if he was carrying something inside him, something dormant, something waiting. She didn't know what that would do to him or to them. Of course it's good. Nora refilled his plate. Eat more. You look tired. I feel strange lately, Miguel admitted. Not sick, just different. Like my body's doing something I don't understand. He shrugged, tried a smile that didn't quite work. Probably just the walking, the stress. Probably, Becca said. But she made a mental note to check him again in the morning, and the morning after that, and every morning until she understood what she was looking at. I'm okay, Miguel added, as if trying to convince himself. You're not okay. Nobody's okay. But you can be not okay with a full stomach. After dinner, Pat read. She'd found a book on the Calhoun's shelf, a paperback thriller, not great literature, but she read from it anyway, her voice giving the prose a dignity it hadn't earned, the words filling the farmhouse kitchen like the ghost of the life that had been lived there. Wade sat in a rocking chair in the living room, half listening, and looked at the family photos on the mantel. A couple in their 60s, gray-haired, smiling, grandchildren in Halloween costumes, a dog, a golden retriever, tongue out, the universal expression of canine joy. Rhett sat on the floor beside him, legs stretched out, his back against the wall. He'd taken another pill an hour ago. Wade had counted. That was 3 today. The bottle was smaller than it had been. How many do you have left? Wade asked. Rhett looked at him. The smile was there. The default, the performance, but behind it, something flickered. Enough. Enough for how long? Long enough. Rhett pulled the bottle from his pocket, turned it in his fingers. The label, lorazepam 1 mg. I've been on these for 2 years. Anxiety. The real kind, not the I'm nervous about a presentation kind. The kind where your heart decides it's going to run a marathon while you're sitting still and your brain tells you you're dying and the walls are closing in and... He stopped. Put the bottle back. They help. They make the volume go down. And when they're gone, then the volume goes up. He said it lightly. The way you say something that terrifies you when you've decided terror is just another emotion to manage. But that's a future problem. And honestly, in the current competitive landscape of problems, it's barely a contender. Wade wanted to say something useful, something that a teacher or a friend or a responsible adult would say about medication management and mental health and coping strategies. But the world in which those things were relevant was the same world that had job titles and insurance copays and pharmacies that filled prescriptions. And that world was dead. And what Wade knew about anxiety disorders wouldn't fill one of Nora's teaspoons. If it gets bad, Wade said, tell me. Define bad. You'll know. Rhett nodded. The smile was back, full wattage. And if it wavered at the edges, that was just the light. They found the bulletin board on day 31 of the outbreak, outside a gas station on Route 17 south of Savannah. They hadn't reached Savannah yet. We're still 2 days north, moving through the low country, the landscape flattening from Piedmont to coastal plain, the air thickening with moisture, and the smell of salt marsh and decay. The gas station was a shell. Its canopy collapsed on one side, the pumps dead, the convenience store broken into and partially looted, but still containing enough to be worth a stop. The bulletin board was on the wall outside next to the air pump. It had been a community board. Lost dog flyers, church bake sale announcements, a handwritten ad for lawn mowing services. These were still there, curling in the humidity, the pre-outbreak concerns of a world that now seemed as remote as ancient Rome. But layered over them, pinned and taped and stapled, were new messages, dozens of them. Handwritten notes from survivors, a physical social network born from the death of the digital one. Looking for Maria Gonzalez. Last seen Hilton Head 1018. Carlos is alive, heading for Savannah, CG. Water purification. Boil 10 minutes or add 2 drops. Bleach per liter. Spread the word. Baptist Church on Route 204 has supplies. Ask for Earl. Don't come armed. Do not go to Fort Stewart. Military taking people. Not safe. Stalkers. Some infected are fast. White skin, move like animals. Seen near fuel depots, power stations. Avoid industrial areas. Wade read them all. His eyes moved over the messages with the desperate scanning of a man looking for one specific word in a sea of irrelevant text. Dunlap, Lily, Danielle, Jacksonville, St. Augustine. He read every note, every scrawled message, every faded pencil marking. There, middle of the board, a torn piece of notebook paper, the handwriting small and precise, the ink smudged but legible. DD plus LD heading south. Alive. 11/8. DD Danielle Dunlap, LD Lily Dunlap. November 8th, 9 days after the outbreak. Alive, heading south. Wade's hands were on the board, fingertips touching the paper, as if the physical contact could transmit something. Certainty, hope, the warmth of his daughter's hand. The paper was real, the ink was real. Someone had written this, had stood in this spot, and written these initials and this date, and the word alive in letters that leaned slightly to the right. And Wade didn't recognize the handwriting. It wasn't Danielle's, which meant someone else had seen them. Someone who knew their names or their initials, someone who'd cared enough to leave a message for anyone who might be looking. Wade. Becca was beside him. She'd read the note. Her face was carefully neutral. The clinical mask she wore when processing information that required analysis before emotion. The initials match. The date is plausible, but it could be anyone. DD and LD heading south, from Jacksonville. There are a lot of people heading south. A lot of people with those initials. Not together. Not a DD and an LD together. His voice was shaking. He didn't care. This is them. This is Danielle and Lily. It might be them. It's them. Becca didn't argue. She looked at the note for a long moment, then at Wade, and what she saw in his face. The naked, trembling, fragile hope that was either the thing keeping him alive or the thing that would destroy him, made her nod. Okay, it's them. Let's keep moving. Pat photographed the bulletin board with her mind, the way she archived everything. Reading each message once, storing it, cross-referencing it against what she knew. The note about Fort Stewart caught her attention. She read it 3 times. Military taking people, she said. What does that mean? Conscription, maybe, Dale said, or forced labor. Military installations have resources. They also have authority, or what's left of it. Fort Stewart is south of Savannah, between us and Jacksonville. Pat looked at Wade. We need to know what we're walking into. We're walking into whatever's between us and Lily, Wade said. Fort Stewart or no Fort Stewart. Pat didn't press it, but she remembered the note, filed it in the library of her mind, and it would matter later. The way things Pat remembered always mattered later. They crossed into the low country, and the landscape changed like a sentence changing languages. The same geography, but spoken differently. The Piedmont's rolling fields gave way to flat expanses of salt marsh and maritime forest. Live oaks draped with Spanish moss, tidal creeks winding through cordgrass that went gold in the autumn light. The air was different, heavier, saltier, carrying the brackish smell of estuaries, and the fainter, sweeter smell of decomposition that was both the marsh's natural perfume and something newer, something human. The infected here were different too, fewer but adapted. The low country's waterlogged terrain had culled them. Many had wandered into marshes and tidal creeks and become mired, stuck in pluff mud up to their thighs, their waists, their chests, still moving, still clicking, but imprisoned by the landscape. The group passed a tidal flat, where a dozen of them were embedded in the mud, like grotesque sculptures, arms reaching, mouths working, the tide washing in and out around them twice a day, slowly burying them. In a few weeks, the mud would cover them completely. In a few months, the marsh would digest them. The low country had been absorbing things for 10,000 years. It would absorb this too. Dude, that's literally the most disturbing thing I've ever seen, Rhett said, staring at the mud-trapped infected. And I've done ayahuasca. Don't look, Becca said. I'm not sure that applies anymore. I think the whole world is don't look now, and we have to look anyway. They walked the causeway roads that crossed the marshes, exposed and vulnerable, the flat terrain offering sightlines in every direction, but also offering no cover. Tommy kept his scope up, scanning, his eye pressed to the eyepiece for so long that he developed a ring-shaped bruise around his right socket that made him look like he'd been punched. He hadn't been punched. He'd been vigilant, which in the apocalypse left the same marks. On the second day in the Low Country, they encountered the trap. It was simple, effective, and cruel. A Bluetooth speaker hanging from a tree branch, playing a recording of a child crying. The sound was so real, so immediate, so perfectly calibrated to trigger the exact parental instinct that drove Wade's entire journey, that he was moving toward it before his brain caught up with his legs. Wait. Dale's hand on his arm. Iron grip. Listen. Wade listened. The crying looped. Every 45 seconds it reset. The same sob, the same gasping breath, the same wavering wail. A recording. Not a child. A recording of a child. It's bait, Tommy said. He was scanning the tree line with his scope. I see. Movement. 2 o'clock behind them, palmetto bushes. 2 people. One's got a rifle. 3 o'clock too, Dale said. In the ditch. Another one. They were surrounded. The crying continued, the sound of it reaching into Wade's chest and twisting, even knowing it was fake, even knowing it was a trap. Because the part of his brain that responded to a child in distress didn't care about analysis, didn't care about logic. It only cared about the sound and what the sound demanded of him. We don't engage, Wade said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. We back up, slow, weapons out. They'll follow, Owen said. He was already backing up, his body ahead of the group's decision, his retreat disguised as tactical repositioning. Maybe, maybe not. We're 11, armed. Not worth the fight for whatever we're carrying. They backed up, slowly. The figures in the tree line watched, but didn't emerge. The Bluetooth speaker kept playing the child's cry, the sound fading as they retreated, growing tinnier, more pathetic, until it was just a whisper in the marsh air, and then nothing. Tia was shaking, not from cold. They use a kid crying, she said. They record a kid crying and use it as bait. What kind of... She stopped, pressed her palms against her thighs. What's wrong with people? Same thing that was always wrong with people, Pat said. Now, there are fewer consequences. She paused. Hobbes was right, unfortunately. Life without society really is nasty, brutish, and short. I always hoped he was being hyperbolic. There should be consequences. There should be a lot of things. They walked faster after that. The Low Country's beauty, and it was beautiful, Wade couldn't deny it. The way the light played on the marsh grass, the way the herons stood in the shallows like gray sentinels, the way the sky stretched to the horizon unbroken, the beauty was poisoned now. Every peaceful scene potentially hiding something waiting, something hungry, and not always the dead. The approach to the tunnel was Rhett's idea. They'd been following a secondary highway south, Route 321, which snaked through the Low Country toward the interstate junction that would take them to I-95 and Savannah. At a point where the highway crossed a ridge, the road entered a tunnel, not the saludigrade tunnel Wade had read about in the Atlas, but a shorter passage, maybe half a mile, cut through a granite ridge that the highway engineers had decided was cheaper to bore through than go around. The tunnel was dark. That was the first thing, obvious. But in the apocalypse, obvious things carried new weight. Dark meant you couldn't see what was inside. Dark meant anything could be inside. Dark meant the infected's degraded vision was irrelevant because your vision was degraded too. And in the dark, the things that hunted by sound and smell had every advantage. We go over, Tia said, looking at the ridge above the tunnel entrance. Climb up, go over the hill, come down the other side. The ridge is 300 feet of near vertical granite, Rhett said. He was studying it with the professional assessment of a man who climbed for a living. With a tree line at the top that's too dense to navigate in the dark, it'd take half a day. Then we take half a day. Or, Rhett said, we go through. Hear me out. I'll go first. Rig a line from one end to the other. Y'all follow the rope. Hands on the line, single file. If anything's in there, it's been in the dark for weeks. It'll be slow, disoriented, totally sketch. We'll hear it before it hears us. You don't know that, Tia said. I don't know anything. Nobody knows anything anymore. But I know tunnels. I've worked in them. Tree removal in highway tunnels, clearing root damage. It's a whole thing. The acoustics are predictable. Sound carries in a straight line. If something's moving in there, we'll hear feet on concrete from 200 yards. Wade looked at the tunnel entrance. Rectangular, concrete-lined, wide enough for 2 lanes. A drainage ditch on one side. No lights. The power was out. Had been out for weeks. Inside, darkness so complete, it looked solid. A wall of black that seemed to push back against the gray daylight. How long to get through, he asked. Half a mile at a careful pace? 20 minutes, maybe 25. And if something goes wrong? Rhett's smile flickered. Then we run. Running in a straight line is something even I can manage. They voted. It wasn't formal. Wade didn't call for hands. But he looked at each person, and each person gave a response. A nod, a shrug, a slight shake of the head. The count was 8 in favor, 3 against: Tia, Pat, Owen. The 3 who valued caution over speed, who preferred the known difficulty of the ridge over the unknown risk of the tunnel. We go through, Wade said. Rhett's on point. Tommy at the rear, flashlights off unless absolutely necessary. We don't want to announce ourselves. Hands on the line, stay quiet, stay together. Rhett rigged the rope. He went in first, playing the line out behind him from a coil over his shoulder, his flashlight on, but angled at the ground. A thin beam that illuminated 3 feet of concrete and nothing else. The rest of the group followed. Each person's left hand on the rope, right hand on whatever weapon they carried, spaced 5 feet apart, a human chain threading into darkness. The tunnel swallowed them. Wade was 4th in line, behind Dale and Nora. The darkness was immediate and total once they passed the entrance. Not gradual, not a dimming, but an absolute cessation of light that made his eyes strain and produce phantom shapes. The brain's desperate attempt to fill the void with something, anything. He could feel the tunnel around him, the close concrete walls, the curved ceiling 12 feet above, the floor slick with moisture and whatever else had collected in weeks of rain and drainage. The air was different inside, cooler still, carrying the smell of wet concrete and stagnant water, and underneath something organic, something that made his throat tighten. Sound was amplified and distorted. His footsteps echoed, and the echoes overlapped with the footsteps of the others, creating a layered rhythm that sounded like more people than there were. Water dripped somewhere ahead, a steady, metronomic plink that measured their progress in drops. His own breathing was loud in his ears, too loud, and he consciously slowed it, taking measured breaths through his nose, fighting the claustrophobic impulse to gasp. "Steady," Dale murmured from ahead. The word traveled down the line in whispers. Steady, steady, steady. They were 3 minutes in, maybe 200 yards, when Rhett's flashlight beam far ahead found the truck. It was a military supply truck, an M35 deuce and a half, its olive drab bulk wedged diagonally across both lanes. It had been driving through the tunnel when it crashed. The front end was crumpled against the tunnel wall, the rear axle broken, the cargo bed tilted at an angle that spilled crates and boxes across the roadway. The driver's door was open. No driver. Holy shit, Rhett breathed. His light played over the cargo, wooden crates stenciled with military designations, cardboard boxes, green metal ammunition cans, a supply truck loaded, abandoned. In the apocalypse, this was finding a gold mine. "Check it," Wade said. His voice echoed. Rhett climbed into the cargo bed, his movements sure, despite the tilt. He opened a crate. "MREs, meals ready to eat. Military rations, there's," he counted, "at least 100. Another crate. "Medical supplies, IV kits, morphine auto-injectors, bandages, suture kits, antibiotics." He looked at Becca, who had climbed up beside him, her headlamp on, her hands already sorting through the medical supplies with the rapid assessment of someone who knew exactly what she was looking for. "This is a field hospital kit," Becca said. "Enough to treat a platoon for a month. We could—" Her voice cracked, the first break in her clinical composure since Wade had met her. "We could actually treat injuries, real injuries, not just making do. More crates, ammunition, 5.56 NATO, 9mm 12 gauge. 3 M4 carbines, still in Cosmoline, never issued. Flare guns, night vision goggles, one pair functional, a hand crank radio more sophisticated than the one they'd been using, sleeping bags, ponchos, entrenching tools. "We take everything we can carry," Wade said. "Load up. 5 minutes." The group swarmed the truck. Packs were opened, refilled, redistributed. Nora claimed the MREs with the territorial efficiency of a cook defending her pantry. Becca filled the medical bag until it wouldn't close, then filled a second bag. Tommy took an M4, checked the action, loaded a magazine with the smooth competence that made everyone forget he was 16. Dale took the night vision goggles and put them around his neck without comment. Wade didn't see what Owen took, because Owen was on the far side of the truck, in the dark, and his personal pack was open, and when he closed it, it was fuller than it should have been. They were 4 minutes into the looting when Pat said, "Listen!" Everyone stopped. The silence of the tunnel pressed in, the dripping water, the settling of the truck, the breathing of 11 people trying not to breathe. Then, a sound. Not clicking. Not the wet tongue on palate rhythm of a standard infected. Something else? A scraping. Soft, deliberate. Like a hand running along the tunnel wall. Coming from the darkness beyond the truck. Deeper in the tunnel. From the direction they needed to go. "That's not normal," Tommy said. He had the M4 up, the flashlight mounted on its rail, cutting a white beam into the dark beyond the truck. The beam illuminated empty concrete, wet floor, the tunnel walls narrowing into perspective. Nothing there. The scraping stopped. "Wind," Owen said, "or water, or..." "Shh." Becca held up her hand. Her head was tilted, the way she tilted it when she was listening to an animal's breathing, reading its state from sound alone. Her face changed. The clinical mask dropped and something else replaced it. Not fear, not yet, but the precursor to fear. The recognition that something was wrong in a way she couldn't yet identify. "We need to go," she said. "Now, fast." "We haven't finished," Owen started. "Now." They moved. Past the truck, packs heavy with supplies, into the darkness beyond. Rhett's flashlight led the way. Wade's hand was on the rope, which Rhett had extended past the truck, tying it to the bumper. The tunnel continued. How far? Rhett had said half a mile. They'd covered maybe a third. 2/3 to go. 10 minutes, maybe 12. The scraping started again, behind them now, between them and the truck. Something had been in the dark, waiting, and they had walked past it, and now it was behind them. Wade turned. His flashlight, he'd turned it on. Tunnel protocol be damned. Caught movement. Not the shambling, jerky movement of a standard infected. Something lower, closer to the ground, moving along the tunnel wall with a fluid, predatory efficiency that stopped his breath. It was human-shaped, mostly. The proportions were wrong. The limbs too long relative to the torso, an illusion created by extreme emaciation, and the way the thing moved, its arms extended forward, fingers trailing the wall, using touch to navigate the absolute darkness it had been living in. Its skin was the gray-white of cavefish, the pallor of something that hadn't seen light in weeks. Its eyes caught the flashlight beam and reflected it. Not the milky film of a standard infected. A faint sheen, like oil on water. And behind it, something that looked horribly like focus. "What the hell is that?" Rhett's voice came from ahead, strained. The first time Wade had heard fear in it since they'd met. The thing on the wall moved, fast. Not the lurching burst of a shambler, but a smooth, explosive acceleration like a spider, its limbs finding purchase on the concrete surface with a grip that defied gravity. It was on the ceiling, then the wall, then the floor, covering distance in a zigzag that made it impossible to track with a flashlight beam. Tommy fired. The M4's report in the enclosed tunnel was catastrophic. A physical force, a wall of sound that hit Wade's eardrums like a fist and left a ringing whine that erased every other frequency. The muzzle flash lit the tunnel in a strobe. The thing 10 feet away dodging faster than the bullet, or lucky enough that the bullet missed. The concrete wall behind it spraying chips where the round impacted. "Run!" Wade screamed. They ran. 11 people in pitch darkness, packs bouncing, weapons clattering, the rope abandoned, every instinct focused on the dim gray rectangle of the tunnel's far exit, barely visible a quarter mile ahead, a promise of light that seemed to recede with every stride. Behind them, the thing moved. Wade could hear it. Not the clicking of a standard infected, but a different sound. A rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming, like something counting. It was fast. Faster than them. It was gaining. Rhett was in the rear. He'd fallen back when the group bolted, his instinct to protect overriding his instinct to flee. He had his flashlight aimed backward, the beam dancing wildly as he ran, trying to track the thing, trying to see. Rhett! Wade turned. His flashlight beam caught Rhett's face, the smile gone, replaced by something raw and primal, the face of a man whose performance of calm had finally, catastrophically collapsed. Then the beam caught the thing behind Rhett, and it was close. 3 feet, 2, its arms reaching. It took Rhett from above. Not from behind. From above. It had been on the ceiling, and it dropped, and its hands closed on Rhett's shoulders with a grip that made the rope on his shoulder snap, and Rhett went down. The sound he made was not a scream. It was a high, short bark of surprise, the sound of someone who didn't have time to process what was happening before the happening consumed him. Then it was a scream, and then it was a wet sound, and then it was nothing. The group ran. Wade ran. He ran toward the light at the end of the tunnel that was growing, widening, becoming real, becoming daylight and air and sky, and behind him the thing that had taken Rhett made no sound at all, which was worse than any sound, which was the silence of something that had what it wanted and had no reason to chase what it didn't. They burst from the tunnel into daylight. Wade's legs gave out on the gravel shoulder, and he went down hard, rolling, his pack digging into his back, his shotgun clattering away. He lay on his back and looked at the sky, which was gray and ordinary, and the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Around him, the others were collapsed, gasping, some on their knees, some flat on the ground, Tia sobbing, Owen vomiting into the drainage ditch, Dale standing with the Mossberg aimed at the tunnel entrance, waiting, watching. Nothing came out. Rhett, Tommy said. He was standing at the tunnel entrance, the M4 raised, his face a mask of fury and grief and the absolute refusal to accept what he'd just witnessed. We have to go back. We have to... He's gone, Becca said. She was sitting on the ground, the medical bag clutched to her chest, her face gray. Tommy, he's gone. We don't know that. He could be... He's gone. Tommy's mouth worked. His jaw clenched. The M4's barrel trembled, the tremor traveling from his hands through the weapon's frame in a visible vibration that looked like the gun itself was afraid. He stared into the tunnel's darkness for a long time. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. He lowered the rifle, turned away, walked to the edge of the road and stood there, looking at nothing, and Wade could see his shoulders shaking and couldn't tell if it was rage or grief or the cold or all three. Dale counted heads. 10, not 11. Rhett Sumner, age 26, arborist, optimist, climber of trees and teller of jokes, was the first of them to die. And he died in the dark, in a tunnel, taken by something none of them understood, and his body was still in there, in the dark, with the thing that took him, and they couldn't go back. Wade sat on the gravel and tried to breathe. His lungs wouldn't cooperate. They kept hitching, catching, the rhythm broken by something that wasn't physical. That was the shattering of a framework he hadn't known he'd built. The belief unconscious that the dead were slow and stupid and predictable. That the rules he'd learned in the first days still applied. That understanding the threat was the same as surviving it. The thing in the tunnel was none of those things. It was fast. It was silent. It was patient. It had waited in the dark while they looted the truck, listening to them, knowing they were there, choosing when to strike. This wasn't the mindless hunger of a shambler. This was something else. What was it? Owen's voice shaky from the ditch. That wasn't like the others. I don't know. And that was the truth. I might. Becca's voice was clinical, detached. The voice she used when her brain was processing something her emotions couldn't handle. The infection affects different people differently. We've seen that. Speed of onset, severity of symptoms, the level of motor function that's retained. Some infected can barely walk. Others can run. She paused. That thing in there, it was emaciated, starved. It's been in the dark for weeks, maybe since the outbreak. No food, no light, no stimulus. The infection preserved the brainstem, kept the hunting instinct alive, but the body cannibalized itself for energy. The muscles atrophied to almost nothing. What was left was optimized. For moving in darkness, for waiting, for ambush. That's not possible, Tia whispered. Everything about this is impossible. But it's still happening. Becca looked at the tunnel entrance. The virus mutates, or people's responses to it vary. Either way, we can't assume they're all the same anymore. Some will be slow and stupid. Some will be... She didn't finish. Predators, Dale said. Some of them are becoming predators. The word hung in the air, wrong and right at the same time. The shambling infected were terrifying because of their numbers, their persistence, their relentless hunger. But they weren't hunters. They didn't stalk. They didn't wait. The thing in the tunnel had been something else. Something that the virus had shaped into a new kind of threat. Not stronger or faster by design, but changed by circumstance, by environment, by the terrible mathematics of survival in the dark. So the rules keep changing, Wade said. The threat keeps evolving. And we just have to keep adapting until we can't adapt anymore. No one had an answer to that because there was no answer. They made camp that night in a hunting cabin 3 miles from the tunnel, a raw pine structure with a corrugated metal roof and a wood stove that Dale had burning within 10 minutes. The warmth was obscene, the first real warmth they'd had in days, seeping into bones and muscles that had forgotten what it felt like to be warm. They ate MREs from the military truck, tearing open the brown plastic pouches and heating them on the stove, eating mechanically, the food flavorless, despite Nora's attempt to improve it with her spices. Nobody talked about Rhett. That was the thing Wade would remember about the first death in the group. Not the death itself, but the silence after. The empty space where Rhett's voice should have been, filling the quiet with some optimistic observation about the cabin or the fire or the quality of military cuisine. The absence was physical, a negative presence, a hole in the air that the remaining 10 bodies couldn't fill. Tia sat in the corner, her knees drawn to her chest, the borrowed glasses folded in her lap. She wasn't crying. She was past crying, in the territory beyond tears, where the body simply shuts down its non-essential systems and conserves energy for the basic mechanics of being alive. Wade went to her, sat beside her. Hey, hey, her voice was flat. You okay? She looked at him. The look said everything her words didn't. That okay was a concept from a dead language, that asking the question was an act of absurdity, that she was 19 years old, and she'd just watched a man she'd known for 10 days get dragged into darkness by something that didn't have a name. I left my roommate, she said. I told you that. First day, I left her in our room. You had no choice. I had a choice. I chose to leave. I slid a note under the door and I ran. She pressed her palms against her eyes. I keep thinking, if I'd stayed, if I'd done what Rhett did, stayed back, tried to help, maybe you'd be dead. Maybe. Or maybe she'd be alive. Or maybe we'd both be dead. But at least I wouldn't have run. Her hands dropped. Rhett didn't run. When that thing came, he turned around. He went toward it. Why did he do that? Wade thought about it. Thought about Rhett's smile, the one that hid the anxiety, the one that performed courage until performance became reality. Thought about the pill bottle with fewer and fewer pills. Thought about a man who climbed because up was the only direction that felt safe. Because that's who he was, Wade said. It wasn't enough. It was all he had. I want to be who he was, Tia said. I want to be the person who turns around. You will be. When it matters. How do you know? Because you're sitting here, feeling guilty about not being brave enough. which is the most brave person thing I've ever heard. She almost smiled. Not quite. The muscles twitched, but the smile didn't form. Like an engine turning over, but not catching. She leaned her head against the wall and closed her eyes. "Good night, Mr. Dunlap. Wade, good night, Wade." He sat with her until she slept, then went outside. The night was cold, the sky clearing for the first time in days, and stars, incredible, overwhelming. The stars of a world without light pollution, every constellation visible, the Milky Way a pale river across the sky. He stood on the cabin's porch and looked up and felt the enormity of the universe press down on him. Not in a spiritual way, but in a physical one, the way gravity presses, the weight of everything above, bearing on everything below. The next day, Owen saved Tia's life. It happened fast, faster than Wade's brain could process until it was over. They were crossing a gas station parking lot when an infected came from behind the pumps, moving wrong, too quick, one of the in-between ones that hadn't gone full stalker but wasn't a shambler either. It angled straight for Tia, who'd fallen a few steps behind the group, adjusting her pack strap, not looking. Owen was closest. Owen, who'd hidden behind the Jersey barrier at the tollman. Owen, who positioned himself at the rear when things got dangerous. Owen, whose hands had shaken so badly firing his revolver that every shot missed. Owen tackled the infected. Not shot at it, not shouted a warning. Tackled it. A full-body collision that took them both to the ground. Owen on top, the infected clawing at him, its mouth snapping inches from his face. He was screaming, a high, terrified sound, nothing like his usual patter. But he was also holding on, his hands locked around the thing's wrists, keeping those reaching fingers away from Tia, giving her time to run. Tommy's shot took the infected in the skull. The thing went limp. Owen scrambled backward, crab-walking on his hands and heels, hyperventilating, his face white as paper. "Jesus Christ," he said. "Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ." His shirt was torn. Blood, not his, the infected's, was smeared across his chest and arms. His hands were shaking so badly he couldn't stand up. Dale had to pull him to his feet, and even then Owen's legs barely held. Tia was standing 6 feet away, her face a mask of shock. You just... I don't know why I did that," Owen said. His voice was shaking as badly as his hands. I'm not... He stopped, looked at his hands, at the blood on them. "I didn't think, I just moved. I'm not a person who does that." "You are now," Dale said. His voice was gruff, but there was something in it Wade hadn't heard before. Respect, maybe. Grudging but real. Owen laughed. It was a broken sound, more sob than laugh. "I need to sit down. I need a minute." They gave him a minute. They gave him 10. He sat on the curb of the gas station with his head between his knees, breathing in hitching gasps. And Tia sat next to him and didn't say anything, just put her hand on his shoulder and left it there. Wade watched him. Owen Hurst, rental car manager, negotiator, the man who always calculated the angles, the same man who'd positioned himself behind barriers, who'd fired wildly and missed, who'd let others do the fighting while he looked for exits. That man had just tackled an infected. To save a 19-year-old he barely knew. People were contradictions. Wade knew this. 11 years of teaching had taught him that the kid who cheated on tests could be the same kid who defended a bullied classmate. The student who slept through class could be the one who wrote the most profound essay. Human beings weren't consistent. They were collections of moments, some brave, some cowardly, and you couldn't predict which one would show up until the moment arrived. Owen looked up. His eyes were red, his face streaked with tears he probably didn't know he'd shed. "Don't read too much into it," he said. "It was instinct. I'm still me." "I know," Wade said, "and that's the point." Owen didn't respond. He stood up, wiped his face with his torn shirt, and started walking. His legs were still shaking. He walked anyway. They reached the cabin an hour later. That night, Owen sat apart from the group, staring at his hands, and Wade wondered which Owen would show up next, the one who tackled or the one who hid. Maybe both. Maybe that was the only honest answer. Rhett was dead, the first but not the last. Wade knew this. The mathematical certainty of it was a cold equation. They were 10 people walking through a world that was actively trying to kill them, and the odds of all 10 reaching St. Augustine were 0. Someone else would die, maybe several someones. The only variables were who and when and how, and Wade couldn't control any of them. And the indecisiveness that was his fatal flaw reared up now as a different beast. Not the inability to choose between options, but the inability to accept that some choices would lead to graves. Dale came out, stood beside him. They looked at the stars together. "The thing in the tunnel," Dale said, "that wasn't just an infected. No, it was hunting. Deliberately. It waited for us. Yes, there might be more of them. Probably." Dale was quiet for a moment. Then, "I've been fixing broken things my whole life. Compressors, boilers, ductwork. When something breaks, you diagnose it, you fix it, or you replace it. The world breaks the same way. You diagnose the break, you adapt, you move forward." He paused. "The break just got bigger." "I know. So we adapt. How?" Dale hummed a few bars of something. "I walked the line," Wade thought. Then he said, "We stop assuming we know the rules. We stop trusting the dark. And we keep walking south because your girl's waiting, and that's the only thing that matters." Wade nodded. He went inside. He lay down on the cabin floor next to his pack and his shotgun, and the memory of Rhett's smile. And he didn't sleep. And in the morning he got up and kept walking south. Because Dale was right. Lily was waiting. That was the only thing. The congregation found them before they found the congregation. They'd been skirting Asheville's southern sprawl, a wide berth around the city proper, using county roads through Henderson County, when the scouts appeared. 3 of them, clean, well-fed, armed with AR-15s and wearing matching olive drab vests that gave them a paramilitary uniformity. They emerged from a tree line on both sides of the road, flanking the group with the coordinated precision of people who'd practiced this. "Hold up." The lead scout, a woman in her 30s, blonde ponytail, sunglasses despite the overcast sky, raised a hand. Not hostile. Professional. "We're with the congregation, Reverend Whitmore's community, Biltmore Estate. We're passing through," Wade said. "We know. We've been tracking you for 2 miles. You came from the tunnel." She glanced at the group, their heavy packs, the military supplies visible, the weapons. "You found the truck." Wade said nothing. "The Reverend would like to offer you shelter," the woman said. "Hot food, beds, medical care, a safe place to rest." She smiled. It was a practiced smile, the smile of a recruiter. "We have 400 people behind walls, running water, electricity, children playing in gardens." She looked at Tia, at Tommy, at their young faces. "We have a school." "We're heading south," Wade said. "South is dangerous. The low country's lawless. Fort Stewart's taken by a colonel who's building an army. You'll never make it to wherever you're going without rest, without resupply." She paused. "Let the silence work. Come see for yourselves, one night. If you don't like it, you leave in the morning." Wade looked at the group. They were exhausted. Rhett's death had hollowed them. They'd been walking for weeks, eating badly, sleeping worse. The offer of beds and hot food and safety, even temporary safety, was a gravitational force that pulled at the bones. "One night," Owen said before Wade could respond. "What's the harm? Let's just take a beat, assess the situation, and then circle back on next steps. What's the downside here?" "Owen, Wade, come on, look at us. Look at Tia. Look at Tommy. We need a break. One night, we eat, we sleep, we leave." Wade looked at Pat. Pat's expression was unreadable, but her hand was on her fire axe, and that told him something. "One night," Wade said. The scouts led them south along a road that became a drive that became the entrance to the Biltmore Estate. The gates were fortified, concrete barriers, sandbag emplacements, 2 guard towers made from scaffold and plywood, each manned by armed sentries. Beyond the gates, the estate's grounds opened up, and despite everything, despite the apocalypse and the dead and the tunnel and Rhett's absence, the sight of it stopped Wade in his tracks. The Biltmore was America's largest private home. Built in 1895, a French Renaissance chateau transplanted to the Blue Ridge Mountains by a Vanderbilt, who wanted a country retreat, and whose definition of retreat included 250 rooms, 35 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, and a banquet hall that could seat 100. In the Old World, it had been a tourist attraction, $75 a ticket, wine tastings, garden tours. In the New World, it was a fortress. The walls, the estate's perimeter walls, supplemented by new construction in concrete and timber, enclosed a defensible area of several acres. Inside, the grounds were maintained, gardens tended, paths swept, vehicles parked in orderly rows. People moved with purpose, carrying firewood, hanging laundry, walking children to a building that Wade recognized with a pang as a schoolroom. The smell of cooking food drifted from the chateau's lower levels. A generator hummed somewhere, providing electricity to the main building's ground floor, where lights glowed in windows that had been dark for weeks everywhere else in the world. "It's beautiful," Tia breathed. "It's a cage," Pat said quietly, so only Wade heard. Reverend Ellis Whitmore met them in the estate's entrance hall, a space of marble and mahogany, and a ceiling that soared to heights designed to make the visitor feel the weight of the structure above and the smallness of the human below. He was tall, 6'2", 3", with silver hair swept back from a high forehead and a face that belonged on television, which was where it had been for 20 years before the outbreak. His handshake was firm, his smile warm, his voice a baritone instrument that filled the hall without effort. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a place of safety, of community, of purpose." He held Wade's hand a beat too long, his eyes locking with Wade's eyes in a way that was either genuine warmth or professional manipulation. Wade's people-reading instinct, the one honed by 11 years of teaching teenagers, the one that was his best and only real survival skill, fired a warning. Something behind the warmth. Something calculating. "Thank you," Wade said. He withdrew his hand. "You've been through hell. I can see it. The road takes everything and gives nothing back. That's the devil's bargain of this fallen world." Whitmore gestured toward the interior. "But here, we've built something. A community of faith and purpose. Everyone contributes. Everyone is fed. Everyone is protected." He began walking and the group followed, drawn by the magnetism of a man who'd spent decades commanding rooms. "We have a commissary, a medical clinic, a workshop, a school. We have running water. The estate's well system was independent of municipal supply. We have crops growing in the gardens. We have hope." The tour lasted an hour. Wade saw everything Whitmore wanted him to see. The dining hall where residents ate communal meals, the dormitories in the estate's upper floors, the clinic staffed by 2 actual doctors, the workshop where Dale's eyes lingered on lathes and welding equipment he clearly ached to use. He saw children, real children, playing a game in a courtyard that involved a ball and a lot of shrieking, the kind of sound that had become so rare in the world that hearing it made Wade's chest hurt. He also saw what Whitmore didn't show him but couldn't entirely hide, the guards at every exit, the locked doors that Whitmore passed without comment, the residents who smiled when Whitmore looked at them and stopped smiling when he didn't, the thin woman with bruised wrists who carried a tray of food past them with her eyes fixed on the floor, the sound, distant, muffled by stone walls, of someone screaming. That night, in a guest room on the estate's 2nd floor, a room with a real bed, real sheets, a window overlooking the gardens, Wade lay awake and listened to the sounds of the congregation. The evening sermon piped through a PA system, Whitmore's voice resonant and rhythmic, the words blending scripture with survivalist philosophy in a cocktail that tasted like salvation but smelled like control. The responses of the crowd, "Amen," "Yes, Reverend," "Praise God," perfectly timed, perfectly unified, the practiced harmony of a congregation that had been drilled. A knock on his door. "Pat." "Come in." She entered, closed the door, and sat on the edge of the bed. She was holding a book, one she'd found in the estate's library, which was, she admitted, extraordinary. "I've been reading their charter," she said. Whitmore's rules. They're posted in every common area. And Rule 7. No resident may leave the community without the Reverend's express permission. Rule 12. All knowledge of outside groups, resources, and routes must be shared in confession, capital C, with the Reverend's Council. Rule 15. The proving. What's the proving? Pat removed her glasses and cleaned them. The gesture was measured, deliberate, the gesture of someone organizing their thoughts the way they organize their bookshelves. New members must demonstrate their faith by killing an infected loved one. The congregation maintains holding pens, infected individuals captured during perimeter patrols. New members are given a weapon and brought before a specific infected, one chosen to resemble in age or appearance someone the new member has lost. She put her glasses back on. It's a loyalty test. Kill the thing that looks like your dead mother, your dead child, your dead husband. Prove that faith is stronger than flesh. Those who refuse are exiled, without supplies, into territory they've cleared of resources. That's monstrous. Yes, also effective. The proving creates a trauma bond. Once you've done it, you're complicit. You can't leave without confronting what you've done. It's cult psychology, textbook, with zombies. Wade sat up. We leave tomorrow. Will they let us? They don't have a choice. Pat looked at him with the expression she reserved for statements that were confidently wrong. They have 400 people and an armory. We have 10 and a sense of moral superiority. In this particular negotiation, Wade, they have all the choices. They tried to leave the next morning. The gates were closed. The guards were polite, armed, and immovable. The Reverend would like to speak with you, the guard said, about your contributions to the community. We're not joining your community. The Reverend would like to speak with you. Whitmore was in the library, a vast room of leather-bound books and mahogany paneling that had been designed by a Vanderbilt to impress visiting dignitaries, and now served as a throne room for a man who'd built a kingdom from scripture and fear. He sat behind a desk that could have served as a dining table for 8, and he smiled when Wade entered, and the smile was different now. Not the recruiter's warmth, but the confidence of a man holding all the cards. Wade, please, sit. I'll stand. As you wish. Whitmore steepled his fingers. I'll be direct. Your group has skills I need. A medic. Becca. A mechanic. Dale. A marksman. Tommy. And a teacher. He looked at Wade with an intensity that was both flattering and predatory. Do you know how many children we have here? 47. They need education. They need someone who can teach them that the world before this one had value, had knowledge worth preserving. I've been praying for a teacher, Wade. And here you are? I'm not staying. Your daughter, yes, I know. Jacksonville, then St. Augustine. The Presidio broadcast. Whitmore leaned back. We've heard it too. We've also heard that the military controls the corridor south of Savannah. A Colonel Ansel. He's conscripting survivors, seizing resources, building something that looks a lot like a dictatorship. You'll never reach St. Augustine through his territory. We'll find a way. Or you could stay, teach our children, build something here. And when the time is right, when Ansel's overstretched, when the route is clear, we'll help you get to your daughter. Resources, vehicles, an armed escort. When the time is right, Wade repeated. Which is when? When God reveals it. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Whitmore stood. He was taller than Wade, and he used the height the way tall men do when they want to remind you of the differential. I'm offering you safety, purpose, and a path to your daughter. All I ask is your contribution and your patience. And if we choose to leave? The temperature in the room didn't change, but something shifted. The barometric pressure of Whitmore's composure. A subtle recalibration that moved the conversation from invitation to something else. Then you leave. Of course. This is a community, not a prison. But you leave as you came, with your packs and your weapons and your good intentions. We won't provision your journey. We won't share intelligence. And the gates, once closed behind you, don't reopen. It was a threat wrapped in a blessing, wrapped in a reasonable argument. And Wade recognized it because he'd spent 11 years watching administrators deliver the same construction to teachers who pushed back. You can go, but you go alone, and the door locks behind you. I need to talk to my people, Wade said. Of course. Take the day. Enjoy our hospitality. There's a concert tonight. We have musicians. Real music, Wade. When was the last time you heard real music? Wade left the library with the taste of manipulation in his mouth, a metallic tang that reminded him of adrenaline but was something older, something more human. The taste of being outplayed by someone smarter, or at least more ruthless, and not knowing whether the correct response was to fight, submit, or deceive. He found the group in the dining hall, eating a breakfast that was genuinely extraordinary. Eggs from the estate's chickens, bread baked that morning, butter, jam, coffee. Real coffee. The smell of it had hit Wade from 50 feet away, and the olfactory memory it triggered. Mornings before school, the kitchen in the house he'd shared with Danielle, the pot always half full because she drank it faster than he could make it, was so vivid it nearly buckled him. We have a problem, he said. He told them. Whitmore's offer. The locked gates, the proving. Pat filled in the details she'd gathered, and the mood at the table shifted from the contentment of a hot meal to the tension of a closing trap. We could stay, Owen said. He was holding a cup of coffee like it was holy water, both hands wrapped around it, steam rising past his face. Hear me out, just for a while. Restock, rest, gather intelligence. Circle back on the departure timeline when we've got better bandwidth. Then we leave when we're ready. We're not ready now? Jolene Prater, the truck driver they'd picked up outside Asheville, a broad-shouldered woman with a crowbar she'd named Dolly, and a vocabulary that could strip paint, looked at Owen with undisguised contempt. We've been ready since yesterday. The man said we could leave. He said we could leave empty. No supplies, no intel, no help. Into Ansell's territory. I've been driving through worse territory than this since I was 20. I'll take a hostile colonel over a preacher with a God complex any day. It's not that simple. It is that simple. We go or we don't. Pick one. The argument escalated. Owen and Jolene, primarily, with contributions from Dale. Terse, practical. Tia, anxious, asking questions no one could answer. Nora, silent, eating, watching. Miguel, trying to mediate. Becca, clinical, listing pros and cons. Tommy, saying nothing, cleaning his rifle. And Pat, listening, filing, waiting. Wade stood at the head of the table and couldn't decide. This was it. His flaw. The moment where indecisiveness wasn't just a character trait, but a liability. Where the inability to commit to a course of action endangered everyone who was waiting for him to lead. Stay. Safety, resources, the slow suffocation of Whitmore's control. Go. Danger, deprivation, but forward motion toward Lily. The math was simple. The emotions were not. We go, he said. Then, but not through the front gate. The decision was made. But, in the days that followed, Wade watched the group fracture in ways he hadn't anticipated. Tia found the school. It was in the East Wing, 20 children, 3 teachers, a classroom with actual desks and books and a chalkboard. She came back from her first visit with a look on her face Wade hadn't seen since before the outbreak. Hope. Not the desperate hope of survival, but the simple hope of normalcy. They're learning algebra, she said. One of them asked me about my major. I told them I was studying sociology, and this kid, she couldn't be more than 12. She said, "That's so cool. I want to study people too." Tia's eyes were wet. "I want to stay, Wade. Just for a little while. Just to remember what normal feels like." Dale found the workshop. Whitmore had an entire machine shop. Lathes, drill presses, welding equipment, all of it maintained by a former machinist who joined the community in the first week. Dale spent an entire day there, his hands remembering shapes they'd forgotten, building a water filtration system from scrap parts that Whitmore's people had been trying to figure out for weeks. He came back that night covered in grease and smiling, actually smiling the first time Wade had seen it since they'd met. "They've got everything here," Dale said. "Everything I need. I could build things again, fix things, make things work." Even Nora. Nora, who'd been the most skeptical, who'd seen through Whitmore's charm immediately. She found the kitchen, a professional kitchen, industrial equipment, a pantry stocked with ingredients she hadn't seen in weeks. She cooked dinner for the entire group that night. Real food, multiple courses, plates instead of bowls. And when she served it, her hands weren't shaking the way they had since the swamp, and her face had a peace that Wade recognized but couldn't name. "Don't get attached," Becca said, watching them. She was sitting apart from the group, her medical bag on her lap, her fingers checking the inventory for the 15th time. "None of this is free. Whitmore's building something here, and we're the materials." "Maybe that's not the worst thing," Miguel said quietly. "Being used for something. Having a purpose. The purpose is his, not ours. Does that matter? If we're safe? If we're fed?" Becca looked at him. Her face was unreadable, clinical. The mask she wore when she was thinking something she wouldn't say. "Yes," she said finally. "It matters." But Wade saw the doubt in her eyes. He saw it in his own. Because the Biltmore was warm, and Whitmore was effective, and the road ahead was cold and uncertain and full of things that wanted to kill them. And part of him, the exhausted part, the part that had been walking for weeks and bleeding for weeks and making impossible decisions for weeks, that part whispered, "What if you just stopped? What if this was enough? What if Danielle brought Lily here, or you brought them back here, and this was the ending instead of the beginning?" He pushed the thought away, but it didn't go far. The plan was Dale's architecture, Tommy's reconnaissance, and Pat's strategy. Dale, who'd spent a day in the workshop with the hungry eyes of a man reunited with his tools, had mapped the estate's infrastructure: the water system, the electrical grid, the drainage. The Biltmore's original plumbing included a drainage tunnel that ran from the chateau's basement to the French Broad River, a quarter-mile away. The tunnel was 3 feet in diameter, tight, wet, and designed for wastewater, not people. But it bypassed the walls, the guards, and the gates. Tommy had scouted the perimeter from the wall's interior, mapping guard rotations, blind spots, and the timing of shift changes. The guards changed at midnight and 6 a.m. The transition took 12 minutes, during which the wall's southeast section was unwatched. Pat had talked. She'd spent the day in conversation with congregation members, her librarian's gift for drawing out information without appearing to seek it, yielding a map of the community's social structure, power dynamics, and vulnerabilities. She'd learned that Whitmore's confessors, his inner circle, held information about the outside world that was shared with no one else. She'd also learned from a confessor who drank too much of the estate's wine at dinner that the CDC had a satellite research facility outside Savannah that had been studying the outbreak before it was overrun. The escape was set for 4 a.m., 3 days after their arrival. Enough time to rest, resupply, with supplies they'd hidden in the drainage tunnel's access point, ferried there by Nora and Miguel over 2 nights, and prepare. Owen discovered the plan on the second night. Not by design. Not because anyone told him. Owen discovered it because Owen was Owen. Because his survival instinct included an antenna for shifts in group dynamics, for whispered conversations that stopped when he approached, for the particular quality of purpose that people get when they're planning something they don't want you to know about. He found Wade in the guest room at midnight. "You're leaving," he said, not a question. "We're all leaving. Through the drainage tunnel. I saw Dale mapping the basement yesterday, and Nora carrying a pack toward the east wing at 2 a.m. Owen sat on the bed. His face was different. The affable salesman's mask stripped away, revealing something underneath that was harder, smaller, more honest. "I can't go with you." "What?" "I can't go. I'm not... Look, I've been thinking about this." Whitmore's offering something real. Safety, food, structure. Out there, he gestured at the window at the darkness beyond. Out there, it's death. It's tunnels and things in tunnels and walking until your feet bleed. I'm not built for it. I'm built for this. He spread his hands. Negotiation, persuasion, working the system. I can work Whitmore's system. I can be useful here. Owen, this place is a cult. It's a community with authoritarian leadership and questionable rituals, also known as most of human history. I can navigate that. I've been navigating corporate management structures for 15 years, and trust me, Whitmore's got nothing on a regional VP with a personality disorder. Wade stared at him. The teacher's instinct, the people-reading gift that Becca called his superpower and Pat called his curse, was firing on every cylinder. Owen was lying. Not about wanting to stay. That part was true. About why. The reason Owen wanted to stay wasn't safety or structure or the ability to work the system. The reason was simpler and uglier. You made a deal, Wade said. Owen's face twitched. A micro-expression lasting a fraction of a second. The involuntary flash of a man caught in a lie he thought was airtight. I don't know what you made a deal with Whitmore. You told him about the escape plan. In exchange for what? Owen was quiet for a long time. The clock on the wall, the guest room had a clock, an actual ticking clock. The luxury of measured time counted 5 seconds, 10, 15. Position, Owen said. In the council. Confessor status, access to information, resources, security. He looked at Wade, and in his eyes was not guilt, but calculation. The cold arithmetic of a man who'd weighed the options and chosen the one that favored himself. Wade, listen to me. I didn't betray you, I optimized. The plan was going to fail anyway. Whitmore has cameras in the basement, did you know that? Security cameras on the old system, battery backup. He's been watching you map the tunnel. He was going to stop you. I made sure I was on the right side when it happened. You told him everything. I told him enough. Our route, our destination, our supplies. He already knew most of it, but not all of it, and now he does. Wade's hands were fists. He didn't notice until his nails bit into his palms. Owen, people are going to die because of this. People are going to die anyway. That's the only certainty left. I chose to minimize my risk. You'd do the same if you weren't blinded by what? By Lily. By this insane quest to walk 600 miles for a child who might already be dead. Wade, I say this as your friend, the odds of her being alive are... Wade hit him. It wasn't a punch. It was a shove. Both hands flat against Owen's chest. The force of it knocking Owen off the bed and onto the floor. Not violent enough to injure. Violent enough to communicate. Owen hit the floor with a grunt and looked up at Wade. And in that moment, the masks were off. Both of them. Wade's mask of patience and leadership and calm deliberation, and Owen's mask of affability and friendship and harmless self-interest. What was underneath was raw. A father's fury and a coward's fear, facing each other in a guest room in a dead family's mansion. We're leaving tonight, Wade said. All of us except you. Whitmore knows about the tunnel. Then we won't use the tunnel. Wade left the room. He found Dale, found Jolene, found Pat. They had 3 hours to build a new plan. Jolene's plan was not a plan. It was an act of violence dressed as logistics. I'll drive a truck through the gate, she said. They were in the basement, in a corner Dale had confirmed was not covered by cameras. A blind spot behind the boiler, hot and dark, and reeking of old water. All 10 of them, minus Owen. There's a flatbed in the motor pool with keys in it. I start it, I floor it, the gate comes down. You run through, I keep driving. That's suicide, Becca said. It's an exit. Jolene, I've been driving trucks since I was 19. I know what a truck can and can't do. That gate is wrought iron. Decorative, not defensive. The barriers behind it are Jersey concrete. Those will stop me. But the impact will scatter the guards and create a gap. You go through the gap, I reverse. We meet on the road. And if you can't reverse? Jolene looked at Becca with the expression of a woman who'd been told she couldn't do something by people who didn't know her. Then I get out and walk. They didn't have a better option. They didn't have time for a better option. Owen's betrayal meant Whitmore knew, or would know by morning, that the group was trying to leave. Once he knew, the locked gates would become locked rooms, and locked rooms would become cells, and cells would become permanent. At 3:47 a.m., Dale's watch, the only timepiece, Jolene walked to the motor pool. She walked, not ran, because running attracted attention, and Jolene Prater didn't run from anything. She found the flatbed, keys in the ignition, as she'd scouted. She started it, and the diesel engine turned over, with a throaty roar that shattered the pre-dawn quiet like a stone through glass. The rest happened in 90 seconds. Jolene floored the flatbed. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on wet grass, then finding traction, then accelerating across the motor pool, through a decorative hedge, across the main drive, and into the wrought iron gate at 40 miles per hour. The gate disintegrated. Iron bars flew. The concrete barriers behind the gate didn't disintegrate. The truck hit them and crumpled, the cab folding like paper, the windshield blowing inward in a cascade of glass that turned the air white. Wade was already running. The group was behind him, packs on, weapons up, sprinting for the gap where the gate had been. Guards were shouting, flashlight beams swinging, the PA system crackling to life with Whitmore's voice, calm even now, even in chaos, the preacher's unshakable composure. All residents, shelter in place. Security to the main gate. This is not a drill. The gap. Wade hit it at a sprint, his knee screaming, his pack slamming against his back. Dale was beside him, the Mossberg up, covering. Becca had Tia by the arm, pulling her through. Nora ran with her Dutch oven clutched to her chest. The absurdity of it, risking death for a cast iron pot. Except it wasn't absurd because the pot was food and food was life, and Nora understood that hierarchy. Tommy had the M4 and was moving in a rear guard pattern, alternating between facing forward and spinning to cover their retreat. Miguel helped Pat, who was slower, whose 55-year-old legs couldn't match the pace, but whose determination could. And she ran with the fire axe in one hand and the canvas bag of books in the other, refusing to leave either. And Miguel stayed with her, matching her speed, his hand on her elbow, steadying her. The flatbed. Jolene. Wade looked back as he cleared the gate. The truck was destroyed. Cab crushed, engine block shoved into the passenger compartment, steam and smoke rising from the wreckage. The driver's door was open. Jolene was... Where was Jolene? There. On the ground beside the truck, on her back, one leg pinned under the twisted door frame. She was alive. Her head was up, her arms moving. But she was pinned, and the guards were coming, flashlights bobbing in the dark, and the distance between the truck and the gate was 40 feet, and Jolene was on the wrong side of it. Go! Jolene's voice, enormous, carrying over the shouts and the PA and the sound of the dying engine. Get the hell out of here! Go! We can't... Tia pulled against Becca's grip. She said go. Dale's hand on Wade's arm. The same iron grip from the Low Country, the grip that meant listen, the grip that meant trust me, the grip of a man who understood the calculus of sacrifice. She said go, Wade. They ran. Into the dark, beyond the estate's walls, into the tree line, into the November night that smelled of pine and exhaust and the particular metallic tang of blood. Behind them, Jolene's voice, screaming something, cursing. The words indistinct, but the tone unmistakable. Defiance, fury. The sound of a woman who'd decided how she was going out and was going out exactly that way. They heard Dolly, the crowbar, the sound of it hitting something, not flesh, metal, the door frame, Jolene trying to free her leg. Then, the guards reached her, and the sounds became confused, overlapping, and then they faded as the group ran deeper into the trees, and the distance swallowed everything behind them. They stopped a mile from the estate in a ravine choked with rhododendron, the dense evergreen foliage providing cover and the ravine's steep walls muffling sound. 9 people, not 10. Jolene was gone. Owen was gone. 2 in one night. 1 to death, 1 to betrayal. The group was shattered. Tia was crying, openly, loudly. the quiet leaking of before replaced by full, racking sobs that she didn't try to suppress. Tommy sat with his back to a tree, the M4 across his lap, staring at nothing. Miguel had his arms around Pat, who was trembling, not crying, trembling, a full body shaking that was either cold or shock or rage. Nora set the Dutch oven on the ground, sat next to it, and put her hands on the cast iron lid as if it were the only solid thing in the world. Dale stood watch. Of course, Dale stood watch. Because Dale Kowalski, 61 years old, cancer in his bones, grief in his heart, stood watch when the world was falling apart the way other men breathed. Not because he chose to, but because he didn't know how not to. Becca came to Wade. We need to keep moving. Whitmore will send people. I know. We need to move now. I know. Then why are you standing here? Wade looked at her. She was steady. The same clinical calm, the same surgical composure, but her hands were shaking. Becca Tyne's hands, the hands that had amputated a man's arm with a hatchet, the hands that sutured flesh without flinching, were shaking. Because I don't know which direction to go, he said. And it was the most honest thing he'd said since the outbreak. And it was his flaw speaking, his fatal indecisiveness, the thing that had been a virtue in classrooms and was a death sentence in the apocalypse. South, Becca said. The answer is always south. That's where she is. South? Yes. Lily. The only direction that mattered. The compass that overrode his broken internal navigation. South, he said. They moved. Into the darkness. Away from the walls that had promised safety and delivered captivity. Toward a state line in a low country, and a fort they'd been warned about, and a colonel they didn't yet know, and a daughter whose face Wade could barely remember in the exhaustion and the terror and the grief, but whose voice, Daddy, the sharks look bored, played in his head like a song he couldn't stop hearing and didn't want to. 9 people, walking south, in the dark. The rain started again. Of course it did. 3 days south of the Biltmore, in the foothills above the South Carolina border, they hit bottom. Not a dramatic bottom. Not a single catastrophic event. A slow, grinding attrition of body and spirit that accumulated like the rain, constant, cold, inescapable. They were out of the MREs. The packs they'd cached in the tunnel had been seized when Whitmore discovered the plan. Their food was whatever they could scavenge from looted farmhouses and stripped convenience stores, which was increasingly nothing. Wade's knee had swollen to the point where he couldn't fully straighten his leg, and he walked with a pronounced limp that slowed the group and that he refused to acknowledge. Tommy had stopped talking entirely. Not a gradual withdrawal, but a sudden cessation, as if a switch had been flipped. He walked, he kept watch, he ate what was given to him, but he didn't speak, didn't respond to questions with more than a nod or headshake, didn't clean his rifle in the evenings, which was the tell that worried Wade most, because Tommy's rifle maintenance was his rosary, his meditation, the ritual that kept his 16-year-old mind from fracturing under the weight of what it had witnessed. Nora sat with Tommy at meals. She didn't try to make him talk. She made food, whatever she had, however meager, and put it in front of him, and sat beside him and hummed while she worked. And the humming was in Spanish, a lullaby or a folk song, something from before America, before English, before the apocalypse. And Tommy ate and didn't speak. And sometimes, when Nora hummed, the tension in his shoulders would ease by a degree that was visible only if you were watching closely. Nora was always watching closely. He's breaking, she told Wade. They were walking a county road through a pine forest. The group strung out over 100 yards, Tommy in the rear with Dale. He's 16. He's seen things no adult should see. He needs time. He needs safety. He needs someone to tell him it's okay to be a child. There are no children anymore, Wade said. He heard himself and hated the sound of it. The bitterness, the nihilism, the exhaustion speaking in his voice. Don't say that. Nora's voice was sharp. My mother raised 5 children in a place where the water wasn't safe and the government wasn't safe and the men weren't safe. She did it because she refused to let the world take childhood from us. You refuse too. You hear me? Tommy's a boy. Your Lily is a girl. They need adults who remember that. Wade walked in silence for a while. Then he fell back to where Tommy was walking and matched his pace. Hey, Tommy didn't respond. I had a student once, Wade said. Junior. Played basketball. Good kid. His dad was in prison, his mom worked 3 jobs, and he was raising his 2 younger sisters basically by himself. Never complained, never asked for help. I didn't notice for 3 months because he was quiet, and quiet kids are invisible. He paused. I was a lousy teacher sometimes. Tommy glanced at him, a flicker of attention in the flat surface of his expression. When I figured it out, I asked him how he was doing. He said fine. I said I didn't ask if he was fine. I asked how he was doing. He said he didn't know the difference. Wade stepped over a branch on the road. I told him the difference is that fine is a wall, and how you're doing is a door, and walls keep people out, and doors let them in. Tommy was quiet for 20 steps. Then, that's a teacher thing to say. I'm a teacher. It's what I've got. I'm not fine. I know. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, but maybe later. Later's fine. Later's always fine. Tommy didn't speak again that day, but he cleaned his rifle that night. The slide of the bolt and the click of the action filling the campsite with a sound that Wade had come to associate with normalcy, with function, with a 16-year-old boy holding himself together with the one thing he knew how to do well. The low-country trap, the Bluetooth speaker, and the child's crying had been a warning. But the real danger of the wasteland between the mountains and savannah wasn't the traps or the scavengers. It was the emptiness. Miles of nothing. Burned fields, empty towns, roads that led to more roads, that led to more emptiness. The population of rural South Carolina had been thin before the outbreak, and what the infection hadn't killed, flight had depleted. The survivors who remained were invisible, behind closed doors, in fortified farms, in places where strangers were targets, not guests. The group walked through a landscape that felt post-human, as if the species had simply been erased, and the land was beginning the long process of forgetting it had ever been occupied. Water became the crisis, but it wasn't the only one. Their shoes were dying. Wade had noticed it first on his own boots. The soles wearing thin, the stitching coming apart, the leather cracking from days of walking through mud and water and asphalt. He'd walked maybe 300 miles in them, and they'd been designed for maybe 50. The heel was separating. He could feel cold air on his heel through the gap, and every step drove grit and water into the space between the insole and his foot. Tommy's boots were worse. The soles had actually developed holes, worn through by rocks and pavement, until he was walking on something closer to cardboard than rubber. He'd been lining them with plastic bags, which helped until the plastic tore, which happened every few hours. Nora had switched to a dead man's shoes 3 days ago, taken from a corpse on the roadside, and she'd spent an evening picking maggots out of the lining before wearing them, because maggots were better than bare feet on broken glass. The feet inside the dying shoes were worse still. Blisters on blisters, the skin breaking down, infections starting in cracks that wouldn't heal because there was no time to rest and no way to stay dry. Tia's left pinky toe had turned black. Becca said it was trench foot, said she might lose the toe if it got worse, said there was nothing to do but keep walking and hope. Tommy had a wound on his heel that had gone from red to yellow to a green that made Becca look at it and say nothing, which was worse than anything she could have said. 600 miles on foot wasn't a road trip. It was a slow dismantling of the human body, mile by mile, blister by blister, until you were held together by stubbornness and duct tape and the desperate knowledge that stopping meant dying. The streams and creeks that crossed the low country were contaminated, not by the original waterborne pathogen, which had been inert for weeks, but by the runoff of decomposition. Bodies in the water, thousands of them in cities and rivers, and the tributaries that fed the creeks. The water looked clear, but smelled wrong. A faint sweetness underneath the mineral tang, and drinking it meant risking bacterial infection, parasites, disease. They'd had water purification tablets from the Tractor Supply, but those were gone. Boiling required fire. Fire required time and fuel, and the risk of drawing attention. Dale rigged a solar still from a sheet of plastic and a cooking pot, but the output was half a liter a day, enough for one person to survive on, not 11. By the second day without clean water, Wade was having trouble thinking. Dehydration did that. He'd read about it somewhere, a textbook maybe, or an article. The way the brain started to malfunction as the body ran dry. Confusion, irritability, bad decisions. He watched himself make bad decisions and couldn't stop, couldn't think clearly enough to override the impulses that kept firing wrong. Tia had stopped sweating, which Becca said was a bad sign. Tommy had a headache so severe he'd stopped talking, just walked with his jaw clenched, rifle in white-knuckled hands. Owen was arguing with everyone about everything. His corporate calm dissolved into something petulant and raw. Even Dale, usually the steadiest of them, had snapped at Nora when she asked about stopping. "We're falling apart," Becca said quietly to Wade, her lips cracked, her voice rough. "Another day without water and someone's going to make a fatal mistake." On the second day without clean water, Wade made a decision he'd regret. They were passing a farmstead, intact, occupied, smoke from the chimney, a truck in the driveway, the unmistakable signs of living humans who'd chosen isolation and defense over community. The property was fenced, chain link topped with razor wire, a serious installation that predated the outbreak and suggested the kind of homeowner who'd been preparing for this long before it happened. A prepper. The compound would have water, stored water, filtered water, maybe a well. "We ask," Wade said. "We approach openly, weapons down, and we ask." "And if they say no?" Miguel asked. "Then we leave." "And if they shoot first?" Wade didn't answer that. He approached the gate with his hands visible, calling out, identifying himself, using the neutral, non-threatening tone of a teacher addressing a hostile parent, a skill he'd honed over a decade of parent-teacher conferences with people who believed their child's C- was a personal attack. A face appeared in a window. A voice told him to leave. He explained the situation. Water, 10 people, willing to trade. The voice told him to leave again, with profanity. He left. They found a prepper's bunker that evening, built into a hillside behind an abandoned farmhouse. The door was steel. The lock was a combination, and the combination was written on a sticky note affixed to the interior of the farmhouse's junk drawer. Because even the most prepared survivalists were still human and still lost their passwords. Inside, water. 50 gallons in sealed containers, filtration equipment, canned food, ammunition, a first aid kit, a solar panel and battery setup that could charge devices, a radio. They drank. They filled their containers. They ate canned beef stew that Nora seasoned with her dwindling spice bag and pronounced edible, barely. They charged Dale's radio and scanned the frequencies. The Presidio broadcast was still running. The same words, the same voice. St. Augustine, Florida. The Castillo de San Marcos. The walls are holding. Come south. And on a different frequency, a military channel Dale found by cycling through the band. A voice, clipped and professional, using call signs and coordinates that meant nothing to most of them, but that Pat, who'd memorized the geography of the Southeast the way other people memorized phone numbers, translated immediately. "Fort Stewart," she said. "That's Colonel Ansell's frequency. They're discussing troop movements, patrols along I-16 and I-95. "How far?" Wade asked. 80 miles. We'll hit his territory within a week." Wade looked at the radio. The military voice continued, dispassionate, discussing logistics and perimeters and force allocation with the bureaucratic precision of an institution that had survived the end of the world by refusing to acknowledge it. Somewhere in that chain of command was a man who'd been warned about on a gas station bulletin board. A man who was taking people. A man between Wade and Lily. "We'll find a way," Wade said. And he meant it, and he believed it. And the belief was built on nothing more substantial than a father's refusal to accept any outcome that didn't end with his daughter in his arms. It was irrational. It was everything. The group slept that night in the bunker, behind a steel door, with water in their stomachs and the radio playing the Presidio broadcast on low volume. The loop of hope repeating itself into the darkness, like a lullaby for the end of the world. And outside, in the low country night, the rain fell, and the dead wandered, and the road south continued, indifferent to the people who walked it and the reasons they walked and the price they'd already paid and the price they had yet to pay. The road to Fort Stewart was not a road at all. They'd abandoned the highways 30 miles north of Savannah when Dale's radio began picking up Ansell's patrol communications with increasing clarity and frequency. The military channel traffic painted a picture of a net closing, patrols on I-16, checkpoints on I-95, reconnaissance units pushing north along secondary roads. Ansell wasn't just defending his territory, he was expanding it, and the expansion was methodical, relentless, the work of a man who understood logistics and had the resources to implement them. "We go through the swamp," Pat said. They were huddled in an abandoned hunting cabin on the edge of the Okefenokee. Not the swamp proper, but the wetlands that bordered it, a transitional zone of cypress stands, and saw palmetto and water that was sometimes ankle-deep and sometimes chest-deep and always dark, with tannins that made it look like tea brewed from the forest floor. "The Okefenokee is 400,000 acres," Becca said. "We could get lost in there for weeks. We could get captured on the highway in hours." Pat had the atlas open, the pages water-stained and soft from weeks of handling. The routes she'd traced in pencil overlaid with new routes in pen, a palimpsest of abandoned plans. "The swamp runs south to the Florida border. If we follow the eastern edge, stay in the shallows, navigate by the sun, we come out near Folkestone. From there, it's a straight shot down I-95 to Jacksonville. Through Ansell's territory, through the edge of his territory. The swamp gives us cover for the first 40 miles. After that," she shrugged, "we improvise." There was no vote this time. There was no alternative. The highways were closed by force. The swamp was open by indifference. Ansell's patrols weren't going to wade into the Okefenokee looking for 9 refugees when the roads were so much easier to control. They entered the swamp at dawn on a November morning that felt like it belonged to a different calendar. Warm, humid, the air thick with a vegetal sweetness that was part growth and part decay. The first steps into the water were a shock, colder than the air, deeper than it looked. The bottom sucking at their boots with a grip that felt personal. Within 10 minutes, Wade's feet were numb. Within an hour, his knee, the bad one, the one that had been bad since college and had gotten worse every day of this journey, was screaming in a frequency that seemed to resonate with his spine. "You need to stop," Becca said. She was beside him, her medical bag held above the waterline, her eyes on his gait. "Your limp is getting worse. I'll stop when we're through. Wade, listen to me." Her voice dropped, clinical and hard. "I can see the swelling from here. That's not muscular. That's structural. The joint is unstable. Every step you take, you're making it worse. Then I'll make it worse until we're through. You'll make it worse until it locks completely, and you collapse in 3 feet of swamp water." She grabbed his arm, forced him to stop, to look at her. "I need you to understand something. When that knee goes, and it's going to go, Wade, the ligament is probably severed. You won't be able to walk. At all. Not with pain, not slowly. You will physically be unable to bear weight on that leg. And then what?" Wade looked at the swamp ahead, at the murky water and the cypress knees and the miles of hostile terrain between them and solid ground. He thought about Lily, 600 miles away, needing him to arrive. "Then you leave me," he said quietly. "We're not going to—" "You leave me. You take the others, and you keep moving south. That was always the plan if someone couldn't continue. We talked about it. That was hypothetical. Everything's hypothetical until it isn't." He started walking again, the water pulling at his boots, his knee grinding with every step. "Wrap it tighter tonight. Give me whatever anti-inflammatory we have left. And when it fails, if it fails, you keep that promise." She didn't argue further. Becca had learned over the weeks when Wade's stubbornness was a wall that could be climbed and when it was a cliff that could only be walked around. This was a cliff. She adjusted her pace to match his, stayed at his elbow and said nothing, which was its own form of commentary. But her jaw was tight, and her hands gripped the medical bag like she was already planning the surgery she couldn't perform. The swamp was a world unto itself. Cypress trees rose from the water on buttressed trunks, their branches draped with Spanish moss that hung in gray curtains, filtering the light into a perpetual twilight. The water was everywhere, sometimes a few inches, sometimes wading depth, occasionally channels that required swimming. Their packs held overhead, weapons wrapped in plastic bags that leaked. The sound was constant. Insects, birds, the plop of things entering the water, and the splash of things leaving it. And underneath it all, the deep, vibrating silence of a place that had been wild for 10,000 years and would be wild for 10,000 more. The infected were rare here. The swamp was not hospitable to their shambling locomotion. They got stuck, mired in mud, trapped by cypress knees and tangled roots. The group passed several. A man in a business suit, waist deep in a pool, his arms reaching, his legs cycling uselessly against the muck that held them. A woman tangled in a fallen tree, her jaw still working, her body immobilized by branches she couldn't navigate. These trapped infected were pathetic rather than threatening, and the group passed them without comment, conserving ammunition and energy for threats that could actually reach them. But the swamp had other dangers. On the second day, Tommy spotted the alligator. It was big, 12 feet, maybe more, the kind of prehistoric bulk that made you understand why these animals had survived 65 million years of evolution. It was sunning on a mud bank 30 yards ahead, its eyes half closed, its tail curved into the water. When Tommy raised his rifle, Dale put a hand on the barrel and lowered it. Don't. They don't chase if you don't threaten. We go around. They went around, wide, giving the animal 50 yards of clearance, moving through deeper water that rose to their chests, packs held overhead. The alligator watched them with the cold, patient attention of something that had no need to hurry, that had outlasted dinosaurs, and would outlast whatever was happening to the humans now. Nora was in the middle of the group, the Dutch oven strapped to her pack, along with her spice bag, her boning knife at her belt. She was waist deep, pushing through water that resisted every step, when the bottom dropped away. No warning. One moment she was standing on solid mud. The next she was underwater, pulled down by the weight of the cast iron, her arms windmilling, her head going under. Wade saw her go down and lunge toward her, but the water was chest deep on him and moving was like wading through concrete. Nora! Tommy was closest. He grabbed for her arm, caught it, pulled, and something else pulled back. The second alligator had been underwater. Smaller than the first, maybe 8 feet, but 8 feet of muscle and teeth and 65 million years of predatory evolution. It had Nora's pack in its jaws, the straps tangled in its teeth, and it was rolling, the death roll that gators used to drown their prey, taking Nora with it. Nora screamed. The sound was cut off as her head went under. The water churned brown with mud. Tommy held on, his grip white-knuckled on Nora's wrist, his boots digging into the muck, and for a moment it was a tug-of-war between a 16-year-old boy and an animal that didn't know or care that the world had ended. The strap snapped. The gator rolled away with the pack, the Dutch oven, the spice bag, a week's worth of Nora's identity, and disappeared into the murk. Tommy hauled Nora up, gasping, coughing swamp water, her clothes torn where the animal's thrashing had caught her. "Are you bit?" Becca was there, hands running over Nora's arms, her legs, checking for wounds. "Nora, are you bit? I don't think..." Nora was shaking violently, her teeth chattering, her eyes wild. She looked at her empty hands, at the water where the gator had vanished, at the absence where her pack had been. "My things, my pot, my mother's pot. We need to move." Dale's voice was iron, his eyes scanning the water for more shapes, more predators. "Now, before it comes back, before the blood draws others." There was no blood. Nora hadn't been bitten, but no one argued. They moved faster than before, abandoning the careful pace they'd been maintaining, pushing through the water with the frantic energy of prey that had just learned it wasn't alone. They found a shallow area an hour later, a mud flat where the water was only ankle deep, and they collapsed. Nora sat in the mud with her arms wrapped around her knees, rocking slightly, not crying, past crying in the territory of shock. The Dutch oven was gone. The spice bag was gone. The tools of her trade, the physical manifestation of everything she'd built her identity around in the months since the outbreak. had been taken by something that didn't know what it had destroyed. "We can find another pot," Tia said. "When we get through, there'll be kitchens, supplies." "That was my mother's pot." Nora's voice was flat, emptied. "She gave it to me when I left Puebla. It survived the desert. It survived the outbreak. It survived everything." She looked at her hands. "I survive. My things don't. My daughter doesn't want me. My pot is gone. What's left?" Nobody had an answer. The swamp pressed around them, indifferent, ancient, waiting. "Keep walking," Dale said finally. "That's what's left. Walk till we can't. Figure out the rest after." He stood up, water streaming from his clothes, his face set in the patient determination that had carried him through 4 decades of fixing broken things. "Nora, you good to walk?" She looked at him. For a long moment, Wade thought she might say no, might sit in the mud and let the swamp take her, give up the way so many people had given up in the weeks since the world ended. Then she stood, slowly, painfully. Her hands were shaking, but her legs held. "I can walk." Then we walk. The days blurred together after that. Water, mud, sun, insects. The endless navigation through a landscape that offered no landmarks and resisted every attempt to impose human order. Pat's mental map was their compass. She'd memorized the atlas's representation of the swamp's waterways and cross-referenced it with the sun's position, calling out course corrections that kept them trending south and east when the swamp tried to pull them in circles. Without her, they would have been lost within hours. With her, they were merely exhausted, wet, and increasingly desperate for solid ground. On the 3rd night, they found an island, not a real island. A hammock, Pat called it, using the local term. A raised area of relatively dry land in the middle of the swamp, covered with live oaks and palmettos, elevated just enough above the waterline to offer a place to sleep that wasn't mud. They hauled themselves onto it as the sun set, collapsing on the ground with the boneless relief of bodies pushed beyond their limits. Nora made fire. It was a risk. Smoke could draw attention. But the risk of hypothermia from sleeping in wet clothes was greater. She built it small, feeding it with dead palmetto fronds that burned hot and fast and smokeless, and the group gathered around it, peeling off boots and socks and laying them near the flames to dry. "We're through the worst of it," Pat said. She was studying the atlas by firelight, tracing their progress with a finger. "Tomorrow we should reach the eastern edge. Solid ground by midday. And then Ansel," Dale said. "And then Ansel." The fire crackled. Somewhere in the swamp, an owl called, a low, resonant hoot that sounded like a question. The group ate what they had, the last of the MREs from the bunker, supplemented by cattail roots Nora had harvested from the shallows, and sat in the particular silence of people too tired to talk and too wired to sleep. "I want to tell you about my daughter," Nora said. The statement landed like a stone in still water. Nora had never mentioned a daughter. She'd never mentioned family at all. She was from Puebla. She'd cooked in Pigeon Forge. She'd carried a boning knife and a spice bag and a Dutch oven that was now at the bottom of the swamp. And that was the entirety of what the group knew about her before. "I had a daughter," Nora said. "Sophia. She'd be 23 now. I haven't seen her in 6 years." She was looking at the fire, her face half lit by the flames, her expression unreadable. "I came to this country when I was 19, pregnant. Sophia's father he was not a good man, and staying would have meant staying with him, so I left. I walked through the desert with 12 other people. 4 of us made it. Nobody spoke. The fire hissed. I worked. Kitchens, mostly. I raised Sophia alone. She was smart. Smarter than me, smarter than anyone. She got a scholarship. Full ride to Georgia Tech. Engineering." Nora's voice cracked slightly on the word, a fracture in the steady stream of narrative. She was going to build things. Bridges. Buildings. Something that would last. "Where is she now?" Tia asked softly. "I don't know. I haven't spoken to her since she told me she was ashamed of me. Ashamed that her mother was undocumented. Ashamed that I'd broken the law to come here. that I'd lied to her, that everything about her life was built on something illegal. Nora's hands were still for once. Usually they moved constantly, stirring, seasoning, tending. Now they rested on her knees like birds that had forgotten how to fly. She was right to be angry. I lied. I built her life on a lie. But I did it because the truth would have killed both of us. Sophia doesn't know about the outbreak? Pat asked. I don't know what Sophia knows. Her last text to me 3 years ago was that she didn't want to hear from me, that she was going to make her own life without the weight of mine. Nora looked up from the fire. Her eyes were dry. I think about her every day. I wonder if she's alive. I wonder if she's looking for me. I wonder if she's found someone to cook for her. Someone who knows that food is sagrado, Wade said. Nora looked at him, a small smile. Yes, sacred. She returned her gaze to the fire. I'm telling you this because we've lost people. Jolene, Rhett, Owen in a different way. And we're going to lose more. Before we do, I want you to know me, not the cook. Me, Nora Galvan. I had a daughter. I lost her before the world ended. And I'm still walking south because the alternative is to sit down and die. And I'm not ready to die yet. The fire burned. The owl called again. Somewhere in the swamp, an alligator slid into the water with a heavy splash that sounded like a door closing. Thank you, Nora, Pat said. Thank you for listening. They slept in shifts that night, 3 at a time, the fire burning low, the swamp breathing around them with its ancient, indifferent life. Wade took the middle watch, sitting with his back against an oak, his shotgun across his lap, staring into the darkness that began 3 feet from the dying embers and went on forever. He thought about Nora's daughter, about what it meant to lose a child while they were still alive. To lose them to anger, to shame, to the distance that could grow between people who loved each other when the love wasn't enough to bridge what divided them. He thought about Lily, about the last time he'd seen her, the custody exchange in Cookville, the hug that had been too brief because Danielle was in a hurry and Wade hadn't wanted to make a scene. He'd said, "See you in 2 weeks, Bug." She'd said, "Bye, Daddy." And that was it. That was the last conversation he might ever have with his daughter. And it was 4 words, half of them goodbye. If he found her, when he found her, what would he say? What could he say that would make up for the weeks of walking, the people who'd died, the father who'd been 600 miles away when the world ended and hadn't been able to protect her? He didn't have an answer. He sat with the question through his watch and into the dawn. And when the light came and the group woke and they gathered their packs and walked back into the water, the question came with him, as it had since day one, as it would until the day he saw her face or learned that he never would. They emerged from the swamp at midday on the 4th day, stepping from knee-deep water onto the packed dirt of a logging road that ran along the swamp's eastern edge. Solid ground. The feeling of it, stable, firm, not trying to suck them down, was so overwhelming that Tia laughed, a sound Wade hadn't heard from her in weeks. "Oh my God," she said. "Oh my God, I never want to see water again." "You might want to reconsider that," Becca said. "Given that human bodies are 60% water." "Fine. I never want to see external water again." They rested on the logging road, stripping off wet boots, wringing out socks, examining feet that had been macerated by days of immersion. Blisters, raw patches, the beginning of what Becca identified as trench foot on Miguel's left sole, a condition she treated with the antibiotics from the bunker and a stern lecture about keeping feet dry that made everyone acutely aware of the impossibility of keeping anything dry in the life they were living. "Folkestone is 8 miles south," Pat said. She had the atlas open on the ground, weighing down the corners with rocks. From there, I-95 runs straight to Jacksonville. 40 miles, maybe 45. "Through Ansell's patrols," Dale said. "Through Ansell's patrols. Basin, we go at night." This was Tommy, speaking for the first time in 5 days, his voice rusty from disuse, the words coming out slowly, as if he were remembering how to form them. "Like the tunnel. Move in the dark. Stay off the road. They're watching for vehicles, not walkers." The tunnel didn't work out well, Becca said. The tunnel had a thing in it. The highway's just highway. You don't know what's on the highway. I know what's behind us, and I know what's ahead. Ahead is closer to where we're going. Tommy looked at Wade. It was the first time he'd made eye contact with anyone since the Biltmore. We keep moving. That's the plan. We've always kept moving. Wade nodded. We keep moving. They rested until dusk, ate the last of their food, canned peaches that Nora had been saving, divided into 9 portions that were more juice than fruit, and then walked south through the night. The world along the I-95 corridor was different from the rural emptiness of the inland route. This was populated territory, small towns, gas stations, truck stops, the infrastructure of the American highway system that had been the country's circulatory system and was now its skeleton. The towns they passed were silent, dark, the buildings intact but abandoned, the streets empty of both the living and the dead. Ansel's patrols had cleared this area, Wade realized. Swept it, secured it, moved the survivors to Fort Stewart, willing or not, and the infected to wherever you moved, infected when you had the manpower to move them. The emptiness wasn't natural. It was manufactured, imposed. They stayed in the tree line along the highway, parallel to the road but never on it. Twice they heard vehicles, the rumble of engines, the sweep of headlights, and each time they went flat in the undergrowth, faces pressed to the forest floor, breathing into the leaves, waiting for the sound to pass. Ansel's patrols drove with lights on, in military vehicles that were loud and visible, and clearly intended to project power rather than achieve stealth. They weren't hunting for refugees in the woods. They were controlling the road, demonstrating presence, making it clear that this territory was owned. On the third night of walking the corridor, they reached Jacksonville's northern outskirts. The city was massive, nearly 1 million people before the outbreak. The largest city by area in the continental United States, sprawling across the confluence of the St. Johns River and the Intracoastal Waterway. From the ridge where the group stood, they could see it spread below them in the moonlight, a vast field of dark buildings and silent streets, punctuated by the occasional fire, accidental or deliberate, impossible to tell, and the distant movement of figures that might have been survivors or infected or both. That's a lot of city, Tia said. That's approximately 700,000 to 800,000 deceased individuals, Becca said, give or take. I know, I keep thinking about Asheville and the concert field and how that was bad, and this is Asheville times 10, times 20, Pat said. Jacksonville's population density in the urban core was approximately 3,000 per square mile, assuming a 50% infection rate and a 50% mortality rate from other causes. Pat, Dale said. Yes? Not helpful. I'm providing context. Context is making people want to sit down and cry. Pat considered this. Fair point. I'll recalibrate. She paused. Also, Tommy, your left boot is falling apart. Tommy looked down. The sole of his left boot was separating from the upper, held together by duct tape and hope. Yeah, been like that since South Carolina. How are you walking? Carefully. Tommy almost smiled. Also, I can't feel my pinky toe no more, so there's that. That's concerning. He shrugged. List of concerning things is pretty long these days. Dead toe ain't even top 10. Tia let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. What is your top 10? I'm, morbidly curious now. Number 1 is y'all talking about my foot, instead of the giant dead city we gotta walk through. Fair, Tia said. That's literally so fair. They studied the city from the ridge, mapping routes, identifying landmarks, debating approaches. The St. Johns River cut the city in half. The bridges over it would be choke points, potentially blocked, potentially guarded by Ansel's forces, if he'd extended his control this far south. The alternative was to swing west, circle the city entirely, and approach St. Augustine from the inland side. But that added days, and days were the one thing Wade couldn't afford. We go through, he said, not the urban core, the suburbs. Residential areas, lower density. We follow the river south to I-95, then take the highway straight to St. Augustine. That's still 20 miles of city, Becca said. 20 miles of suburbs and exurbs. Houses, strip malls, parking lots. We can move through that. We've moved through worse. Have we? Wade thought about Asheville, the concert field, the swaying dead, the mound that had emerged from the parking garage, that massive fusion of bodies that they'd fled from because there was no other option. He thought about the tunnel and the thing that had taken Rhett. He thought about every mile of road and swamp and forest they'd crossed to get here. Yes, he said, we have. They entered Jacksonville at dawn. The suburbs on the northern edge were what Wade had predicted. Residential sprawl, single-family homes on quarter-acre lots, strip malls anchored by grocery stores and dollar stores and fast food restaurants that had served the same menu in every city in America. The streets were quiet. Cars sat in driveways, their batteries long dead, their tires beginning to deflate. Lawns were overgrown, the grass knee-high in some places, reclaiming the land with the patient enthusiasm of vegetation that no longer had to compete with mowers. The infected were present but manageable. They encountered clusters, a family of 4 standing in a cul-de-sac, their mouths working in unison. A group of 6 in a grocery store parking lot, milling around the shopping cart corral as if waiting for carts to be returned. The group moved around them, through them, using the techniques they'd developed over weeks of travel. Single file, silent, staying downwind when possible, moving steadily without the sudden motions that triggered pursuit. Wade's knee had stabilized, or at least the pain had become familiar enough that he could walk through it without his gait advertising his vulnerability. He led the group along residential streets that paralleled the river, navigating by sightlines to the downtown towers that rose to the south, keeping the water on their left, a natural barrier that channeled their route and limited the directions from which threats could approach. Mid-morning, they found a house to rest in. It was a 2-story colonial on a cul-de-sac, chosen for its brick construction, defensible, its fenced backyard, containable, and its location at the end of a dead-end street, limited approaches. Dale cleared the interior in 4 minutes, room by room, the Mossberg leading. Empty. The former occupants, a family based on the photos on the mantel, parents and 2 teenage boys, had left in a hurry, based on the clothes on the floor and the drawers pulled open and the car in the garage that was missing, which meant they'd driven away, which might mean they'd survived. Or not. There was no way to know. They barricaded the doors, covered the windows, and rested. Nora found canned goods in the pantry, not much, but enough for a meal, and cooked on the gas stove, which still had propane in the tank. The smell of warm food, the simple domestic act of cooking in a kitchen, was so dissonant with their circumstances that it felt like a hallucination. I could stay here, Tia said. She was sitting at the kitchen table, a plate of beans and rice in front of her, her borrowed glasses pushed up on her forehead. Just pretend the world didn't end. Live in this house. Grow vegetables in the backyard. Like some cottagecore fantasy, but with, zombies. She almost laughed. Never leave, just never. The infected would find you eventually, Becca said. I know. I'm not saying it's a plan. I'm saying it's a fantasy. Can't I have a fantasy? You can have whatever you want. Just don't confuse it with reality. That's the thing, though. Tia put her fork down. What's reality now? We're walking across a country that doesn't exist anymore, looking for a fort that might be a myth, to save a girl who might be dead. Is that reality? Or is that a fantasy we're all participating in because it's less terrifying than admitting we don't know what we're doing? The question hung in the air. Nobody answered it. Because nobody could. Because Tia was right. The plan was built on hope and rumor and a 40-second phone call from 3 weeks ago, and the foundation was so thin that looking at it directly would cause it to collapse. Lily's alive, Wade said. It came out harder than he intended. The words edged with a sharpness that was directed inward as much as outward. The broadcast is real. The fort is real. And we're going to get there. How do you know? Because I can't afford to not know. That silenced the table. Wade stood up, took his plate to the sink, an absurd gesture washing a dish in the apocalypse, but his hands needed something to do, and stood looking out the window at the fenced backyard and the overgrown lawn and the sky that was gray and ordinary and promised nothing. "We leave at dusk," he said. "Rest while you can." They almost made it through the city. The southern suburbs were denser than the northern ones. More apartments, more commercial development, the gradual thickening of population that occurred as you approached a downtown core. The infected were denser too, and the group's pace slowed as they navigated around clusters and through parking lots and down residential streets that were increasingly choked with abandoned vehicles and debris. They reached the I-95 junction at midnight. The highway was elevated here, raised on concrete pylons above the flood-prone lowland, and the on-ramp they'd planned to use was blocked by a barricade. Not the improvised barriers of other roadblocks, but a deliberate military construction, jersey barriers and concertina wire, and a sandbagged guard post that was miraculously unmanned. "Ansell's perimeter," Dale said. He was scanning the barricade through his night vision goggles, the one piece of equipment from the tunnel truck that had proven invaluable. But no guards. They've pulled back. "Why?" Pat asked. "I don't know. Maybe they're defending something else. Maybe they've retreated entirely. Maybe—" The sound came from the south. A sound that Wade had heard before, in Asheville, when the mound had emerged from the parking garage. A sound like thousands of shuffling feet on concrete, multiplied by echoes, amplified by the enclosed space of the elevated highway. The sound of a horde. "Get off the road," Wade said. They didn't make it off the road. The horde came from under the highway, pouring up the on-ramp from the streets below, drawn by something. A sound, a scent, the cumulative stimulus of 9 living humans in a city of the dead. They came in a wave, the front ranks climbing over the jersey barriers with the mindless persistence of water. Finding cracks, their bodies pressing forward, crushing the concertina wire flat, the sheer mass of them rendering obstacles meaningless. The group ran, back the way they'd come, away from the highway, into the suburban streets that offered more options, more escape routes, more. Wade's knee went. Not the grinding pain he'd been living with for weeks. Not the swelling or the stiffness or the ache that had become background noise. This was structural failure, the ligament already torn, finally snapping completely, the joint giving way like a hinge with its pin removed. One moment he was running, the next moment he was on the ground, his leg buckling at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. The pain so absolute that his vision went white, and he couldn't scream because his lungs had forgotten how to work. "Wade!" Becca was beside him, grabbing his arm, trying to pull him up. He got halfway, tried to put weight on the leg, and collapsed again. The knee wouldn't lock. It was loose, unstable, a limb that no longer belonged to the architecture of his body. "I can't," he gasped. "I can't walk. The knee—" "There," Tommy pointed. An overpass ahead carrying a local road over a drainage canal. The concrete supports created a narrow gap between the canal's steep banks and the overpass's foundation, a passage too tight for a horde, but just wide enough for individuals. 50 yards. Wade couldn't walk 50 feet. The horde was coming. 40 yards behind them. 30. Dale didn't hesitate. He looped Wade's arm over his shoulder, took his weight, and started dragging. Not running. There was no running with a grown man as dead weight, but moving, lurching forward, Dale's boots digging into the asphalt as he hauled Wade toward the gap. "Go!" Dale shouted at the others. "Get through! I've got him!" They ran. Tommy and Becca and Nora and the others, sprinting for the gap, sliding through, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Dale kept dragging. Wade tried to help, tried to use his good leg, but every attempt sent fresh lightning through the destroyed knee, and his body kept betraying him, kept sagging, kept making Dale carry more weight. They reached the gap, 20 feet wide, the canal beyond, and behind them, the horde closing, the clicking rising to a roar, the first infected reaching for them. Dale shoved Wade through. Hard, violent, a push that sent Wade tumbling down the canal's concrete bank into the knee-deep water. The impact was agony. The cold was worse. Wade rolled, came up gasping, looked back. Dale wasn't coming through. He'd turned to face the horde, the Mossberg in his hands, positioning himself in the gap's entrance. not to hold them off, not to buy time, to block. His body filling the passage, his weapon raised, his face wearing the calm expression of a man who'd known this was coming and had accepted it. Dale, no! God damn it, no, no, no! Get your girl, son. His voice carried over the clicking, over the chaos, over the sound of a world ending. This one's on me, always was. The first infected reached him. Dale fired. Wade tried to stand, his knee buckled. Becca grabbed him, Nora grabbed him. They dragged him down the canal as the Mossberg boomed and then fell silent, and the last sound Wade heard was Dale humming. Ring of Fire, the same song he'd been humming since Sevierville. And then the humming stopped, and there was only the clicking and the silence that came after. They emerged onto the riverbank and collapsed. 8 people, not 9. Dale Kowalski, age 61, cancer patient, HVAC repairman, father of a dead son, had died in a gap under an overpass, blocking a horde with his body because Wade's knee had failed, and someone had to pay the price for that failure. The price was Dale. Wade lay in the mud of the riverbank, his destroyed knee throbbing with every heartbeat, and he understood something he would carry for the rest of his life. Dale hadn't chosen to die. Dale had been forced to die because Wade couldn't run, because Wade's body had betrayed him at the moment that mattered most. The cancer would have killed Dale eventually. The infection might have taken him. But in the end, it was Wade's knee, Wade's weakness, Wade's failure, that had put Dale in that gap with a shotgun and no escape. They went. Through the gap, down the canal's concrete bank, into the knee-deep water that ran south toward the river. Behind them, the Mossberg boomed. Once, twice, 3 times. The humming continued, audible over the shots, over the clicking of the horde, over the sounds of a man making his last stand with a shotgun and a pipe wrench, and a tune that had been stuck in his head for 40 years. Nora was crying. Tia was crying. Miguel had his face pressed against the mud of the riverbank, his shoulders heaving, his breath coming in ragged gasps that might have been sobs or might have been exhaustion. Tommy stood at the water's edge, the M4 in his hands, staring back toward the city with an expression that Wade couldn't read and didn't want to. Becca was examining Wade's knee, her hands gentle but clinical. The ACL is gone, she said quietly. Completely ruptured. The joint's unstable. You won't be able to bear weight without support. A crutch, at minimum. Maybe a brace if we can find one. Dale is dead because of me, Wade said. The words came out flat, emptied of everything but fact. He died because I couldn't run. He died because he chose to save you. He didn't have a choice. I took the choice from him when my leg gave out. Wade stared at the sky, at the stars visible through the broken clouds, at the universe that didn't care about Dale Kowalski or Wade's guilt or anything else. He was dying anyway, the cancer, but he should have had months, years, maybe. I took that from him. Pat sat beside him. She was not crying. Her face was wet. River water, tears, impossible to tell. And her hands were folded in her lap. He was a good man, she said. Yes. He knew this was coming. Not tonight, specifically, but something like tonight. He talked to me 2 nights ago in the swamp. He knew his body was failing, and he knew eventually it would fail at the wrong moment. He was at peace with that. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't erase the guilt you're feeling or the responsibility you're taking on. But it matters. He made his peace before you ever fell. The decision was already made, Wade. You just gave him the opportunity to execute it. What did he say? In the swamp? He said, Pat paused, composed herself. Tell the kid, the teacher, that he's going to make it. Not because he deserves to, and not because the world is fair, but because some people just keep walking. Tell him to keep walking. She looked at Wade. So I'm telling you, keep walking. Wade sat on the riverbank, with Dale's words in his ears, and the smell of the swamp in his nose, and his daughter 40 miles away. And he didn't cry because he didn't have any tears left, because the reservoir had been emptied somewhere on the road between Knoxville and here, and what was left was just the walking, just the keeping on. "We move at first light," he said. "Follow the river to I-95, then south." Nobody argued. They were past arguing. They were past everything except the forward motion that was all they had left. The river flowed south, indifferent. The moon set. The stars turned, and somewhere in a fortified stone fort on the coast, a 7-year-old girl with blonde braids was sleeping, or waking, or staring at the ceiling, and wondering if her daddy was ever coming. Fort Stewart found them before they found Fort Stewart. They'd crossed the river on a pedestrian bridge south of the downtown, Jacksonville's urban core, visible to the east, a skyline of dark towers and the occasional flicker of fire, a monument to everything that had been lost. The South Bank was residential again, then commercial, then the gradual thinning into the exurban sprawl that preceded the Florida border. They walked through the dawn and into the morning, following I-95's shoulder when they could, parallel roads when they couldn't, moving south with the desperate urgency of people who'd lost too much to lose more. The patrol intercepted them at a gas station outside Yulee. 3 Humvees, blocking the road ahead and the road behind, soldiers in full combat gear deploying with the mechanical precision of people who'd done this 100 times. Not hostile, not yet. Professional, controlled. A loudspeaker crackled, "Put down your weapons, hands on your heads, kneel." Wade looked at the others. At Becca, whose face was blank, but whose hands had tightened on the medical bag she never let go of. At Tommy, who had the M4 up and was calculating angles with the cold arithmetic of a boy who'd learned to shoot before he'd learned to drive. At Nora, whose boning knife was in her hand, because Nora's hand went to the knife the way other people's hands went to their phones. "We can't fight this," Wade said. "We can run," Tommy said. "Run where? They've got vehicles, they've got numbers, they've got..." He gestured at the soldiers, at the weapons, at the infrastructure of organized military power that was the opposite of everything they'd been navigating around for weeks. "They've got us. So we surrender? We surrender. We figure it out from inside." Tommy's jaw tightened. The M4 didn't move. For a long moment, Wade thought he was going to have to physically take the weapon from the boy's hands, an action that would probably get them both shot. Then Tommy lowered the rifle, set it on the ground, put his hands on his head, knelt. One by one, the others followed. Wade went last, his knee screaming as he lowered himself to the pavement, his hands finding the familiar position on his skull, his eyes on the soldiers as they approached. He wondered what the soldiers saw. 8 people who looked like the walking dead themselves, sunburned and filthy, clothes hanging off bodies that had lost 20 pounds each, hair matted, beards wild, on those who could grow them, fingernails cracked and black with dirt. Tommy's boots were held together with tape. Tia's borrowed glasses were scratched, nearly opaque. Nora's hands were scarred from burns and cuts that hadn't healed right. Wade's knee was visibly swollen even through his pants, the joint twice its normal size, the limp obvious even in the way he knelt. They didn't look like survivors. They looked like something the swamp had chewed up and spit out. The squad leader was a sergeant, young, mid-20s, with the lean efficiency of someone who'd been doing this job for a while but not long enough to be cynical. He collected their weapons, searched their packs, inventoried their supplies with a clipboard and a pen that seemed absurdly bureaucratic given the circumstances. "Names," he said. Wade gave their names. The sergeant wrote them down, asked where they'd come from. Wade told the truth. Knoxville, Asheville, the swamp, asked where they were going. Wade hesitated. "St. Augustine," he said. "The Presidio. I have a daughter there." The sergeant looked up. Something flickered in his expression. Not sympathy exactly, but recognition. The recognition of someone who had family somewhere and understood what that meant. "Colonel Ansel wants to meet you," he said. "All of you. Fort Stewart. 1 hour." They were loaded into the Humvees, driven north, away from the border, away from St. Augustine, away from Lily. Wade sat in the rear vehicle with Becca and Tia, his hands zip-tied in front of him, watching the highway scroll past in reverse, and felt the familiar weight of indecisiveness pressing down. The knowledge that he'd made a choice, that the choice might have been wrong, that there was no way to know until the consequences arrived. Fort Stewart was a city, not literally. It was a military base, sprawling across more than 280,000 acres of coastal Georgia. But the population Ansel had assembled gave it the feel of a city. Thousands of people moved through the base's infrastructure. Soldiers in uniform, civilians in work clothes, children. Wade's heart seized at the sight of them, playing in a fenced area near what had been the base's recreational facility. Vehicles ran on paved roads. Generators hummed. The smell of cooking food drifted from a mess hall that looked like it could seat 500. Through the Humvee's window, Wade watched the base scroll past. A medical clinic with a line outside, not desperate, chaotic, but orderly. A nurse with a clipboard checking names. A school building with children's drawings taped to the windows, crayon suns and stick figure families, and the word hope in wobbly letters. A community garden where civilians worked rows of winter vegetables, their movements methodical, peaceful. A workshop where men and women repaired equipment, the clang of hammers and the whine of drills, a soundtrack of functionality. It looked like civilization. Not the civilization that had been, but a new version. Leaner, harder, with fences and guards, but also with people who were fed and clothed and alive. Wade saw an old woman being pushed in a wheelchair by a teenage boy, both of them laughing at something. He saw a soldier teaching a group of children how to do push-ups on a patch of grass, the kids giggling and collapsing dramatically. He saw a man and woman holding hands outside what might have been a chapel, their faces tired, but not desperate. This is civilization, Tia breathed. This is control, Pat said. Her voice was flat. Look at the fences, the guards, the checkpoints. This isn't a community, it's a camp. It's both, Dale said quietly. It's both at the same time. That's what makes it complicated. They were taken to a processing center, a building that had been administrative offices and was now something else, something with desks and forms and the bureaucratic apparatus of refugee management. They were photographed, fingerprinted, interviewed separately by personnel who asked the same questions in the same tone with the same expectation of compliance. Wade's interviewer was a lieutenant, older, probably mid-30s, with the patient manner of someone who'd processed hundreds of people and had learned not to expect anything interesting. Occupation before the outbreak? Teacher, high school history, skills useful to the community? I can teach, read, write. I know basic first aid. Military experience? None. The lieutenant made a note. You'll be assigned to the education unit. We have a school for the children. Qualified instructors are valuable. He looked up. Your daughter. You said she's in St. Augustine? Yes. The Presidio. Yes. The lieutenant's expression didn't change, but something in it shifted. A slight tightening around the eyes. A micro-adjustment that Wade's people-reading instinct flagged as significant. The colonel will want to discuss that with you personally. Colonel Reed Ansel was not what Wade had expected. The radio warnings had painted him as a tyrant, a military strongman seizing power in the chaos. The reality was both less dramatic and more disturbing. Ansel looked tired. Not the performative exhaustion of a man seeking sympathy, but the bone-deep weariness of someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks and had stopped expecting to. His uniform was neat, his posture correct, but his eyes, pale blue, clear, giving nothing away, had the hollow quality of a man carrying weight he hadn't asked for. He met Wade in what had been the base commander's office and was now his own. The walls held maps covered with markings that Wade couldn't read, but that clearly represented something organized. On the desk, beside the neat stacks of papers, sat a framed photograph, a woman and two teenage boys smiling at the camera. The glass was cracked. My wife and sons, Ansel said, noticing Wade's glance. They were in Atlanta when it fell. I don't know if... He stopped, composed himself. The brief vulnerability vanished, replaced by the professional mask. Forgive me. We all have losses. Mr. Dunlap. Ansel's handshake was firm, brief, professional. Please, sit. Wade sat. Your daughter, Ansel said without preamble. Ah, Lily. 7 years old, believed to be at the Presidio settlement in St. Augustine. Is this correct? Yes, sir. And you've been traveling for how long? 5 weeks. From Knoxville. Ansel's eyebrows rose slightly, the most expression Wade had seen from him. That's a considerable distance. On foot. We had no choice. There are always choices, Mr. Dunlap. You chose to walk 600 miles for your daughter. Most people would have accepted the situation and stayed where they were. Ansel leaned back. I find that interesting. It suggests a certain persistence, determination, qualities that are valuable in the world we're building. I just want to get to my daughter. Of course, and you will. Ansel stood, walked to the map, pointed to a mark on the coast, south of Jacksonville. St. Augustine, the Presidio, it's real. We've confirmed it, approximately 400 survivors, fortified in the Castillo de San Marcos. Sustainable, organized, a genuine settlement. Wade's heart lurched. Then let me go. Let us go. We'll leave tonight. I'm afraid I can't do that. Ansel walked to the window. Outside, the base stretched to the horizon. Buildings, vehicles, people moving with purpose. But Wade noticed what Ansel was looking at. A medical tent near the east fence, crowded with cots. A food line stretching longer than it should. The careful rationing of a community running out of time. Fort Stewart is dying, Mr. Dunlap. Ansel's voice was quiet, stripped of military formality. We have 900 people and food for 600. We have a clinic running on veterinary supplies and antibiotics that expired 3 months ago. We have 47 children who will starve by spring if something doesn't change. He turned to face Wade. The Presidio has coastal access, fishing, salt marsh, agriculture, a sustainable food source that we don't have. This isn't about power. It's about survival. So take it by force. I'm trying not to. For the first time, something like frustration crept into Ansel's voice. I've sent 3 envoys, 3 separate attempts at negotiation. Each time they've refused. They have 400 people and resources for 500. We have 900 and resources for 600. The math is simple. Together, we survive. Apart, we both die slowly. He paused. I don't want to attack them. I don't want to kill anyone. I want to feed the children in my care and keep the lights on for 1 more month. If that makes me a villain, then I'm a villain. I've made my peace with that. Wade's hands were clenched in his lap. His nails bit into his palms. My daughter's in that fort. I know. I've seen her name in the intelligence reports. Lily Dunlap, 7 years old, arrived with her mother 6 weeks ago. The mother died from a bite sustained during travel. Ansel's voice softened. I'm sorry. That's how I would have wanted to tell you, gently with time to process. But we don't have time for gentleness anymore. Danielle was dead. Wade had known it somewhere in the part of his mind that calculated probabilities and accepted harsh truths. But hearing it confirmed, hearing her reduced to an intelligence report, a single line in a military briefing, cracked something in his chest that he'd been holding together for 600 miles. The mother died from a bite sustained during travel. He saw Danielle in the kitchen of the house in Jacksonville, the house he'd helped her buy in the divorce, standing at the sink with Lily on her hip, laughing at something Wade couldn't remember. He saw her at their wedding 12 years ago, saying vows he'd broken before the ink was dry on the anniversary card. He saw her the last time he'd seen her, 3 months ago, dropping Lily off after his custody weekend, her face tired and frustrated, saying, just be on time next time, Wade. Is that so hard? And he'd said something sarcastic, something he couldn't remember now, and she'd driven away, and that was the last time. That was how it ended. Not with a goodbye, not with a thank you for 9 years of trying to make it work, not with an I'm sorry for all the ways we failed each other. Just annoyance, and a car pulling away, and the assumption that there would be another time, another weekend, another chance. The mother died from a bite sustained during travel. She'd been bitten saving Lily. He knew that without being told, because that was Danielle. Pragmatic, exhausted, running on coffee and irritation, but when it came to Lily, when it came to the one thing they'd built together that actually mattered, she would have thrown herself into fire. She would have fought through hell. She would have done exactly what he'd done, walked 600 miles through the end of the world, except she hadn't made it, and he had. And that wasn't fair, wasn't right, wasn't anything except the truth. She'd gotten Lily to safety. She'd done what he couldn't do because he was 500 miles away. And then she'd died, alone, bitten, watching her daughter disappear behind stone walls she'd never see again. Wade blinked. His eyes were wet. Ansel was still talking. He forced himself to focus. The Presidio took your daughter in when they could have turned her away, Ansel continued. They're not bad people, they're just idealistic. They believe they can maintain independence in a world that no longer supports independence. They're wrong, and their wrongness will get them killed. You could help them see that. You could save your daughter and theirs by helping you conquer them, by helping me integrate them. There's a difference, even if it doesn't feel like one. Ansel's expression didn't change. If anything, it became more calm, more patient. The patience of a man who dealt with emotional objections before and knew how to wait them out. No one needs to die, Mr. Dunlap. The Presidio's leadership can accept our terms: integration, resource sharing, unified command structure. We're not conquerors. We're administrators. We're trying to rebuild something from the ruins. And that requires coordination. It requires accepting that individual interests must sometimes yield to collective necessity. And if they don't yield, then they'll be made to yield. And some of them may die. And that will be tragic. And I will regret it. And I will do it anyway because I have a responsibility to the 300 people in this facility and the civilization we're trying to create. Ansel returned to his desk, sat down, folded his hands. You can help us, Mr. Dunlap. You know the Presidio's broadcast. You're a father with a child inside. If you approach them as an envoy, explain our terms, advocate for peaceful integration, you could save lives, including potentially your daughters. You want me to betray them. I want you to help them make the right choice. Wade sat in the chair, in the neat office, with the maps on the walls and the colonel across the desk, and he felt the familiar paralysis of indecision, the fork in the road with no good paths, the choice between bad options, the weight of consequences he couldn't predict, pressing down on every thought. Help Ansel, and maybe save Lily. Maybe save the Presidio's people. Maybe participate in a system that was authoritarian but functional, that could rebuild something from the ashes. Refuse Ansel, and be imprisoned, or conscripted, or disposed of, while Lily remained in a fort that was about to be attacked by a military force she couldn't withstand. I need to think about it, Wade said. Of course. Take the night. We move on the Presidio in 48 hours. Ansel pressed a button on his desk. The door opened. A soldier entered. Sergeant Reyes will show you to your quarters. You'll find them comfortable. Your people will be housed nearby, and you're free to move about the facility during daylight hours. He stood, extended his hand. I hope you'll make the right choice, Mr. Dunlap. For everyone's sake. Wade shook the hand. It was cool, dry, impersonal. The hand of a man who'd shaken thousands of hands and remembered none of them. He followed Sergeant Reyes out of the office, down corridors, through checkpoints, into a residential block that had been converted to housing. A small room, a bed, a desk, a window overlooking the parade ground, a door that locked from the outside. A prison with good sheets. He sat on the bed and looked out the window at the people moving through the base, at the children playing in the distance, at the American flag still flying from a pole near the headquarters building. And he tried to think, tried to calculate, tried to find the path through the maze that led to Lily and didn't lead to betrayal, to complicity, to becoming the thing he'd walked 600 miles to avoid becoming. He didn't find it. There was no path. There was only the choice, and the choice was impossible. And the clock was ticking. 48 hours until Ansel moved. 48 hours until a military force descended on the stone walls behind which his daughter was sleeping or waking or wondering where her daddy was. He put his head in his hands and sat in the silence until the silence became unbearable, and then he went to find his people. They gathered in Pat's quarters. larger than Wade's, probably because Ansel valued librarians, or because the assignment had been random. 8 people in a room built for 2, sitting on the bed and the floor and the single chair, speaking in low voices despite the probability that the room was monitored. "We gotta get out," Tommy said. The M4 was gone, confiscated, along with all their weapons. But his hands kept moving to where it should have been. A phantom limb, the muscle memory of security. "Tonight, before they move on us." "Get out how?" Becca asked. "The perimeter's 1,000 soldiers. The fence is electrified. Even if we got past that, we're 40 miles from St. Augustine on foot, with no weapons." Then we warn them. The Presidio. We find a radio, we broadcast, we tell them what's coming. Ansel controls the communications. Every transmission goes through his command center. Then Tommy stopped, his hands clenched. "We have to do something. We can't just sit here while We can't fight an army," Pat said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "We can't escape a military installation. We can't warn a fort 40 miles away. The options are cooperate with Ansel and hope his terms are accepted, or resist and accomplish nothing except our own deaths." "So we give up?" Tia's voice cracked. "We walk 600 miles, we lose Jolene and Rettendale, and we just give up? We survive, we adapt. We look for opportunities that don't currently exist, but may emerge." Pat removed her glasses, cleaned them on her shirt. "Dale said to keep walking. Walking doesn't always mean forward. Sometimes it means sideways. Sometimes it means waiting for the path to open." The room was quiet. Outside, the sounds of the base continued. Vehicles, voices, the rhythms of organized activity. Inside, 8 people sat with the weight of their choices and the absence of good ones. "I'm going to do it," Wade said. Everyone looked at him. Ansel's offer. I'm going to accept it. Go to the Presidio as his envoy. Advocate for their integration. "Wade," Becca started. "If I go, I get inside the fort. I get to Lily. And once I'm there, once I'm inside, I can tell them what's coming. I can help them prepare. I can give them options. Ansel will know what you're doing." "Maybe. But by then I'll be inside. I'll be with my daughter. And whatever happens after that," he stopped, swallowed. "Whatever happens after that, I'll be with her." The silence stretched. Nora broke it. "Then we come with you." "What?" "You're not going alone. If you're walking into that fort, we're walking with you." She looked around the room. "All of us. We've come this far together. We'll finish together. Ansel won't. Ansel will do whatever serves his interests. Tell him we're your support team, your negotiation contingent. Whatever it takes to get us through those gates with you." Nora's hands were still, the stillness of certainty of a decision made. "We're not leaving you, Wade. We're not letting you do this alone." The others nodded, one by one. Tommy, his jaw set. Becca, her medical bag clutched to her chest. Tia, her borrowed glasses reflecting the fluorescent light. Miguel, his gentle eyes showing something that might have been determination or might have been resignation. Pat, her fire axe propped against the wall, her book bag at her feet. "Okay," Wade said, and the word was inadequate, was too small for what it meant. But it was the only word he had. "Okay." They left Fort Stewart at dawn 2 days later, in a convoy of 3 vehicles, a command Humvee, a transport truck, and an armored personnel carrier. Colonel Ansel rode in the Humvee. Wade and his group rode in the transport. 40 soldiers rode in the APC and in trucks that followed. The convoy south on I-95 was the inverse of Wade's journey north. The same highway, the same abandoned vehicles, the same silent towns. But seen from a military vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour instead of on foot traveling at 3. The distance that had taken weeks collapsed into hours. The landscape that had been an endless obstacle course of threats and deprivation scrolled past the transport's windows like footage from a documentary about a world that no longer existed. They crossed the Florida border at midday, continued south through the sprawl of Jacksonville's southern suburbs, past the gas station outside Yulee, where they'd been captured, the Humvees still there, stripped now for parts. The road signs counted down the distance to St. Augustine: 40 miles, 30, 20. And then, in the early afternoon, with the sun breaking through clouds that had been gray for weeks, Wade saw it: the Castillo de San Marcos, the Presidio. It rose from the coastal lowland, like a thing from another century, because it had been built in 1672 when the Spanish Empire was the largest in the world, and this outpost on the Florida coast was one of its most distant fingers. The walls were coquina, shellstone compressed seashell, the material that had made the fort famous for absorbing cannonballs instead of shattering under them. 20 feet high, star-shaped, with bastions at each corner and a dry moat that had been filled with rainwater and was now, Wade realized as they approached, filled with something else. Bodies. Hundreds of them. Infected, drawn by the noise and activity of the settlement within, had approached the fort and fallen into the moat, where they milled in a grotesque parody of a swimming pool, their reaching hands occasionally finding purchase on the coquina walls, but unable to climb. The convoy stopped a quarter-mile from the fort. Ansel emerged from the Humvee and raised a bullhorn. "Attention, Presidio settlement. This is Colonel Reed Ansel of the United States Army. I am here to discuss your integration into our regional security structure. I have with me a civilian envoy, Wade Dunlap, father of Lily Dunlap, who we believe is among your population. We request a parley." Silence. The moat full of infected continued its mindless churning. The coquina walls revealed nothing. Then a figure appeared on the rampart above the main gate. A woman, middle-aged, dark-skinned, holding a megaphone. "Colonel Ansel, we've heard of your regional security structure. We decline your offer. I encourage you to reconsider." "We've considered. Our answer is no." Ansel lowered the bullhorn, turned to Wade. "Go, talk to them. Make them understand what's at stake." Wade stepped forward. His legs felt hollow, his chest tight. The distance between the convoy and the fort was 200 yards of coastal scrub and Spanish moss, and it felt like 200 miles. He walked it anyway. He reached the moat's edge. The infected below turned toward him, their arms reaching, their clicks rising in pitch as proximity triggered their hunger. He ignored them. He looked up at the rampart, at the woman with the megaphone, at the faces appearing behind her, men and women and, yes, children, peering over the coquina wall at the military convoy and the single man standing at their gate. "My name is Wade Dunlap," he called. "I've walked 600 miles to get here. My daughter's name is Lily. She's 7 years old. She has blonde braids, and she carries a stuffed elephant named Stomper. Please, is she there? Is she alive?" The woman on the rampart conferred with someone behind her. The moments stretched. Then, "Wait there!" Wade waited. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his teeth. Behind him, the convoy idled. Ansel's soldiers watched through rifle scopes. The clock was ticking. If this didn't work, if the Presidio didn't open its gates, if Ansel decided peaceful integration was impossible, the gate opened. A drawbridge, an actual drawbridge, wooden, spanning the moat, lowered to meet the ground on Wade's side. A woman emerged, leading by the hand a small figure with blonde braids and a stuffed elephant clutched to her chest. Lily. Wade's legs gave out. Not metaphorically, literally. His knee, the bad one, the one that had been bad since college and had carried him 600 miles, and couldn't carry him 10 more feet, buckled, and he went down on both knees on the Florida scrub, his hands in the dirt, his vision blurring with something that wasn't rain. The woman led Lily to the edge of the drawbridge. Stopped. "She's been asking for you," the woman said, "every day. Is her daddy coming? Is her daddy alive?" Wade couldn't speak. He looked at Lily, at the face he'd been carrying in his memory for 5 weeks and 400 deaths, and every impossible step of the road that had brought him here. She was thin, thinner than before, and her braids were messy, and there was dirt on her face, and she was clutching Stomper so hard The elephant's head was bent at an angle. She didn't run to him. She stood at the edge of the drawbridge, looking at the stranger kneeling in the dirt, at the gaunt, bearded, hollow-eyed man who looked nothing like the daddy she remembered. Her face was uncertain, confused, the face of a child who'd been told her father was dead and was now confronted with evidence that maybe she'd been told wrong, and the cognitive dissonance was too much to process. "Lily," Wade said, his voice cracked. "Bug, it's me. It's Daddy." She didn't move. Her grip on Stomper tightened. "I know I look different. I know I walked a really long way to get here. And I got skinny and I grew a beard. And I know I look scary." He was crying now, openly, the tears cutting channels through the dirt on his face. "But it's me. Look at my nose. Remember my crooked nose? From when Daddy played basketball and got hit in the face?" Lily looked at his nose. The broken one, the one that had never healed right. The one she used to trace with her finger when she was little and ask, "Daddy, why is your nose bendy?" Something shifted in her expression. The confusion didn't disappear, but underneath it, something else emerged. Recognition, maybe, or the beginning of it. The first crack in the wall of grief that had been built around her in the weeks since she'd been told her father was dead. "Daddy?" Her voice was tiny. "Daddy, you look scary now." Wade laughed. It turned into something else. A sob, a gasp, an exhalation of everything he'd been carrying since day one of the outbreak. He opened his arms. Lily walked across the drawbridge, slowly, carefully. She stopped 2 feet from him, reached out, touched his face, his cheek, his beard, his crooked nose. "It's really you," she said. "It's really me." She fell into his arms, and he caught her, and Stomper was crushed between them. And she was real, she was solid, she was warm, she was alive. And Wade held his daughter on the scrub ground in front of a Spanish fort, while a military convoy waited, and a colonel calculated, and the dead churned in the moat, and the living watched from the walls, and nothing else mattered. Nothing else in the entire ruined world mattered except the small body in his arms and the voice in his ear saying, "Daddy, you smell bad." He laughed. He couldn't stop laughing. "I know, Bug, I'm sorry. It's been a long walk." They let him in. Not Ansel, the Presidio. The woman on the rampart, her name was Councilwoman Davis, and she was one of 5 leaders who governed the settlement by committee. Made a decision in the moment that changed everything. She looked at Wade holding his daughter, at the reunion that even the most hardened soldier couldn't watch without feeling something, and she ordered the drawbridge kept open. "Bring your people," she said, "all of them. You're under our protection now." Wade turned, looked at the convoy, at Ansel, who was watching through binoculars, who had seen the reunion, who was recalculating, adjusting, adapting to a variable he hadn't anticipated. "My people," Wade said. "They're in the transport. 7 of them. Will you take them too? Bring them." Wade waved. Becca emerged from the transport first, then Tia, then Tommy, then Nora, then Miguel, then Pat. They walked the 200 yards across the scrub, past the Humvees and the soldiers and Ansel's calculating gaze, and they crossed the drawbridge into the fort, and the drawbridge rose behind them with the creak of chains and wood, and they were inside. The Presidio was smaller than Fort Stewart, a fraction of the size, a fraction of the population. But it was whole in a way Ansel's installation wasn't. The people inside the walls weren't conscripts or refugees. They were citizens. They'd chosen this place, built this community, created something that functioned not because a colonel demanded it, but because they'd agreed to make it function. There was a garden in the central courtyard, a school in one of the casamatas, a medical clinic, a communal kitchen, and there were 400 people who were about to be attacked by a military force that outnumbered them and outgunned them, and was commanded by a man who decided their home was an asset to be acquired. "He's going to attack," Wade told Councilwoman Davis. They were in the fort's command center, a room in the main building that had been a Spanish governor's office and was now a combination of Situation Room and City Hall. Wade was still holding Lily's hand. He wasn't going to let go anytime soon. Within 48 hours, maybe sooner, now that we're inside. "We know." Davis was calm, the calm of someone who'd been living with the threat for weeks and had moved past panic into planning. "We've seen his patrols. We've intercepted his communications. We know what he wants. Can you hold? The walls have held for 350 years. They held against the British. They held against pirates. They held against the Civil War. She looked at the coquina walls, at the star-shaped bastions, at the structure that had been built to withstand sieges before gunpowder was common, and had proven its worth against everything history had thrown at it. They'll hold against Colonel Ansel. He has heavy weapons, vehicle-mounted guns, maybe artillery, and we have something he doesn't. Davis walked to a window that overlooked the gate. Beyond the fort's walls, the lowlands stretched toward Jacksonville, and moving across it, visible now in the afternoon light, was something that hadn't been there when Wade arrived. A horde, thousands of infected, drawn from Jacksonville and its suburbs, following the convoy's noise and movement, streaming south along I-95 toward the concentration of living humans at St. Augustine. The dead, Davis said. Ansel brought them with him. Every vehicle, every soldier, every engine. They're a dinner bell ringing for 50 miles. He can't attack us without drawing the horde to his position. And he can't fight the horde and us at the same time. Wade watched the horde approach. It was enormous, larger than anything he'd seen. The accumulated dead of a city of 1 million converging on a single point. And at the edge of the fort's moat, more infected were arriving, drawn by the activity, the noise, the irresistible beacon of concentrated human life. This isn't over, he said. No, Davis agreed. It's just beginning. She turned from the window, looked at Wade, at Lily, at the 7 people who'd walked through her gate and become her responsibility. You've done your part, Mr. Dunlap. You got here. You found your daughter. Now, let us do ours. She nodded toward the interior of the fort. There's a residential block in the East Casemata. Find your people a room, get some rest. Whatever happens next, it happens tomorrow. Wade walked out of the command center, Lily's hand still in his. The courtyard was full of people preparing, stacking sandbags, distributing weapons, organizing children into groups for evacuation to the safest sections of the fort. It looked like war. It smelled like fear. But underneath both, there was something else. The determined, stubborn, unmistakable smell of people who had decided to survive and were doing the work required to make that decision real. He found his people in the East Casemata. They were sitting on cots in a room that had walls of coquina and a ceiling of vaulted stone and a view through narrow windows of the ocean beyond the fort's eastern wall. Becca was treating a cut on Tommy's hand. Nora was cooking something on a small stove someone had given her. Pat was reading. Tia was sitting with her knees drawn up, staring at nothing. Miguel was standing by the window. He turned when Wade entered. There's something I need to tell you, Miguel said. His voice was different, quieter, weighted. What is it? Miguel rolled up his sleeve. The scratch was still there. The healed scratch from Asheville. The one that had scarred over weeks ago. The one that everyone had forgotten about because it had healed and there was nothing to remember. Becca tested my blood, Miguel said. In the medical clinic here, they have equipment. Real equipment. He paused. I'm infected. I have been since Asheville. I'm, what did she call it? An asymptomatic carrier. My blood is infectious. I could have killed any of you, any time, if there'd been blood-to-blood contact. The room went still. Nora's cooking spoon stopped moving. Tommy's hand tensed on the cot. Tia looked up. You didn't know, Becca said. There's no way you could have known. But I know now. Miguel looked at Wade, at Lily, who was watching the conversation with the wide-eyed attention of a child who understood that something important was happening, even if she didn't understand what. And there's something else. The clinic here, they've been researching the pathogen. They think carrier blood could be the key to a treatment, maybe even a cure. But they need samples. They need time. They need someone to stay and help. Stay, Wade repeated. I can't come with you anymore. I'm a danger. Every moment I'm near you, near her. He looked at Lily. I could infect her without meaning to. A cut, a scrape, contact with my blood. I can't take that risk. He walked toward the door. I'm going to the clinic. I'm going to give them what they need. And whatever happens to this fort, whatever happens to the world, maybe something good comes out of what I am. Miguel, don't. He held up a hand. Don't make this harder. You found your daughter. That's what matters. That's what we walked 600 miles for. He smiled, his gentle smile. The same smile he'd worn since Asheville. The smile of a man who'd chosen kindness in a world that punished it. Take care of her, Wade. Take care of all of them. He walked out. The door closed behind him. The room was silent. Lily tugged on Wade's hand. Daddy, who was that? A friend, Bug. Wade's voice was thick. One of the best friends I ever had. Is he going to be okay? Wade looked at the closed door, at the room full of people who'd walked 600 miles together and were now, suddenly, one fewer. At the walls of a Spanish fort that was about to withstand its most serious siege since 1702. I hope so, he said. I really hope so. Outside, the horde continued its approach. The sun began to set. And somewhere in the fort's medical clinic, Miguel Estrada rolled up his sleeve and offered his blood to scientists who might someday use it to save the world he'd walked through. And the walls waited for what the morning would bring. On the ridge overlooking the Presidio, Colonel Reed Ansel stood alone in the pre-dawn darkness and watched the horde. Tens of thousands of them. Maybe more. They'd followed his convoy south like a tide following the moon, drawn by engine noise and gunfire and the irresistible stimulus of concentrated human activity. They filled the coastal lowland below the ridge, a sea of bodies that shifted and clicked and waited for something they couldn't name. His aide, Lieutenant Chen, approached. Sir, the men are asking about the assault timeline. The assault. Ansel didn't turn from the view. Lieutenant, what do you see down there? The infected, sir. The horde that followed us from Jacksonville. Do you know what I see? Ansel's voice was quiet, stripped of military formality. I see a weapon. An uncontrollable, indiscriminate weapon that doesn't care about rules of engagement or civilian casualties or the Geneva Convention. He paused. I also see 47 children at Fort Stewart who will starve by spring if we don't secure those coastal resources. Sir, the Presidio has walls that have stood for 350 years. They've survived British sieges, pirate attacks, a civil war. My infantry can't breach them without losses we can't afford. Ansel turned to face his aide. His face, in the growing light, was haggard. The face of a man who hadn't slept in days and had stopped expecting to. But the horde doesn't care about losses. The horde just keeps pushing until there's nothing left to push against. You're considering using them, the infected, as a siege weapon. I'm considering it. Ansel looked back at the horde. My wife would have hated this. Marion believed in rules, believed that how you won mattered as much as whether you won. He was quiet for a moment. She's probably dead now. Atlanta fell in the first week. I haven't heard anything since. I'm sorry, sir. Everyone's sorry. Sorry doesn't feed children. Ansel's jaw tightened. If I drive that horde at the Presidio's walls, people will die. Their people. Maybe mine too. This isn't something I can control precisely. Once those infected are in motion, they go where they go. Some of them will circle back. Some of them will find my men. He exhaled. But if I don't do something, my people starve. The Presidio's people refuse integration. Everyone dies slowly instead of quickly. Which is worse? Lieutenant Chen didn't answer. There was no answer. The hell of command, Ansel said, is that someone has to make the decision no one should have to make, and then they have to live with it. He straightened, composed his face into the professional mask he'd worn for 30 years. Signal the convoy. We move at dawn. Standard herding formation. Push the horde toward the fort's main gate. Maintain distance. Let the walls do what walls do. And if the walls hold, then we negotiate from a position of strength. They'll be exhausted, low on ammunition, traumatized. They'll accept integration. And if they don't? Ansel was quiet for a long moment. Below, the horde shifted, clicked, waited. Then I'll have to make another decision no one should have to make. He started walking toward the command Humvee. God forgive me. Marion forgive me. Someone has to keep those children alive, and I'm the only one left who can. The attack came at dawn. Wade was on the eastern rampart when it started, Lily asleep in the casmata below, watched over by Nora and Pat. He hadn't slept, couldn't sleep, not with the horde pressing against the moat's edges and Ansel's convoy, visible on the ridge to the north, their headlights cutting the pre-dawn darkness like the eyes of predators waiting for the right moment to strike. He'd stood on the wall through the night, watching, thinking, trying to calculate paths through a maze that seemed to have no exits. The first shot came from the north, a heavy caliber round, vehicle-mounted, maybe .50 cal, that struck the coquina wall 20 feet below Wade's position and embedded itself in the shellstone with a thunk that was more felt than heard. The wall absorbed it. The coquina did what coquina did, what it had done for 3.5 centuries. It compressed around the impact, absorbed the energy, held. Then the convoy moved. Ansel's vehicles came down from the ridge in formation, Humvees in the lead, the APC in the center, transport trucks behind. They drove not toward the fort, but toward the horde that had gathered along the I-95 corridor, the massive concentration of infected that had followed them south. The vehicles split the horde like a knife, their engines roaring, their mounted weapons firing into the massive bodies, creating a corridor of the fallen through which the military force advanced. "He's using the horde," Councilwoman Davis said. She was beside Wade on the rampart, a pair of binoculars pressed to her eyes. "Driving them toward us, using his vehicles to funnel them at our walls." Wade saw it now. The strategy was brutal and elegant. Instead of attacking the fort directly, Ansel was weaponizing the dead. His vehicles herded the horde the way cowboys herded cattle, using noise and movement and the occasional burst of gunfire to direct thousands of infected toward the Presidio's walls. The fort couldn't shoot back without drawing more dead to their position. They couldn't sortie without being overwhelmed. They could only watch as the wave approached. "How many?" Wade asked. "In the horde?" "Tens of thousands. Maybe more." Davis lowered the binoculars. "The walls will hold. They've held worse." "Have they held tens of thousands?" She didn't answer. She didn't need to. The horde hit the moat at 6:47 a.m. The infected that had already gathered there, the hundreds who'd stumbled into the water trap over the past weeks, were crushed, trampled, pushed down by the weight of bodies behind them. The moat filled, not with water, but with flesh, a churning mass of the dead that climbed over each other, reaching for the walls, their hands finding the coquina's rough surface and beginning to climb. They couldn't climb. The walls were too smooth, too high, the angle too steep, but they tried, thousands of them, pressing against the base of the fort, their bodies accumulating, the pile growing as more and more infected stumbled onto the backs of those who'd come before. A ramp of the dead, building itself toward the ramparts. "They're going to reach the top," someone said. "No." Davis's voice was steady. "The pile will collapse before then. The bodies at the bottom can't support the weight. Watch." She was right. As Wade watched, sections of the human ramp gave way, bodies tumbling, the pile shifting and resettling. But more infected came, filling the gaps, and the pile grew again and the cycle repeated. Growth, collapse, growth. A living siege engine made of corpses, mindlessly constructing itself against the walls that had stood for centuries. And above the chaos, on the ridge, Ansel watched through binoculars, waiting. He's not going to attack while the horde is here, Wade realized. He's going to wait for them to exhaust themselves against our walls. Wait for us to use our ammunition. Wait until we're weakened. Yes. And then? And then he'll offer his terms again. Integration or destruction. Davis looked at Wade. Her eyes were tired. She hadn't slept either. But there was iron in them. The iron of a woman who'd built something in the ruins of the world and wasn't going to watch it be taken without a fight. We won't accept, even if it means dying. Some things are worth dying for, Mr. Dunlap. Freedom, self-determination, the right to build something that isn't a military dictatorship dressed up in the flag. She turned back to the horde. We hold. We survive. Or we don't. But we don't surrender. The siege lasted 3 days. 3 days of the dead pressing against the walls, climbing, falling, climbing again. 3 days of ammunition rationing, of sleep in shifts, of meals eaten standing on the ramparts because there was no time to sit. 3 days of watching Ansel's convoy on the ridge, waiting, patient, letting the horde do its work. Wade fought. Not on the front lines. He wasn't trained for that, wasn't equipped for it, but in the support roles that needed filling. Carrying ammunition to the shooters on the walls, helping move the injured to the medical clinic. Watching sectors of the perimeter that weren't under direct assault, so that trained defenders could concentrate on the sections that were. Lily stayed in the casamata with Nora and Pat. Wade visited when he could, twice a day, sometimes 3 times, slipping away from his post to hold her, to remind himself why he was doing this, to hear her voice ask, "Daddy, when will the monsters go away?" He didn't have an answer. He held her and told her soon, and the lie tasted like ash in his mouth. Tommy was on the east wall, the M4 they'd given him, a replacement for the one confiscated at Fort Stewart. Never stopped moving, picking targets from the mass below, each shot precise, economical, the marksmanship of a boy who'd learned to shoot deer and had learned in the weeks since to shoot things that used to be people. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The rifle spoke for him. Becca ran the medical clinic's overflow, treating wounds in a converted storage room when the main clinic filled up. Gunshot wounds, bites, quarantined, watched, the terrible waiting to see if infection would take hold, injuries from falls and accidents, and the 100 small catastrophes of siege life. She worked 18-hour shifts, her hands steady, her voice calm, her composure never cracking even when the patients died and she had to tell their families. Tia helped with the children. The 47 kids in the Presidio had been evacuated to the deepest part of the fort, a basement storage area that was furthest from the walls. Tia read to them, played games with them, held the ones who cried. She was good at it, better than she'd expected. The education she'd started in nursing, the care she'd learned to provide, translated into something simpler and more essential, the ability to make frightened children feel less frightened. On the second night, she came to wait on the rampart. "I've been thinking about what you said," she said, "about being the person who turns around. Tia, I'm not brave, I know that. I ran from my roommate, I ran from the tunnel. I've been running since day one." She pushed her glasses up her nose, a nervous gesture, habitual, the same gesture she'd made 100 times since Asheville. But those kids down there, they're not running, they're just waiting, trusting the adults to keep them safe. And I keep thinking, what if I'm the adult? What if I'm the one they're trusting? You are the adult. I know. That's what scares me. She looked out at the horde, at the bodies piled against the walls, at the nightmare that had become ordinary through repetition. When I was in that dorm room watching my roommate turn, I thought, this is the worst thing that will ever happen. I was wrong. The worst thing is standing here 3 days into a siege, knowing that tomorrow might be worse and getting up anyway. She paused. Is that what being brave is? Just getting up? I think so. I think that's all it's ever been. Huh. She absorbed this. I thought it would feel more heroic. It never does. She nodded. Went back to the children. Wade watched her go and thought about all the ways courage didn't look like the movies. All the ways it was just people doing what needed to be done because no one else was doing it. Because the alternative was worse than the doing. On the third day, the horde began to thin. Not because the Presidio had killed them all. They'd killed thousands, but thousands more remained. The thinning came from attrition. The infected at the base of the pile, crushed under the weight of those above, had been ground down, their bodies broken, their ability to move destroyed. The pile stabilized, compacted, became a ramp of compressed corpses that no longer climbed because the ones on top were dead, truly dead, finally dead. And the ones at the bottom had been pulverized into something that wasn't recognizable as human. The living infected, the ones who'd arrived late, who hadn't been crushed, wandered at the edges of the mass, directionless, their stimulus, the noise and movement of the fort, blocked by the wall of their own dead. Some drifted away, following sounds from elsewhere. Others stood in the coastal scrub, swaying, waiting for a signal that might never come. Ansel moved. On the afternoon of the third day, the convoy descended from the ridge in formation. Not toward the horde this time, through it. The vehicles rolled over the edges of the corpse pile, their heavy tires crushing what remained, and stopped 100 yards from the fort's main gate. Ansel emerged from the command Humvee with a white flag. "Councilwoman Davis!" His voice carried across the distance, calm, professional, as if the last 3 days had been a minor inconvenience rather than a siege. "The situation has changed. I'd like to discuss terms." Davis appeared on the rampart above the gate. "Your terms haven't changed, Colonel. Our answer hasn't either. The horde has been neutralized. Your walls have held, I'll grant you that. But you've used a significant portion of your ammunition. Your people are exhausted, and my forces are intact." Ansel spread his hands, a reasonable gesture, the gesture of a man explaining obvious truths. "I can wait you out. Weeks, if necessary. Months. Eventually, you'll run out of food, water, ammunition. You'll have no choice but to accept integration. Or we could wait for you to run out of patience. I'm a military man, Councilwoman. Patience is a weapon I've spent 30 years sharpening." He lowered his hands. "I'm offering you a final opportunity. Surrender the Presidio. Accept integration into our regional structure. Your people will be treated fairly. Your leaders will have a voice in governance. This doesn't have to end in bloodshed. It's already ended in bloodshed. 3 of my people died in the last 3 days, and more will die if you refuse. Many more." Ansel's voice hardened slightly, the first crack in his professional composure. "I don't want to destroy you, Councilwoman. I want to incorporate you. But if incorporation isn't possible, destruction becomes necessary. Those are the only options. There are no others." Davis was silent for a long moment. Wade, standing 20 feet down the rampart, could see her face in profile, the calculation, the weighing, the leader's burden of choosing between bad options. "We need time to discuss," she said. "Give us until sunset." "You have until sunset. After that, we advance." Ansel returned to his Humvee. The convoy held its position. The walls held their breath. The council met in the command center. 5 leaders, plus Davis, plus the heads of the Presidio's major functions: defense, medical, supply, education. Wade wasn't invited, but he stood outside the door, listening through the gap, because what happened in that room would determine whether his daughter lived or died. The debate was fierce. Half the council wanted to fight, to use the fort's remaining ammunition, to mount a defense that would cost Ansel more than he was willing to pay. The other half wanted to negotiate, to accept integration with conditions, to preserve what they could rather than lose everything. "We can't win a direct engagement," the defense chief said. "We've got maybe 200 able-bodied fighters. He's got 300 trained soldiers with heavy weapons and vehicles. Even with these walls, the math doesn't work." "The math didn't work for the Spartans at Thermopylae either," someone countered. "Sometimes you fight because fighting is all that's left. The Spartans all died. The Spartans are remembered. Being remembered won't keep our children alive." The argument continued. Wade listened, his fists clenched, his nails cutting into his palms. Lily was down in the Kasmata. Whatever these people decided, it would determine her future. Freedom in a community of equals, or subjugation under a military authority that saw people as resources to be managed. The door opened. Councilwoman Davis emerged. "We're going to fight," she said. Wade exhaled. "How?" "We have something Ansel doesn't know about." Something we've been saving. She walked past him toward the rampart, and he followed. The horde that attacked us. It wasn't the only one in the region. There's a larger concentration to the south, near Flagler Beach. Thousands more. We've been monitoring them for weeks. You're going to draw them here? More infected? Not here, to Ansel. She reached the rampart and pointed south. There's a fuel depot 3 miles down the coast. Tanker trucks, storage tanks, a small refinery. If we can get a team there, set charges, create an explosion large enough, the noise will draw every infected for 50 miles, including the Flagler horde. You want to bring a horde down on Ansel's position. I want to give him something else to fight. Something that will force him to choose. Engage us or survive the dead. He can't do both. Wade looked at the convoy, at the soldiers, at the professional military force that had been trained and equipped to fight human enemies. The infected were different. The infected didn't take cover, didn't retreat, didn't fear death. The infected just kept coming, wave after wave, until there were no more waves or no more targets. I'll go, Wade said. Davis looked at him. You have a daughter here. I have a daughter whose home is about to be attacked. If this plan works, she survives. If it doesn't, she doesn't survive anyway. He met her eyes. I've walked 600 miles. I can walk 3 more. You won't be walking. We have vehicles. Boats, technically. The coast is the fastest route, but the fuel depot will be guarded. Maybe by Ansel's people, maybe by survivors, maybe by infected. You'll need to fight your way in, set the charges, and get out before the explosion. I understand. Do you? Because the explosion has to be massive, visible for miles, audible for more. The team that sets it might not have time to escape. Wade thought about Dale, about the overpass in Jacksonville, the shotgun, the pipe wrench, the humming that faded as they ran, about Jolene and the flatbed truck, Rhett and the tunnel, the price that had been paid mile after mile to get here. I understand, he said again. Davis nodded. Find your team. You leave in an hour. The team was 6 people, Wade, Becca, Tommy, and 3 Presidio fighters, a former Marine named Vasquez, a Coast Guard veteran named Chen, and a woman named Harris, who'd been a demolitions expert in the private sector before the outbreak. They launched from a dock on the fort's southern side in 2 rigid inflatable boats that had been part of the Coast Guard station before it was evacuated. The engines were quiet, electric, charged by the fort's solar panels, and they slipped into the water as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, heading south along the coast toward the fuel depot. The ocean was calm. The Florida coastline scrolled past. Beaches, condos, the vacation infrastructure of a world that had monetized the ocean and was now silent, the tourists gone, the economy collapsed, the buildings standing empty like monuments to a way of life that had evaporated in 3 weeks. You didn't have to come, Wade said to Becca. She was in the bow of the lead boat, her medical bag clutched to her chest as always, her eyes scanning the shoreline. Neither did you. Lily is exactly why you did have to come, and why I'm here. She didn't look at him. I've spent the last 3 days treating injuries that I couldn't have treated 6 weeks ago. Burns, gunshots, crush injuries. Things I'd never seen in the vet clinic. Things no civilian should have to see. She paused. I'm good at this. At keeping people alive. If this mission has any chance of working, it needs someone who can handle casualties. Becca, don't thank me. Don't make it meaningful. Just let me do my job. Wade let her do her job. Tommy was in the second boat, his rifle across his lap, his eyes on the horizon. He hadn't spoken since they'd left the dock. But when Wade caught his eye, the boy nodded, a small gesture, an acknowledgement, the communication of someone who'd passed beyond the need for words. The fuel depot appeared after 40 minutes of travel, a complex of storage tanks and piping on a peninsula that jutted into the intracoastal waterway. It was fenced, chain link, topped with barbed wire, and the gates were closed. No movement visible, no lights. Could be abandoned, Chen said. Could be a trap, Vasquez replied. Harris was studying the facility through binoculars. The main tanks are there, 6 of them, each holding maybe 50,000 gallons. If we set charges at the base of 3, the explosion should be visible from orbit. And audible from Flagler Beach? If the explosion doesn't draw the horde, I don't know what will. They beached the boats on the peninsula's southern shore, out of sight of the main facility. Vasquez took point. The others followed in a loose formation, weapons ready, moving through the coastal scrub toward the fence line. The facility was not abandoned. They found the first body 50 yards from the fence. A man in work clothes, dead several days, his throat torn out. Then another. Then a third. The infected had been here, might still be here. Careful, Vasquez whispered. Single file. Watch every corner. They cut through the fence with bolt cutters and entered the facility. The storage tanks loomed above them, massive cylinders painted with faded company logos, their surfaces streaked with rust and salt. The piping that connected them was a labyrinth of metal, creating countless corners and blind spots where anything could be waiting. Harris led them to the base of the first tank. She opened her pack and began assembling the charges. Military-grade explosives, acquired God knew how, handled with the casual confidence of someone who'd spent a career making things blow up. "This will take 10 minutes," she said. "Cover me." They spread out. Wade took a position behind a pump housing, his shotgun pointed at a gap between 2 pipes where movement could approach unseen. The facility was silent except for the wind off the ocean and the distant cry of gulls and the soft sounds of Harris working. Movement. Wade's peripheral vision caught it. A shape, low to the ground, moving between the tanks with a fluidity that didn't match standard infected behavior. "Contact," he whispered. The shape emerged into view. Not a standard infected. A stalker, the same kind of thing that had taken Red in the tunnel. Gray-white skin, elongated limbs, that fluid, predatory movement. It was crouched on top of a pipe junction, its head tilted, listening. Tommy's rifle cracked. The shot was perfect. Center mass would have dropped any normal target. But the stalker moved, dodging, twisting, and the round sparked off the metal behind it. It came at them. Fast. Faster than Wade could track. It covered the 30 feet between the pipe junction and their position in 2 seconds. Its limbs finding purchase on surfaces that shouldn't have supported weight, and it was on Vasquez before the Marine could bring his weapon to bear. Vasquez screamed. The sound was short, sharp, cut off as the stalker's hands closed on his throat. Wade fired the shotgun. The spread caught the stalker's shoulder, shredded flesh, and it stumbled back. Tommy's second shot hit its leg. Chen's burst took it in the chest. It went down, but it wasn't alone. More shapes emerged from the facility's depths. 3, 4, 5 stalkers, drawn by the noise, converging on the team's position with that horrible silent speed. "Harris," Wade shouted. "How much longer?" 4 minutes! "We don't have 4 minutes." The firefight was chaos. The stalkers moved too fast for aimed shots, their erratic paths making them nearly impossible to track. Chen went down with a stalker on his back. Becca put a round through its skull before it could bite. Harris kept working, her hands steady, despite the carnage around her, because the mission was the mission, and the mission was all that mattered. Wade's shotgun ran dry. He swung it like a club, connecting with a stalker that had gotten too close, buying himself time to pull his knife, the hunting knife from the tractor supply, the one he'd carried since day one. The stalker lunged, he sidestepped, slashed, felt the blade catch flesh. It screamed, the first sound he'd heard from one of them, and fell back. "Done!" Harris shouted. "Move!" They ran. Back through the facility, back through the fence, back toward the boats. Behind them, the charges ticked down. 3 minutes, 2. Vasquez wasn't with them. Chen was limping, his left arm hanging useless. Becca was supporting him, half carrying him through the coastal scrub. Tommy was in the rear, his rifle firing in controlled bursts, covering the retreat. 1 minute. They reached the boats, pushed off from shore. The electric motors hummed to life, propelling them into the intracoastal, away from the peninsula. 30 seconds. Wade looked back. The facility was dark, silent, the stalkers still inside, hunting shadows that had already fled. 10 seconds. 5. The explosion was everything Harris had promised. The main tanks went first. A fireball that rose 200 feet, orange and black and blinding, the heat of it reaching across the water to warm their faces. Then, the secondary tanks. Then, the piping. A cascade of detonations that turned the entire facility into a pillar of flame that lit the sky like a second sun. The sound followed. A roar that wasn't a sound so much as a physical force. A pressure wave that hit their boats and rocked them, that reached across the miles toward Jacksonville and St. Augustine and everywhere in between, that said to every infected in 50 miles, "Here, here is where the living are. Come." They headed north, back toward the fort. Behind them, the fuel depot burned. Ahead of them, Ansel's convoy was about to have a very bad night. The Flagler horde arrived at the Presidio just after sunset. Wade watched from the rampart as they came. Thousands of infected drawn by the explosion, streaming up the coast like a tide of flesh. They hit Ansel's convoy first. The military formation held for approximately 4 minutes. The vehicles couldn't move. They were surrounded, the infantry pinned. The careful tactical positioning that Ansel had maintained for 3 days rendered meaningless by the sheer mass of bodies pressing against them. The mounted guns fired, cutting swaths through the horde. But more infected filled the gaps, climbing over the fallen, pressing forward with the mindless persistence that was their only strategy and their most effective one. Wade saw the command Humvee's doors open, saw Ansel emerge, his sidearm in hand, firing into the horde that was overwhelming his position. Saw the soldiers fighting, falling, some retreating toward the fort's walls, because the walls were the only defensible position remaining. "Let them in," Davis said. The drawbridge lowered. The gates opened. And Ansel's soldiers, the ones who were still alive, the ones who could reach the fort, ran through, abandoning their vehicles, their formation, their commander, fleeing the horde that had turned their siege into a rout. Ansel didn't make it. Wade saw him go down, 50 yards from the gate, pulled under by hands that didn't care about his rank or his plans or his vision for regional integration. The last thing Wade saw before the horde closed over him was the colonel's face. Surprised, almost indignant, as if being killed by the dead was a violation of some protocol he'd expected them to observe. The horde pressed against the walls. But the walls had held for 3.5 centuries, and they held now. The infected climbed and fell, and the shooters on the ramparts picked them off with the patient efficiency of people who'd been doing this for 3 days and had another 3 days' worth of ammunition left. By midnight, the immediate crisis was over. The horde had thinned, its numbers depleted by the initial charge against Ansel's convoy and the sustained fire from the fort's defenders. Scattered infected still wandered the perimeter, but they were manageable. Single targets, not a siege. Ansel's survivors, 37 soldiers out of the 300 who'd arrived, were disarmed and held in the fort's secondary courtyard. They were frightened, exhausted, many of them wounded. They weren't prisoners of war. The war was over before it had really begun. They were refugees now, as much as anyone else. Wade found Lily and the Casmata asleep in Nora's arms. He sat beside them, watching his daughter breathe, and for the first time since day one of the outbreak, he let himself believe that they might actually survive. The first week was strange. Wade had expected reunion to be simple. He'd find her, hold her, and everything would be fixed. But Lily had been told her father was dead. She'd spent 6 weeks learning to live without him, building new attachments, new routines, a new understanding of the world that didn't include Daddy coming back. And now here he was, gaunt and bearded and limping, and her 7-year-old brain couldn't reconcile the fantasy she'd held on to with the reality standing in front of her. She was shy around him, formal. She called him Daddy, but kept her distance, as if afraid that getting too close would make him disappear again. "She needs time," Nora said on the 3rd day. They were sitting in the casamata, eating a thin stew made from whatever the fort could spare. Lily was across the room, playing with another girl, glancing at Wade occasionally and then looking away. You were gone. Now you're back. She has to learn to trust that again. I walked 600 miles for her, and she doesn't understand what that means. She's 7. She understands that you left and then you were gone, and then the monsters came, and then her mother died, and then you came back. And all of that is too much to process at once. Nora stirred the stew. Be patient. Be present. The rest will come. It came in pieces. On the 4th day, Lily asked if Wade would read her a bedtime story, and he read from a battered picture book about a rabbit who got lost and found his way home. On the 5th day, she let him hold her hand when they walked to the communal kitchen. On the 6th day, she fell asleep with her head in his lap, and Wade sat without moving for 2 hours, afraid that any shift would wake her, would break this fragile thread of reconnection. On the 7th day, she had a nightmare. Wade woke to the sound of screaming, real screaming, the sound of terror, and he was on his feet with the knife in his hand before he was fully conscious. But it was Lily. She was sitting up on her cot, eyes wide and unseeing, arms wrapped around herself, screaming at something that wasn't in the room with them. Bug, it's okay, I'm here. He gathered her into his arms, held her against his chest, felt her heart hammering through her thin pajamas. It's okay, you're safe. Daddy's here. The monsters, she sobbed. They were eating Mommy, and I couldn't help, and you weren't there. I'm here now, I'm here. Don't leave. Please don't leave again. I won't, I promise. I'm not going anywhere. She cried herself back to sleep in his arms, and Wade held her through the night, through the sounds of the fort settling and the distant moans of the scattered infected beyond the walls. He held her and thought about all the nights he'd missed, the nightmares, the fevers, the fears, and all the nights ahead where he would be there, would not leave, would not let her down again. The next morning, she reached for his hand before he reached for hers. It was a small thing. It was everything. The morning after the battle, they buried the dead. Not all of them. That would have been impossible, would have taken weeks. But they're dead. The Presidio's defenders who'd fallen in the 3-day siege, the soldiers from Ansel's convoy who died trying to reach the walls, and 2 from Wade's team, Vasquez and Nora. Wade hadn't known about Nora until he'd returned from the fuel depot. She'd collapsed in the Casmatas shortly after he'd left, complaining of chest pain. Becca, who'd been on the mission, wasn't there. The clinic was overwhelmed. By the time someone realized Nora wasn't resting, that her stillness was permanent. She'd been gone for hours. A heart attack, stress, exhaustion, age. The apocalypse had 100 ways to kill you, and some of them didn't involve teeth. They buried her in the fort's small cemetery, next to the defenders who died on the walls. Pat read from Tennyson, Ulysses, the same poem she'd read in the barn outside Asheville a lifetime ago. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Tia was crying. Tommy stood at attention, his rifle held across his chest. The formal posture he'd learned from someone, somewhere, in a life before this one. Becca's face was blank, but her hands were shaking. The first time Wade had ever seen them shake. Lily held Wade's hand through the service. She didn't understand death. Not really, not the way adults understood it. But she understood sadness, and she was sad because the adults were sad. And that was its own kind of understanding. She made good food, Lily said afterward. The lady who died. She gave me beans once. They were spicy. She was a good cook, Wade agreed. Will she cook in heaven? Wade looked at the fresh grave, at the mound of Florida sand that covered what remained of Nora Galvan, who'd crossed a desert at 19 and raised a daughter alone and lost that daughter to shame and found a new family in the apocalypse, and fed them with the love she'd learned in her mother's kitchen in Puebla. Yeah, Bug, he said. I think she will. Tommy died 2 weeks later. The horde had dispersed, the immediate threat neutralized, and life in the Presidio had settled into something resembling routine. The fort had gardens, a school, a medical clinic, a council that governed by consensus. It was a community, Small, fragile, but real. Wade was teaching. History mostly. American history. The curriculum he'd spent 11 years delivering to teenagers who didn't care. The children of the Presidio cared, or at least they listened, because stories from before had become precious in a way they'd never been, when before was still happening. He told them about the Revolutionary War, about the Civil War, about the Civil Rights Movement. He told them about people who'd faced impossible odds and survived, or hadn't survived, but had mattered anyway. Tommy was on perimeter patrol when the group of survivors arrived. They came from the north, 8 people, including a child, fleeing the remnants of Ansel's collapsed territory. The infected that had scattered after the battle were still out there, clustering in new patterns, following new paths. One of these clusters caught the survivors on the road. Tommy's patrol responded. The rescue was successful. All 8 survivors made it through the gate, but Tommy, covering the retreat, was bitten. His forearm, deep. The teeth marks clearly visible when Becca examined it, the skin already reddening with the infection's first signs. They brought him to the medical clinic. Wade came running when he heard, arriving to find Tommy sitting on a cot, his left arm wrapped in a tourniquet that Becca had applied immediately. The desperate hope that amputation might work, the 40% chance that Dale had mentioned a lifetime ago. "Don't," Tommy said when he saw Wade's face. "Don't do the thing where you pretend it's going to be okay." Tommy, Mr. Dunlap. The old name, the one he hadn't used since the Biltmore. It's too late for the arm. Becca knows it, I know it. The bite's too high, too deep. The tourniquet might buy me hours, not days. Wade sat down across from him. The clinic was quiet. Becca had cleared the other patients, given them privacy. Through the window, Wade could see the courtyard where children were playing, including Lily, who was laughing at something another girl had said. "I wanted to be a park ranger," Tommy said. "Did I ever tell you that?" "No. My dad used to take me camping before he left. We'd go to the Smokies, set up a tent, spend the whole weekend in the woods. He knew all the trees, all the birds. He could look at a track and tell you what animal made it, how long ago, which direction it was going." And Tommy's voice was calm, the calm of someone who'd accepted something terrible and was processing it the only way he knew how. "After he left, I kept going, by myself. I thought if I learned enough, if I knew what he knew, he'd come back. Stupid. Not stupid. A little stupid." Tommy smiled. It was a genuine smile, the first Wade had seen from him in weeks. "I never found him. I stopped looking eventually. But I kept going to the woods. It's the only place that ever made sense to me. The trees don't care about your problems. They just grow." The window light was fading. Late afternoon, the sun dropping toward the Atlantic. The sounds of the courtyard were distant, muffled by stone walls that had been built when America was a colony and Spain ruled the ocean. "Will you stay?" Tommy asked. Until. Yes. I don't want to be one of them. You won't be. Promise? Wade looked at this boy. 16, acne, too thin, a rifle he'd carried for 600 miles. And he thought about all the students he'd taught, all the teenagers he'd watched, grow up in the halls of Bearden High, and he'd never felt this. The weight of what Tommy was asking, the responsibility of the answer. "I promise," Wade said. The hours passed. Tommy talked, more than he'd talked in the entire journey, and differently. The words came out slower, more carefully shaped, as if he was trying to speak the way the adults spoke, the way Wade spoke when he was teaching. No ain't, no dropped G's, complete sentences, one after another, the grammar of someone making an effort to be understood, to be remembered properly. He talked about his mother who'd worked 2 jobs and still made dinner every night. He talked about the girl he'd had a crush on, who'd never known, who was probably dead now. He talked about the deer he'd tracked for 3 days once, an 8-point buck, and how when he finally had the shot, he couldn't take it, because the deer was too beautiful to kill. "Ironic, right?" he said. "All those things I've killed since, and the deer gets a pass." He paused, smiled faintly at his own precision. I've killed. Trying to talk right. Mom always said I sounded like a hillbilly." "You sound fine," Wade said. "I sound like I'm dying." Tommy's smile faded. "Which I guess I am." The tremors started around midnight. Tommy's hands began to shake, then his arms, then his whole body. The seizures that Becca had warned about, the stage 2 of infection. Wade held his hand through them, feeling the bones shift under the skin. The body fighting a battle it couldn't win. At 2:47 a.m., Tommy's eyes cleared. The shaking stopped. He looked at Wade with perfect lucidity, the last gift of a brain burning itself out. "Mr. Dunlap, I'm here. Thank you for everything. For letting me come with you. For treating me like I mattered. You did matter. You do. Will you tell someone? After? Will you tell someone I was here?" Wade's throat closed. He couldn't speak. He nodded. Tommy closed his eyes. The tremors started again, worse this time, and his hands clenched and his back arched, and his mouth opened in a silent scream that was worse than any sound. Wade held on. At 3:12 a.m., Tommy Worth stopped breathing. Wade waited. The protocol said 15 minutes. The time it took for reanimation, if reanimation was going to happen. He waited 15 minutes, and then he waited 5 more, because he wanted to be sure, because the promise he'd made was the most important promise he'd ever made, because Tommy had trusted him, and he wasn't going to fail that trust. When Tommy's eyes opened, milky, unfocused, not Tommy anymore, Wade kept his promise. He used the pistol Becca had left on the table. 1 shot. Clean. Painless. If there was any pain left to feel. Then, he sat in the clinic, in the dark, with the body of a boy he'd known for 6 weeks and loved like a son, and he let himself fall apart in the way he hadn't allowed since the outbreak began. The sun rose, the courtyard filled with the sounds of a community waking up. Becca came in, saw what had happened, put her hand on Wade's shoulder and said nothing because there was nothing to say. They buried Tommy next to Nora, in the cemetery by the east wall. Pat read Tennyson again. Lily held Wade's hand and said, "The boy died too?" "Yes, Bug. Did he go to heaven with the cooking lady?" "I hope so. I hope so, too." The weeks became months. Winter settled over St. Augustine, mild by northern standards, but cold enough for the infected. The low-country temperatures rarely dropped below freezing, so the dormancy that the mountains might have offered didn't fully take hold. But the dead slowed. Their numbers thinned as decomposition accelerated, as the pathogen burned through bodies that couldn't sustain it. The scientists in the clinic, using Miguel's blood, using the data they'd collected, using everything the old world had left them, worked on treatments that might never come to fruition but might someday matter. Wade taught. He stood in front of 15 children in a room that had been a Spanish storeroom and was now a classroom. And he taught them about the world that had been and the world that was and the world that might be. He taught them history because history was how humans made sense of time, and time was the only thing they had left. Lily sat in the front row. She was learning to read, really read, not just the picture books Danielle had given her, but the chapter books, the history texts, the novels Pat selected from the library she was building in the fort's western casamata. She was 8 now. Her birthday had passed during the siege, uncelebrated, and Wade had made it up to her with a party that Nora had helped plan before she died, with a cake that Becca had somehow assembled from rationed ingredients, with candles that they'd found in a church and saved for exactly this purpose. "Make a wish, Bug," Wade had said. Lily had closed her eyes, blown out the candles, smiled. "What did you wish for?" "I can't tell you. It won't come true." "Fair enough." She'd hugged him then, the fierce, full-body hug of a child who'd learned what losing people meant and had decided to hold on to the ones she had left. Wade had hugged her back, feeling her heartbeat against his chest, feeling the impossible reality of her, alive, safe, here, and he'd thought, this is enough. Whatever else happens, this is enough. The transmission came on a February morning. Wade was in the schoolroom teaching a lesson on the Constitutional Convention when Davis appeared in the doorway. "You need to hear this," she said. The command center was crowded. The council, the department heads, the senior members of the community who made decisions in times of crisis. The radio was on, tuned to a frequency that had been silent for months. A voice. not the Presidio's broadcast. They'd been running that since before Wade arrived, the loop that had drawn him south. This was something new, something from outside, calling all survivors in the southeastern United States. This is the Atlanta Restoration Authority. We are a civilian government operating out of the former CDC headquarters. We have secured a perimeter of approximately 50 miles. We have food, medical care, and protection. We are accepting refugees. If you can hear this message, know that you are not alone. Civilization is rebuilding. We are rebuilding. Come to Atlanta. Come home. The message repeated once, twice, 3 times. It could be another Ansel, someone said. It could be real, someone else countered. How do we know? How do we trust? The debate continued. Wade listened, but his mind was elsewhere. On the road he'd walked, on the people he'd lost, on the daughter sitting in a schoolroom waiting for her father to come back and finish the lesson on the Constitutional Convention. He thought about Dale, who'd said some people just keep walking. He thought about Nora, who'd crossed a desert for a better life and had died in a stone fort on the Atlantic coast. He thought about Tommy, who'd wanted to be a park ranger and had become something else entirely. He thought about Jolene and Rhett and Miguel, about Owen's betrayal and the price of trust, about the tunnel and the swamp and the concert field where the dead had swayed to music only they could hear. He thought about Lily, who called him Daddy and held his hand and asked him questions about the world that he couldn't answer and tried to answer anyway. The world was broken, but it was also rebuilding. The Presidio was proof. 400 people who'd chosen to survive together, who'd built something from the ruins, who'd held walls that had held for 3.5 centuries. Atlanta was claiming to be proof too. Maybe there were others. Maybe everywhere, in the wreckage of the old world, people were building new ones. Wade stepped forward. We should respond, he said. Open communication, find out who they are, what they're offering, see if it's real. And if it's not, then we know. Then we're no worse off than we are now. He looked around the room at the faces of people who'd become his community, his family, the reason he'd survived the road and the siege and everything after. But if it is real, if there's a government forming, if civilization is actually rebuilding, we should be part of it. We should help. The debate continued. It would continue for days, probably. Democracy was slow, even in the apocalypse. But Wade had said what he needed to say. He left the command center, walked back to the schoolroom, and found Lily waiting for him with her hand raised. Daddy, what's a constitution? It's a set of rules that people agree to follow. Like the rules in the fort? No running in the hallways? No going on the walls without permission? Kind of like that, but bigger. Rules for a whole country. Did the rules work before the monsters? Wade thought about it. About the world he'd grown up in, the world he'd taught about, the world that had collapsed in 3 weeks despite all its rules and institutions and carefully balanced powers. Sometimes, he said. Not always. Rules only work if people choose to follow them. And sometimes people choose not to. But you follow rules. You always follow rules. I try to. It's important to try. Lily nodded, accepting this with the simple faith of a child who still believed in her father, who still trusted that the adults knew what they were doing, who was growing up in a ruined world but was growing up, which was the miracle, which was everything. Daddy? Yeah, Bug? I'm glad you came to get me. Wade looked at his daughter, at the face that was Danielle's and his and entirely her own, at the gap-toothed smile that had grown new teeth while he'd been walking, at the girl who'd asked every new arrival if they'd seen her daddy, and who'd been told he was dead and who'd chosen, when he finally appeared, to believe in the impossible. Me too, he said. Me too. Outside the window, the sun was shining on the Atlantic. The fort's walls cast long shadows across the courtyard where children were playing. The radio was transmitting hope to anyone who could hear it. And somewhere, in the vast wreckage of the world that had been, people were choosing to rebuild. 600 miles of loss had led to this. The small hand in his. The voice that called him Daddy. The future that was fragile and uncertain and worth every step. Wade Dunlap stood in a Spanish fort on the Florida coast, surrounded by the living and the memories of the dead. And for the first time since day one of the outbreak, he believed that things might actually be okay. Not good, not easy, not the world he'd known, but okay, and okay was enough. Okay was more than enough. Okay was everything. Spring came to St. Augustine, the way spring comes to Florida, not with the dramatic thaw of northern climates, but with a gradual softening, a lengthening of days, a shift in the quality of light that turned the coquina walls from gray to gold in the late afternoon. The gardens inside the fort bloomed. Tomatoes, peppers, beans, the vegetables that the community had planted in the fall and nurtured through the mild winter. The children ran in the courtyards without jackets. The ocean, visible from the eastern ramparts, shifted from winter steel to something warmer, something that promised renewal, even if renewal was still fragile, still uncertain, still a hope more than a guarantee. Wade stood on the rampart and watched the sunrise. It had become his ritual. Waking before dawn, climbing to the wall, watching the light break over the Atlantic. The fort was quiet at this hour, the community still sleeping, and in the silence, Wade could think about everything that had happened and everything that might happen next. He thought about the dead, Dale, Nora, Tommy, Jolene, Rhett, Miguel. He thought about the living, Becca, Tia, Pat, Lily. He thought about the road that had brought him here, and the roads that might lead elsewhere. The Atlanta broadcast had changed things. In the 2 months since they'd first heard it, the Presidio had established regular communication with the Atlanta Restoration Authority. The ARA was real, a civilian government, democratic, operating out of the CDC's secured campus, claiming jurisdiction over a growing territory that now included most of Metro Atlanta and was expanding. They had medical facilities, manufacturing capability, agricultural programs. They were rebuilding infrastructure, roads, power, communication networks. They were impossibly building a future. The Presidio's council had voted to send an envoy. Not to join, not yet, not until they understood more about what the ARA was and what it wanted, but to establish relations, to share information, to explore the possibility of cooperation. Davis had asked Wade to lead the mission. "You've walked further than anyone else here," she'd said. "You know the roads, you know the dangers, and you have a reason to want to see what's out there." "I have a reason to stay here," he'd replied, thinking of Lily. "You have reasons to do both. That's the problem with being a father in the apocalypse. Everything you do is for them, and everything you do takes you away from them." He'd said he'd think about it. He'd been thinking about it for 6 weeks. Footsteps on the stone stairs behind him. Wade turned. Becca emerged onto the rampart, 2 cups of coffee in her hands. Real coffee. The last of the supply they'd scavenged from a warehouse in Jacksonville, rationed so carefully that each cup felt like a sacrament. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked, handing him a cup. "Haven't been able to sleep through the night since October." "Same." She leaned against the rampart wall, looking out at the ocean. "I keep thinking about the animals." "The animals?" "At the clinic, in Asheville. The ones I couldn't save." She sipped her coffee. "Before the outbreak, I'd lose a patient maybe once a month. A dog hit by a car, a cat with cancer, something too far gone to fix. It bothered me, but it was manageable. Part of the job. But in the first week," she paused, "I euthanized 47 animals. Pets whose owners were dead or dying or turning. Animals that had no one left to care for them. I told myself I was being merciful, ending their suffering. But I still see their faces every night. That's not your fault." "I know. That's what makes it worse. None of it was anyone's fault. It just happened. The outbreak, the collapse, everything that came after. It wasn't punishment or karma or divine judgment. It was just random. Bad luck on a species-wide scale." She looked at him. "Do you believe in God, Wade?" The question surprised him. They'd never talked about faith. In 6 months of walking and fighting and surviving, the subject had never come up. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I believed in something before. Structure, meaning, the idea that things happen for reasons. I'm not sure I believe that anymore." I didn't believe in anything before. Strict materialist, evidence-based worldview, the whole package. But now, she shook her head. You walked 600 miles and found your daughter alive. What are the odds of that? 1 in a million? 1 in 10 million? At some point, the improbability gets so high that it starts to look like something else. Like maybe the universe isn't as random as I thought. Or maybe I just got lucky. Maybe. But luck and grace look the same from the inside. She finished her coffee, set the cup on the wall. I heard you're thinking about going to Atlanta. Thinking about it. You should go. Wade looked at her sharply. You think I should leave Lily again? I think you should take her with you. Becca met his eyes. This place is safe, for now, but it's also small, limited. The supplies we have, the knowledge we have, the people we have, there's a ceiling. Atlanta is offering something bigger, a real chance to rebuild, a real future, she paused. Lily deserves a future that's bigger than a stone fort on the coast. What about you? What about the others? Pat's not going anywhere. She's building a library. That's her purpose now. Tia, Becca smiled slightly. Tia's found her place. The children here need her. She needs them. But me? I'm a medic. A good one. The ARA has medical facilities. Real facilities, equipment I haven't seen since the outbreak. They need people who know how to use them. You want to come? If you'll have me. Wade looked out at the ocean, at the sun climbing higher, at the world that was broken and rebuilding and demanding choices he didn't want to make. Let me talk to Lily, he said. He found her in the schoolroom, early, before the other children arrived. She was sitting at her desk with a book open, one of Pat's selections, a children's version of Greek myths that she'd been reading for weeks. She looked up when he entered. Daddy, you're not supposed to be here yet. Class doesn't start for an hour. I know, I wanted to talk to you about something. He sat down across from her, in the chair he used for parent conferences when he'd had parents to conference with. She watched him with the serious, attentive expression she'd developed in the months since their reunion. The expression of a child who'd learned that serious conversations happened and were important. Do you know about Atlanta? He asked. The place on the radio, the government place. That's right. Some people from the fort are going to visit there, to see what it's like, to see if it's safe. Are you going? The question was direct, immediate. The question of a child who'd learned not to delay bad news. I'm thinking about it, but I wouldn't go alone. He leaned forward, took her hands in his. I want to take you with me, Bug. You and Becca and anyone else who wants to come. We'd travel together like before, but this time, you'd be with me. Lily was quiet. Her hands were small in his, the fingers still sticky from breakfast, the nails bitten short, a habit she'd picked up during the siege. Would we come back? I don't know. Maybe. It depends on what we find. Would I have to leave my friends, Emma and Jacob and Sarah? Yes, for a while at least. She looked at their joined hands, her brow furrowed. The same expression Danielle used to make when she was thinking hard, the genetic echo that still sometimes stopped Wade's heart. Mommy died, Lily said, on the road before we got here. Wade's breath caught. They'd talked about Danielle carefully in small pieces. Lily knew her mother was gone, but she'd never said it so directly. Yes, he said. Well, she did. She was bringing me to the fort. She got bit, but she didn't stop. She kept walking until we were almost there. Then she couldn't walk anymore. Lily's voice was matter-of-fact, the voice of a child recounting events she'd processed and filed away. The soldiers came and got me. They carried me the rest of the way. Mommy stayed behind. I didn't know that. I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to be sad. She paused. Her small fingers intertwined with his, squeezing. Sometimes I dream about her. She's walking behind me and I keep telling her to hurry. And she keeps saying, I'm coming, baby, I'm coming. But when I turn around, she's further away. Every time I turn around, she's further away. Wade's throat closed completely. He tried to speak and couldn't. Dr. Park says that's normal, that my brain is trying to process the trauma. Lily looked up at him, and her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. The steadiness of a child who'd learned to carry weight that shouldn't be hers. I miss her, Daddy. I know you and Mommy were divorced, and sometimes you were mad at each other, but I miss her. She used to sing to me when I couldn't sleep. She'd make up words because she couldn't remember the real ones, and they never made sense, but I liked them anyway. I miss her too, Wade managed. And he realized it was true. Not the marriage, that had died long before the world did, but Danielle herself, the woman who'd laughed at his terrible jokes, the woman who'd held his hand in the delivery room and called Lily their best collaboration, the woman who'd become a stranger and then an antagonist and then, in the end, a hero who'd walked through the apocalypse with a bite wound rotting in her shoulder because her daughter needed to survive. She talked about you, Lily said, on the road, when she was getting sick, when she couldn't walk straight anymore. She kept saying, "Daddy's coming. Daddy's coming to get you." I didn't believe her. I thought she was confused, but she was right. She was right. She knew you'd come. Lily's voice cracked, just slightly, the first real break in her composure. Even when I didn't know, she knew. She said you were stubborn and annoying and you never listened, but when it mattered, you'd be there. A tear slid down her cheek. I want to be like that. I want to be someone people can count on. You already are, Bug. If we go to Atlanta, will you keep walking like Mommy, even if something bad happens? Yes, I promise. Then I'll go. She squeezed his hands. I don't like going to new places, it's scary. But I like being with you more than I don't like being scared. Wade pulled her into his arms. She came willingly, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face pressed against his shoulder. She smelled like soap and breakfast, and the particular warm child smell that hadn't changed since she was a baby, since he used to hold her at 3 a.m. when she wouldn't sleep. And Danielle was exhausted, and he'd walk laps around the living room, singing off-key, waiting for the tiny body in his arms to finally relax. I love you, Bug. I love you too, Daddy. We'll be okay. I know. She pulled back, looked at him with eyes that were too old for 8, too wise for the world she'd grown up in. We've been okay so far. The expedition left on a March morning, with the azaleas blooming in the fort's courtyard and the sun warm on the coquina walls. They were 12. Wade and Lily, Becca, 3 Presidio volunteers, a former engineer named Marcus, a nurse named Dr. Esperanza, and a security specialist named Reyes, who'd been one of Ansel's survivors, and 6 others who had skills the ARA had specifically requested: a water treatment expert, an electrician, 2 farmers, a teacher, and a mechanic. Pat came to see them off. She stood at the gate with Tia beside her, the fire axe still on her back, the canvas bag of books at her feet. She'd aged in the months since Asheville. They all had. But there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before. Peace, maybe, or purpose, or the quiet satisfaction of someone who'd found the work they were meant to do. I have something for you, she said to Wade. She reached into the bag and pulled out a book, a battered paperback, its cover creased and water-stained. You should take this. Wade looked at it. The Road by Cormac McCarthy. I thought you said McCarthy understood this. He did. That's why you should read it. Pat pressed the book into his hands. It's about a father and a son, walking through the end of the world. It's bleak, unrelenting, but at the center of it, there's something that refuses to break, something that keeps walking. She looked at Lily, who was saying goodbye to Emma, her best friend in the fort. You're carrying the fire, Wade. Don't let it go out. I won't. I know. She hugged him, a brief, fierce embrace that communicated everything she wouldn't say aloud. Come back and visit. The library will still be here. And if it's not, then I'll build another one. That's what librarians do. We preserve what matters, and when what we've preserved is destroyed, we preserve it again. She released him, stepped back. Go, before I get sentimental. Tia was next. She hugged Wade, then hugged Becca, then knelt down to Lily's level. You be good, okay? Take care of your dad. I will. And if you meet any other kids in Atlanta, tell them about us. Tell them about the Presidio. Tell them there are people here who care about them. I'll tell them. Tia straightened. Her eyes were wet, but she was smiling, the full, genuine smile that Wade had seen so rarely in the months he'd known her. I'm staying, she said, answering the question Wade hadn't asked. These kids need me, and I need them. She searched for the word. It's what I'm supposed to do. I finally figured that out. You'll be great at it. I hope so. She looked at the children gathered in the courtyard, at the community that had become her home, at the walls that had held for 3.5 centuries. I really hope so. The road to Atlanta was 350 miles. They traveled in 2 vehicles, a pickup truck that Marcus had maintained through the winter, and a converted school bus that could carry supplies and passengers and offer shelter if they needed to stop. The route took them west through North Florida, then north through Georgia, avoiding the major highways where they could, following the path that Pat had mapped before they left. The countryside had changed since Wade had last traveled it. The dead were fewer. The months of winter, the ongoing decomposition, the slow attrition of bodies that couldn't maintain themselves, all of it had thinned the herds. They still encountered infected, still had to divert around clusters too large to risk, but the overwhelming tide that had characterized the first weeks of the outbreak had receded. The world was still dangerous, but it was dangerous in a different way. Less apocalyptic, more frontier. A place where careful people could travel, could survive, could build. They passed through small settlements that hadn't existed 6 months before. Groups of survivors who'd fortified a town or a farm or a factory, who were growing food and trading goods and making do with what they had. Some of these settlements were welcoming, some were hostile. Most were wary, waiting to see if the strangers passing through were threats or opportunities. Wade negotiated where he could, avoided conflict where he couldn't, and kept the convoy moving west and north, always north, toward the city on the horizon. Lily sat in the truck's passenger seat, watching Georgia scroll past the window. "Daddy, what was it like before?" "Before what, Bug?" "Before the monsters. Before everything changed." Wade thought about it, about traffic and grocery stores and Tuesday afternoons that felt endless, about parent-teacher conferences and basketball practice and the particular boredom of a life that had structure and routine and the luxury of predictability. It was different, he said, easier in some ways, harder in others. Harder how? People worried about different things. Money mostly, jobs, what other people thought of them. Things that don't matter as much now. What matters now? The things that always mattered. Family, friends, taking care of each other. He glanced at her. Love, Bug. Love always mattered. We just forgot sometimes. Did you forget? Before? The question landed like a stone. Wade gripped the steering wheel, watching the road, feeling the weight of the honest answer. Sometimes, he admitted, I got caught up in things that didn't matter. Work stress, arguments with your mom, the day-to-day stuff that felt important but wasn't. I didn't always pay attention to what I had. Do you pay attention now? I try to, every day, every hour. He reached over, took her hand. You taught me that, Bug. Walking 600 miles to find you taught me what matters. Lily squeezed his hand. She didn't say anything, but she didn't need to. The silence between them was the comfortable silence of people who understood each other, who had walked through fire together, who had earned the right to sit quietly and let the love speak for itself. They reached the outskirts of Atlanta on a warm afternoon in late March. The city rose from the Georgia Piedmont like a monument to what had been, skyscrapers and highways, and the sprawl of suburbs that had housed millions. Much of it was dark, abandoned, the infrastructure of a metropolis that had collapsed with everything else. But not all of it. The ARA's perimeter was visible from miles away. Guard towers, fencing, the organized activity of a government that had established control and was maintaining it. As the convoy approached, vehicles emerged to meet them. Military vehicles, but flying a flag Wade didn't recognize, blue and green, with a stylized phoenix rising from flames. That's new, Becca said. New symbol for a new world, Wade replied. I hope. The soldiers who stopped them were professional, thorough, but not hostile. They checked IDs. The Presidio had issued papers for exactly this purpose. Searched the vehicles, asked questions that Wade answered honestly. When they were satisfied, they provided an escort through the perimeter. Inside was a city rebuilding itself. Not the whole city. The ARA controlled maybe 15 square miles of the metro area. centered on the CDC campus and the surrounding neighborhoods. But within that perimeter, life was happening. Power was flowing. Wade could see lights, actual electric lights, in buildings that had been dark for months. Water was running. People were walking on streets that had been cleared of abandoned vehicles. A market was operating in what had been a parking lot. Vendors trading goods under canopies. The ordinary commerce of human beings choosing to live together. "It's real," Lily said, her face pressed to the truck's window. "It's really real." "Yeah, Bug, it looks like it is." They were taken to a processing center, bureaucratic but functional, with forms to fill out and interviews to conduct, and the machinery of governance that Wade had assumed was gone forever. He answered questions about the Presidio, about his skills, about what he could contribute. Becca did the same. The others in their group were sorted by specialty, assigned to departments that needed what they could offer. At the end of the processing, a woman in a blue uniform approached Wade. "Mr. Dunlap, I'm Director Chen. Welcome to Atlanta." "Thank you. I understand you're a teacher." "I was. I am again, I suppose. We need teachers. Badly. We have 300 children in our perimeter, and exactly 4 qualified educators." She smiled, the tired smile of someone who'd been working 18-hour days for months and had learned to find moments of lightness where she could. "Would you be interested in joining our school system?" Wade looked down at Lily, who was holding his hand, who was looking at the city around her with an expression of wonder that hadn't been on her face since before the outbreak. "I would," he said. "I'd be very interested." The first year was hard, not as hard as the road. Nothing would ever be as hard as the road, but hard in the way that building is hard, in the way that creating something from nothing demands effort and sacrifice, and the daily choice to keep going when stopping would be easier. Wade taught. He stood in front of classrooms that had been conference rooms and lectured about history to children who'd lived through more history than any child should. He taught them about the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the Civil Rights Movement, the same curriculum he'd taught at Bearden High, but different now, weighted with new meaning. When he talked about people who'd faced impossible odds, his students understood. They'd faced impossible odds themselves. Lily thrived. She made friends, attended school, grew in ways that the siege at the Presidio hadn't allowed. She was 9 now, then 9.5. The childhood milestones that Wade had feared he'd never see passing one by one. She learned to read fluently, to do math, to write stories that she showed him with shy pride. She still had nightmares, they all did, but the nightmares were less frequent, less severe. The world was healing, and she was healing with it. Becca worked in the medical center, using equipment she hadn't seen since before the outbreak, treating injuries and illnesses with tools and techniques that had seemed lost forever. She saved lives, dozens of them, hundreds eventually. She never talked about the animals she'd euthanized in Asheville, but Wade suspected they still visited her at night, and he suspected the lives she saved now were her answer to them. The ARA grew. Other settlements joined, some willingly, some after negotiation, some after conflicts that were brief and ugly and necessary. The territory expanded, 30 square miles, then 50, then 100. Roads were cleared. Power was restored. A radio network linked communities across Georgia, then across the Southeast. The broadcasts that had drawn Wade to Atlanta were answered by other broadcasts, other voices, other proof that humanity was choosing to survive. And somewhere in the ruins of the old world, the infected continued to deteriorate. By the end of the first year, the stalkers were gone. Their enhanced metabolism burned through bodies faster than standard infected. And the last confirmed sighting was in October, 11 months after the outbreak. The grinders lasted longer, their locked muscles resisting decay, but even they weakened, slowed, eventually stopped. The standard infected were shadows of what they'd been. Skeletal, barely mobile, easy to avoid, easier to destroy. The world wasn't safe. It wouldn't be safe for years, maybe decades. But the immediate crisis was passing. The wave had crested. The survivors were learning to live in what was left. On the 1-year anniversary of the outbreak, Wade climbed to the roof of the building where he lived, a converted apartment complex near the CDC campus, 3 bedrooms, running water, electricity, and watched the sunrise over Atlanta. The city was quiet at this hour, but it wasn't empty. He could see lights in windows, smoke rising from chimneys, the early signs of a community waking up. In a few hours, he'd go to school and teach a class about the Constitutional Convention. In a few hours after that, he'd pick up Lily from her school and walk her home, listening to her talk about her day. In the evening, he'd have dinner with Becca and the other friends he'd made in his year here, the community that had formed around him without his planning it. He thought about the people who weren't here. Dale, who died on an overpass in Jacksonville so that Wade could keep walking. Nora, who'd fed them all with love and skill and had died in a stone fort on the coast. Tommy, who'd wanted to be a park ranger and had died at 16, asking Wade to promise something that had broken Wade to deliver. Jolene, who'd driven a truck through a gate and had gone down swinging. Rhett, who'd climbed trees and told jokes and had been taken by something in the dark. Miguel, who'd given his blood for science and had been overrun when the facility fell. Owen, who'd betrayed them and had probably died for it, though Wade had never confirmed. Danielle, who'd carried Lily through the outbreak and had kept walking until she couldn't walk anymore. They were all gone. They'd all died so that others could live, and the living, Wade, Lily, Becca, Tia, Pat, carried them now in memory, in story, in the simple act of surviving that honored the sacrifice. Footsteps behind him. Wade turned. Lily emerged onto the roof, still in her pajamas, her hair tangled from sleep. "Daddy? What are you doing up here?" Watching the sunrise, thinking about things. What things? People. The people who helped us get here. Lily came to stand beside him. She was tall now, taller than she'd been when he'd found her at the Presidio, tall enough that the top of her head reached his shoulder, growing, changing, becoming. "I think about them too," she said, "the man who hummed, the lady who cooked, the boy who shot the gun. Dale, Nora, Tommy." "Yeah," she leaned against him. "I don't want to forget them." "You won't, Bug. We won't let ourselves forget." "Promise?" "Promise." They stood together on the roof, watching the sun climb over Atlanta, over the city that was rebuilding, over the world that had ended and was beginning again. The sky was clear, the air was warm, and somewhere in the distance, a bird was singing, a mockingbird maybe, or a cardinal. One of the birds that had survived the outbreak because birds didn't care about human catastrophes, they just lived, they just sang, they just did what birds had always done. "Daddy?" "Yeah, Bug. Are we going to be okay?" Wade looked at his daughter, at the face that was Danielle's and his, and entirely her own, at the girl who'd survived the end of the world and was growing up in whatever came next. "Yeah," he said, "I think we are." "Really? Really?" She nodded, accepting this, trusting him the way she'd trusted him since she was born, the way children trust parents when parents earn that trust by showing up, by staying, by walking 600 miles and keeping every promise. "Okay," she said, "I believe you." They watched the sunrise together. The city woke around them. The world turned. And somewhere, in the ruins and the rebuilding, in the graves of the lost and the homes of the living, in the stone fort on the coast and the expanding perimeter of Atlanta and the countless small settlements where humans had chosen to survive. Somewhere, the fire that Cormac McCarthy wrote about, the fire that Pat had told Wade to carry, the fire that was hope and love and the stubborn refusal to stop walking. That fire burned on. It would burn for a long time. Wade would make sure of it. 10 years later, the classroom was full. 30 students, ages 12 to 18, seated at desks salvaged from an abandoned school. Half the desks were missing legs. They'd been propped up with cinder blocks. The windows were open because the air conditioning had failed again, and spare parts wouldn't arrive until next month's supply convoy. Outside, armed patrols walked the perimeter, a reminder that the infected weren't gone, just reduced, just manageable, just waiting. The Atlanta Restoration Authority had grown to 50,000 people, which made it the largest functioning settlement east of the Mississippi. It had electricity 4 days a week, running water most of the time, and food rations that kept everyone alive without keeping anyone satisfied. It had a council elected by popular vote and overruled by emergency decree, when the council moved too slowly, which was often. It had hope of a kind, the stubborn, scarred hope of people who'd survived the worst and weren't sure the worst was over. Wade Dunlap stood at the whiteboard. His cane leaned against the desk behind him. The knee had finally given out completely 3 years ago, during a supply run gone wrong. And now he walked with a permanent limp that flared into immobility when the weather changed. He was 44, gray at the temples, thinner than he should be. The scars on his hands had faded, but not disappeared. The scar on his conscience, the farmhouse, the crying child, the choice he'd made on a South Carolina road, that one was invisible and permanent. He was alive. He was teaching. It was something. It had to be enough. Today, he said, we're going to talk about survival. The students looked at him. They'd heard his stories before. Everyone had. The teacher who'd walked 600 miles, the father who'd found his daughter, the man who'd been there in the beginning and was still there now, teaching history as if history was the most important thing in the world, which, Wade had come to believe, it was. Not the survival of the outbreak, he continued. We've all heard those stories. We've all lived some version of them. I want to talk about something different. I want to talk about why we survived, what made it possible, what it means. He picked up a marker, drew a circle on the whiteboard. This is a community, any community. The Presidio, Atlanta, the settlements you came from before you came here. Inside this circle are people who've chosen to live together, to help each other, to build something larger than themselves. He drew lines connecting points within the circle. These are relationships, friendships, families, partnerships. The connections between people that make a community more than just a collection of individuals. He drew a line from inside the circle to outside it. And this is the choice that every person in that community has to make, every day. Do I stay? Do I contribute? Do I give more than I take? He set the marker down. The outbreak didn't kill us. The infected didn't kill us. What killed us? What almost killed us? Was forgetting that we need each other. That survival isn't individual. That the only way forward is together. A hand went up. A girl in the front row, 16, one of his best students. Mr. Dunlap, is that why you walked so far? For community? No, Wade smiled. I walked for my daughter, for one person. The most selfish possible reason. He paused. But along the way, I found something I wasn't looking for. I found people who walked with me, who carried me when I couldn't walk, who died so that I could keep going. He looked at the class, at the faces of children who'd grown up in the ruins and the rebuilding, who knew loss and fear and survival, the way his students at Bearden had known boredom and social media and the small concerns of a world that no longer existed. That's what I want you to understand, he said. You can start by looking for one person, one goal, one reason to keep moving. But you end by finding something larger, a family, a community, a purpose, something worth protecting that's bigger than yourself. The bell rang. The students gathered their books, filed out, the controlled chaos of a classroom ending that was exactly the same as it had been before the outbreak, and exactly different. Wade stayed at the whiteboard, looking at the circle he'd drawn, the lines connecting the points, the diagram that contained everything he believed and nothing of how hard it was to believe it. Dad? He turned. Lily was in the doorway, 18 now, tall. Her blonde hair cut short in a style that was practical, but also, he suspected, a way of not looking like her mother. She wore the blue uniform of the Restoration's Medical Corps, but she wore it the way she wore everything now, carefully, correctly, without warmth. She'd followed Becca into medicine not out of calling, but out of function, because the community needed medics, and Lily had learned somewhere on the road between childhood and wherever she was now, to be what was needed rather than what she wanted. Hey, Bug, please don't call me that. Not angry, flat. The flatness that worried Wade more than anger ever could. Sorry. Habit. She crossed the room, looked at the whiteboard without really seeing it. Her hands were at her sides, still, controlled. The hands of someone who'd trained herself not to fidget, not to show weakness, not to be the crying child in the farmhouse. She'd been seeing a counselor for 2 years. The nightmares had improved. The hypervigilance had not. She slept with a knife under her pillow and couldn't eat in crowded rooms, and sometimes when the patrols fired warning shots at infected on the perimeter, she would go very still and very pale and have to excuse herself for 20 minutes. The trauma counselors called it adaptive. Her responses had kept her alive. They didn't call it healthy. Community theory again? It's what I know. You know a lot of things. She traced the diagram on the whiteboard. Her finger paused at the line leading outside the circle. I remember the road. Not all of it, but pieces. The man who hummed. The lady who made beans. Her voice was carefully neutral. I remember Mom dying. I remember being alone in the fort, waiting for you, thinking you were dead too. Lily, I'm not complaining. She turned to face him. Her eyes were dry, clear, showing nothing. I'm just saying, you told me it was going to be okay. And in some ways, it is. We're alive. We have food. I have a job, a purpose, a future of some kind. But okay isn't the same as good. And the things that happened, they didn't go away because we survived them. I know. Do you? Because you teach these lessons about community and hope and the fire we carry. And I sit in the back sometimes and I listen and I wonder, does he really believe that? Or is it what he needs to believe to keep going? Wade thought about it. About the road, the losses, the family on the farmhouse porch. About the nights he still woke up hearing a child crying and not knowing if the sound was memory or dream. I don't know, he said honestly. I think hope is complicated. It's not just believing things will be better. It's deciding to act as if they can be, even when you're not sure. It's choosing to build something even when it might be destroyed. He stopped. It's what we have instead of certainty. And it's not enough, but it's all there is. Lily looked at him for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression. Not warmth exactly, but recognition. The recognition of one scarred person seeing another. That's more honest than what you tell your students. My students need hope. You need truth. What's the difference? Hope is the story. Truth is the footnotes. He reached out, hesitated, then put his hand on her shoulder. She didn't lean into it, but she didn't pull away. The story says we survived because we believed in each other. The footnotes say we survived because we got lucky and made terrible choices and lost people who deserved better. Both are true. I teach the story because the story helps people keep going. But you're my daughter and you deserve the footnotes. The footnotes hurt. Everything hurts. The question is what you do with the pain. She was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she stepped forward and hugged him. A brief, fierce embrace that lasted 3 seconds and communicated more than an hour of conversation. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet, but her face was composed. I'm seeing Dr. Park tomorrow, the counselor. She says I'm making progress. That's good. She says the nightmares might never stop completely, but they can get quieter. Lily picked up her medical bag. I have a shift at the clinic. The convoy from the coast brought new patients. Some kind of intestinal thing. Becca needs everyone who can help. How is Pat? Wade asked as she turned to leave. The same. Her library survived the fire last winter. She lost 200 books, but salvaged the rest. She says the Presidio will outlast all of us. And Tia? Lily paused at the door. Her face flickered with something, sadness maybe, or the complicated emotion of remembering someone who'd been kind to you when you were a child. Tia didn't make it. The Presidio had an outbreak 3 years ago. She was treating a patient who turned. Lily's voice was flat, reciting facts. She was 52. They named the school after her. Wade hadn't known, or maybe he'd known and forgotten, the way you forget things that hurt too much to remember. He gripped his cane, steadied himself. I'm sorry. Everyone's sorry. It doesn't bring anyone back. Lily adjusted her bag. I'll see you at dinner. Becca's making something with the tomatoes from the roof garden. She says it's her mother's recipe, but I'm pretty sure she's improvising. Lily. He caught her before she left. I'm proud of you. I know you don't want to hear it, but I am. You survived something terrible, and you're still here, and you're still helping people. That matters. She looked at him. The flatness cracked, just a little, showing something raw underneath. The child she'd been, the woman she was becoming, the space between them where the trauma lived. I know, Dad. I'm proud of you too. She almost smiled. Even if your theory diagrams are pretentious, they're educational. They're pretentious, but I love you anyway. She left. Wade stood alone in the classroom, looking at the whiteboard, at the circle and the lines and the diagram that contained everything he believed and nothing of how hard it was to believe it. The cane felt heavy in his hand. His knee throbbed. Outside, a patrol passed the window, rifles ready, scanning the perimeter for threats that might never come or might come tomorrow. That night, in the apartment he shared with his daughter, Wade Dunlap sat at a window and watched the dark. The power was out again. The grid had failed around midnight, and the backup generators were reserved for the medical center. His knee ached from the day's walking. It always ached now. A permanent reminder of the gap under the overpass, and the man who died in it. He kept a cane by the door and a brace on the shelf, and a bottle of pain pills that he rationed carefully because the supply convoys only came once a month, and medication was worth more than gold. He thought about everyone he'd lost. Dale, whose face he saw every time his knee buckled. Nora, whose absence he felt every time he ate a meal that was merely food instead of love. Tommy, whose promise he'd kept with a pistol and a single shot. Jolene, Rhett, Miguel, Danielle, Tia now too. Another name for the list that only grew, never shrank. He thought about the people who'd survived. Becca, asleep in her room down the hall, still having nightmares about animals she'd euthanized in another life. Pat, 300 miles away, building a library in a stone fort that might outlast them all or might fall next year. Nobody knew. Lily, reading in her room with a knife under her pillow, growing up into a person shaped as much by trauma as by love. In his pocket, creased and faded, was the drawing Lily had made when she was 7. The one with the oversized head and the stick limbs and the words, "Me and Dadey," written across the top. He pulled it out. Looked at it. The colors were almost gone, the paper soft as cloth from years of handling. A father and a daughter, standing together. A simple truth rendered in crayon. The truth was more complicated now. The father had blood on his hands. The family on the farmhouse porch, the people he'd walked past, the choices he'd made that no confession could undo. The daughter was damaged in ways that might never heal, carrying her mother's death and her father's absence and the long shadow of a childhood spent in a world without mercy. They loved each other. That was true. But love wasn't enough to fix what was broken. Love was just enough to keep going. The stars were out. Somewhere in the dark, beyond the city's walls, the infected still wandered. Fewer every year, but never gone. Never truly gone. The world hadn't been saved. It had only been survived. The old world was dead. The new one was scarred and limping and uncertain. And the future was not guaranteed to any of them. But Wade looked at the drawing in his hand. The stick figure father. The smaller stick figure daughter. The clumsy letters spelling out what mattered. He'd walked 600 miles. He'd lost everyone who'd walked with him. He'd done things he couldn't forgive and carried guilt he couldn't set down. But he'd found her. She was alive. She was here. And tomorrow he would wake up and teach, and she would wake up and heal, and they would both carry the weight of everything that had happened because carrying it was what you did when you couldn't put it down. That was the story. Not the happy ending. There were no happy endings, not anymore. Maybe not ever. But an ending that was enough. An ending where the people who mattered were still breathing, still trying, still reaching for each other across the darkness. Wade Dunlap folded the drawing carefully and put it back in his pocket. His knee throbbed. The night was cold. Somewhere in the apartment, Lily was sleeping, and the dreams she was having might be good or might be terrible, and there was nothing he could do about that except be there when she woke up. He closed his eyes. Not to rest. He didn't rest anymore, not really. Just to wait for morning, the way he'd learned to wait. Patient, stubborn, still walking even when he was sitting still. The fire was still burning. It was smaller than it used to be, flickering in the wind in danger of going out. But it was burning. And as long as it burned, there was something to carry forward, something to protect, something worth the cost of everything they'd paid. That would have to be enough. It was all they had. The end.